to their audio setups. Wait, so they don't have audio setups in the CDL? Dude, Soka's 8 shots. Where's his copy?
Drank it.
Yo, no way he drank. I swear to God, if he drank that shit, he's dying. Oh, it's underneath the table? Okay, okay. Apparently they can't chat. We can hear them from the cameras. They all have mics? Oh. They have mics in the camera? Wait, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, okay. Chat, they're going from no art audio, no IEMs, to straight up headsets that you probably can't even hear anything, and 1080p monitors. Which, you know what I'm saying? Chat, you think that's going to be a big, like, it's going to change things a lot? Acting using webcams on main stage? Technically, it's not acting, technically speaking. Totally locked in. I mean, they're fucking there. They're fucking there. How many games until Soka shit talks? Oh, one.
Yeah, one.
I wish. So, I don't know how the way they did it, but Gentlemates is right next to them. Because, like, you guys know the way it's set up?
Yeah, I was wondering why they chose, but is it just because who came first in their quals?
No, so the reason why they did it is because Gentlemates are technically have home field advantage being here in
Right, okay.
So, and they're like one of the best teams. They know that, like, all of these guys are here.
Yeah.
So, like, they have them on main stage for all their fans to watch.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then after that, I think they just had to choose between Twisted Minds or Falcons.
Okay.
Which I assume if there's a main stage for Atlanta, it'll be Twisted Minds and Falcons on the main stage.
Okay.
That's what I think at least, you know? Yo, Nick, my boy, thank you for the 23 months, man. Appreciate that. Alice, thank you for the 19. Wait, Yasmin, what's good, girl? Yasmin, yo, I met your homie, and she was so nice. Wait, let's go, Pops. Appreciate you signing my lanyard, even though I couldn't attend. You're the go. Hey, Yas, I hope it looks nice. I try to make it like really perfect. You know what I'm saying? Yas, thank you for the $6. I appreciate that. And Demo, thank you again for the 5 gifted, man. My goal, bro. Hey, wait, Trev, wait, I didn't say thank you to Demo. Demo, thank you, Papa, for the big fucking 5, man. Yo, Trev, thank you for the 1 gifted, man. Appreciate that shit, baby. Come on, man. Come on, man. Hey, they're watching it. What are you talking about, Kindo? What are you talking about, Kindo? Oh, wait. Disrupt got first in kills, average kills a game, KD, assist, and then damage.
I didn't realize he was that dominant.
Brother, yo, this guy.
Well, I know he's good, but I didn't realize he did that well in the quals.
Yeah, this is just quals, right?
Yeah.
Should be, yeah.
Wait,
You qualify final.
How you feel, Fed, going up against these fools?
We're gonna see.
You nervous or not?
Nah.
It's easy shit for you?
We're gonna see.
Hey, don't scam. Don't scam. You're nasty, but you kind of like, you be scamming.
I scam a lot?
Yeah. I asked Diaz, you scam. And you scam me.
I mean, when I lock in,
Now, when you lock in, you're fucking nasty.
Okay.
Wait, is your team, are they both Italian?
Yeah.
So you guys gonna speak in Italian?
Yeah, Italian.
Oh, shit.
Wait, who's your team?
Blade and Vortex.
Oh, okay.
Okay, are comms easier or harder in Italian as far as, like, for example, like, if I would say the word dog, in Italian, dog, like a dog, like a puppy?
Yeah.
Like, in Italian, how do you say dog? Is it like, buongiorno?
No, it's cane.
It's how?
Cane.
See, that's long.
It's only for
dog.
Yeah,
like dog.
Why would they be saying dog anyway?
Novos Trident Chex Gamers. Trident pra quem joga pra curtir. Nos sabores Citrus Mix e Acid Berry. Masca e faz sua play com Trident Chex Gamers.
Thanks to Freedom Mobile plans that include Roam Beyond, Carter doesn't have to worry about paying daily roaming fees. But he does have to worry about making his flight. Switch to Freedom Mobile and get a plan that includes Roam Beyond for easy, affordable, international roaming across the globe. And worry less about staying an extra day. Freedom Mobile. Affordable, reliable, worry-free wireless.
Is Gui.
He's not playing MK.
Is he on controller?
Yeah.
Oh.
He said he hadn't played controller since Black Ops 6 last year and picked it up and qualified for LAMs.
Oh, so he's just backing it. Okay.
Yeah.
I think out of nowhere he just started to play like controller.
I don't know.
It's actually insane.
Yo, Warda, I asked him to be on the watch party, but he's hanging out with his girlfriend, Bobby. You know? Flatsy, thank you, man, for the 5 fucking months, man. What's up, my boy? Thank you, Flats. Thank you, bro. That ass ain't though. Thank you, Bobby. Wait, Berto, okay. We were doing this thing where Berto makes us predict map 1 predictions of who wins. Okay. Do you guys wanna what are y'all thinking here? Map 1 predictions.
Okay. I'll go with let me see. You think he's gonna win the first match? Like the first map.
I'm gonna say it. Falcons are gonna start off strong.
You think was that because of the 8 shots? Do you think he blocked?
You know what's crazy? I think too much caffeine fucks you up.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think he took it all at once. There's no way.
Okay, I hope not.
I never take it all at once. Like if he's taking it all at once, no fucking shot. So I think he's like sipping on it, but I still think Falcons are gonna come out hot if no one's landing on them.
I'll go
Thoughts?
with
G2?
G2. Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so hard.
First map
who
win.
do I think? I think it's got to be an EU team.
Okay.
Because they're gonna be more awake, right?
True.
I'm gonna go with Gentlemates to win map 1.
Gentlemen.
Gentlemates. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, are they starting? Oh look. No, they're not starting by here.
Now known as the Ravens.
Still on.
Third. Boo, Shifty only third. Chat, he's chalked, bro. Wait, a hater, Panda. You're not a hater, puppy. You're not. Panda, thank you for the 5 fucking gifted, man. Thank you, bro.
Look
Oh
at
my
him.
God,
Look at
Raji.
him.
Raji, you're fucking insane. Bro, Rogue with the 28 fucking months. Thank you. Alb, what's up, Alb? What's up, hands? Alb, you better come back. Alb.
By the way, again, right? He already has lifted.
Oh, they're dropping in. Chat, yo, Alb, thank you, man, for the love. Mr. Ellie, thank you for the prime. Bulldog, thank you for the 7. And the motherfucking go Raji with 20 fucking gifted. Chat, this guy. Do you guys know Raji?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
He's on my stream as well.
I'll tell you right now, it'll be very hard to find a stream where he's not the #1 gifter.
Yeah.
He's not made it to main yet.
Hey, Raji, I fucking love you, man. Thank you for the fucking
He's made
love.
to man. He's made to
Appreciate the
man.
big 20, Papa. Come on, man. Dude, I literally joined Diaz's stream. I was like, yo, what's good, bro? Like, and then instantly, Raji, 100 gifted. Yo, you're fucking nuts, Raji. You're fucking nuts, bro. Thank you, Papa. Thank you, man. And get a bang, bro. Thank you, Milan. Thank you for the 6 months, man. Chat, you know, I'm sitting back. I'm relaxing. I don't got to worry about nothing today. I'm chilling. I don't got any production. I'm just here chilling. Yo, low-key, is JD up yet?
Yeah, no, it was
He's not up
incredible
yet.
to be there,
He's still
to
asleep.
see all the players in action. I think it was important.
Well,
to
at least not that I know of. He hasn't
how
replied to me.
different players were kind of feeling about
I don't know if I
things.
need to do
Folks
anything
like
for
Spam,
like
Mason,
the
of course,
map
popping
count
off
and shit.
yesterday.
Oh, he's up.
Very
Okay, cool.
confident in
All right.
themselves while
So,
they're gonna be out
do you
there,
know?
whereas when it
Oh, yeah,
comes
you in my
to
ear?
some of the other folks,
that
maybe
him?
are less experienced.
Oh
players,
shit. Okay.
a little bit of nerves
Can you turn
already,
up yourself
in the
a little bit
eyes,
more so I
they're
can hear you?
unsure, so it's all about how they handle that
Okay,
pressure
cool.
today. Looking forward to seeing how it all
or
goes down,
JD,
'cause everyone says
let me
here,
know. Am I
this
controlling
is gonna
map
be a
counts and all
movie.
that shit, or am I just?
It's going to be a movie.
Are you guys
indeed,
just
and
switching out on
one
the back
team
end?
that we haven't talked
Okay, cool.
about that I would be
All
remiss
right,
if we didn't talk about.
All
at
right,
the start
chat.
of the
Here we go.
show is
Jack. I
Gentlemen,
asked him, but he's
a
hanging out with his
roster
girlfriend.
that
He's
has
hanging out with his girl.
always been the bridesmaid,
It
never
starts
the
right now. I think they're
bride,
loading in right
looking
now,
to
chat.
finally
They're loading
get
in right now.
first place. This
Yo,
would
too
be a
easy. Thank
huge
you for the 100
win
biddies,
for
man.
that.
Okay,
Nick, I gotta go
chat.
to you 'cause you're my
Let me
Gentleman's guy,
let me
right? They
see
send you all the
if you
merch,
guys
you're always flying
what's it
their
called?
banner, and rightly so.
When the
They're
audio
a
starts,
great
JD, make sure that the audio just sounds good.
team.
I just
They're
found
playing
out
first and
that the
Gentleman's.
Roadcaster
What makes
doesn't
this
affect
roster
audio
so
for
strong?
stream. It only affects audio for us.
It's gonna be that
So just
first
keep that in
one on
mind and
the
just keep
right-hand side of
you
your
adjust the
screen.
audio for
Don't
stream
get me wrong,
and make sure it's good.
these
I'll
are
adjust it for us
right
three.
set up
Okay?
into very distinct roles. Gromolock is your general, your leader.
We're locked
He
in. We're locked in.
dictates a lot
Oh
of
my
the
God,
combat.
Papa
He's just
Dopey
that support
with the 10 motherfucking gifted. Thank you, Dopey. Thank you, baby. Dopey and Ginny. Jenny. Thank you for the 4 fucking months, Ginny. Thank you. Come on now. Ginny Thor. Wait, that's a fucking fire name. Wait. Okay. I hope this isn't offensive.
Uh-oh.
Am I gonna get canceled? Fuck.
I don't know. What are
So
you
you know,
about to say?
like they say like Thor's daughter. Like, is that
Thor?
like Thor's daughter? Like you know that's like their last name. Like their last name is like, for example, Jade, Thor's daughter. What's another one, babe? Annie's daughter.
What, you think like we get our last names and that's like what it is?
Kind of situation with his duo. With that,
Like is that a different like country? Chat, you guys know what I'm talking about? Oh, they're saying it's Iceland.
Yeah, that's not. No, we don't have that.
I'm hearing that. That's Icelandic. So how far away is Iceland from you guys?
Couple hours on a plane. It's
that's
not
not
too bad.
Like a little 8-hour drive, you know what I'm saying?
No, you can't drive. There's a lot of water. You're not driving.
You can't drive?
No.
Why?
We're not connected. You're on an island right now. You're aware, right?
Wait, what?
Oh my God.
Is there beaches?
The UK is an island.
Serious competitor who's made it to the land. It seems every
was a
single
pond.
time he knows
What?
how to form
No,
rosters.
the
Coach, this
UK is an
roster
island.
excites me. Do it, first and foremost.
So there's no bridge? Whoa!
Brilliant brilliant competitor.
Look at Wolf.
Oh! What the fuck?
Oh my god,
Wait,
100 gifted?
Raji with the 10 fucking gifted, and Whoopi, you sexy man. What the fuck? Whoopi with the 100 fucking gifted. Man, you gotta stop your. Wait, no, you can't do that, right? Yo, Whoopi, thank you for the 100 fucking gifted, bro. You sexy fucking man. What the fuck? You're gonna see this chat because it's combined chat.
Yeah.
When somebody gives crazy, the chat breaks. It's fucking insane.
Yes, Clipper.
Hey, Whoopi, thank you for the big fucking 100. Good morning. I don't know what time it is for you guys. Raji, Whoopi.
What time is it over there? Like 7 a.m.?
Raji, you're fucking insane. Raji, you're fucking insane, bro. Hey, Raji, dropping the big 100 fucking gifted, man. This man, what are you doing, man? Already, that's 125 on the fucking day. Hey, the biggest dick on Twitch, Raji, you the fucking man, bro. Thank you for the big fucking 100. Whoopi, you stay showing love, man. Thank you, Whoopi. Wait, Whoopi, you're from... Wait, Whoopi, I think you were telling about a Saudi player. Are you from Saudi, Whoopi? I think you are, right, puppy? I'm pretty sure, from what I recall, you're from Saudi, right? Wait, so there's no bridge? Going back to our conversation.
There's a bridge you can get a train to the mainland EU from London.
Wait, mainland EU?
So like we're an island, and then it's EU, like there's like mainland where you can drive around them, but we're on an island.
Right now?
Yeah.
Wait, so is there beaches by us? No, I mean, so did that.
Yeah, we've got loads of different games.
Oh my god, Raji's insane. Hey, Chili with the 10 fucking gifted, thank you, bro. And Raji with another fucking 10 mod. Thank you, baby. Tenki, thank you for the 5 months. And mod, thank you, man, for the 6 months. Killer Chris, my son Brayden are up bright and early for the wars. Yo, Brayden, good morning, man. Hope you're having a great day, Brayden. Come on. Chat, it should be starting here soon. I don't know what time it is. Yo.
By the way, is everybody contested today?
Oh, so we were talking about this earlier. Let me go back to this.
Okay.
So, right now, I was talking about these top 5 teams. You were here, right? Ben, was it?
No, I don't. I think you stopped. Just debates, right?
Yeah. Oh, you're right. So, chat, Gentlemates contested by G2 and Corrios.
Okay.
Twisted Minds contested by Raven Esports. T1 contested by Vitality. Falcons, maybe contested by More Fun Esports.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's there actually are, but am I real, guys? I'm telling you, I don't fucking know geography. I'm not ashamed either. I really am not. I know you guys are gonna fucking make fun of me. You know what I'm saying, bro? No map with landing spots. Arthur, what do you think this is, bro? What do you think this is, Arthur? Yo, hey, Bit Dizzy, thank you for the prime, man. Raji, again, thank you so much. And Wolfie, I don't know if y'all said anything. Chat's moving really fast. Thank you guys so fucking much, bro. Thank you, Papa. Come on, baby. Yeah, low-key, I might need to do like a geography test on stream. I'm kind of down for that. I need some shots of I'm good. I don't need nothing. I'm fucking feeling fantastic. Oh my god, Evil. Wait, let me turn this down. Come down, come on. Fuck off. There we go. I need to do this. Make it a little bit easier to see. Because the other chat's broken. Yo, they gifted too much subs. It's broken now. Oh my god, Raji, you're fucking insane. Raji, no, you're from Kuwait. Oh shit. Wait, one of my boy Vader's from Kuwait. That's my dog, bro. Hey, Raji, Evil with the 5 gifted and Raji matching the fucking 5. Thank you, bro. Wait, Wolfie, what? Wolfie's the owner of Ravens?
Wait, really?
Wolfie, you've been in my stream for how long? Oh my god. Yo, Wolfie, you've been in my stream for how long? And I'm just now finding this out? What the fuck? What the fuck, Wolfie? Hey, Evil, thank you for the 5 gifted. Raji, matching the 5. Thank you for the love, man. And Rick, thank you for the 5 as well, man. Chat, y'all are going insane, bro. Raji's just insane. Raji's just matching all subs, bro. Thank you, man. Wolfie, your team was going fucking rogue yesterday. Holy shit. Guys, did y'all see that shit?
Yeah. The last game.
Niacin.
Oh my god.
Yeah, dropped like almost 20 kills?
19 in the win to qual is, yeah.
Dude, Niacin was in 7th place going into the final game. If they get wiped, they don't qualify here. Niacin, ice in his fucking veins, dropped 20. 20, chat. 19. But let's just say 20. That's fucking unreal, bro. I don't know. Listen, man, I want to see you fucking go crazy.
I'll see.
Atlanta,
I'll try.
Clip this. Atlanta, I better be cheering you on, screaming your fucking name. You better qual.
Ready, thank you.
If you don't call me, pissed, bro. All right, chat. Yo, A3, what's up, baby? Yo, A3, yeah, I met you yesterday, bro. A3, thank you for the 10 months, man. I got you, baby. I got you, my boy. Thank you, bro. Someone tell people to land on the bridge.
Are they cons?
Who, FIFA?
Yeah. Is everybody going research?
Yes, they land on Virtus Pro. So, AG Global, they go research, but then sometimes what they'll do is they'll send... Yeah, it depends, right? So they will send IPA to computers. So we're probably going to see is a Virtus Pro versus AG Global. We'll have Virtus Pro, AG Global, both on computers. But we have
Dragon?
Clown at computers as, oh my god, research is going to be fucking
Oh,
hell.
yeah.
Novos
Clown,
Trading
tem
Checks
Clown
Gamers. Trading pra quem joga pra curtir.
Oh, God.
What you do?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Os sabores
Yo,
Citrus
we
Mix
have
e
Clown
Acid
at
Berry.
research. We got Sariel, I think, landing on like
Novos Trading Checks Gamers. Trading pra quem joga pra curtir. Trading Checks Gamers. Masca e faz sua play com Trading Checks Gamers.
Wait, notice 8
Wait, they
lands
do
are
as
like
well?
Yeah,
at
in the
G2.
train.
Yeah.
Yeah. over
G2.
there.
So I think Sariel and Dev land together. Yo, Papa Dopey, thank you for the 5, man. Thank you, baby. Yeah. So those
We have
two,
a lot of people.
That's a lot of teams
Yeah.
on the same
the
bit.
right side of the map is
Yeah.
fucking heavily contested. Wow. I don't believe
C'est vrai,
that the middle of the map is that contested.
Yeah, who's landing Main Street?
Like Main Street right now, FLS land up Hole, T1 land Train, Falcons, they land Bow, Twisted lands Mansion, Gentlemates lands Lumber, G2 Lumber, Sariel, G2, Clown, Research, Dragons, Research, Virtus Pro, Computers, FLS, I said Cole, Purpun Esports lands Church, Raven Esports lands Mansion, Lotus 8. They land G2 as well, like that little strip, like by the waterfall.
Yeah.
Like that
Je
area.
pense que quand j'avais 18 ans avec la première voiture,
Correos
moi j'avais
land
fait plutôt S.
at
C'était pas pour sport le
Lumber,
S.
AG Global lands Research by
Kill 1 point.
There's no one going
Et les tops, c'est
that
des
area.
The left
Someone's
side
got to move.
tops.
Yeah.
À partir du top
What
5, c'est
about
fois
Nate
1,6.
spot?
Ou fois
Nobody's
1,8.
going over there.
Wait, you're right.
c'est
No
fois
one
2.
lands Nate
Top
Dog.
dab, quoi.
It's actually a pretty
No
good
one
spot.
lands
Top
all
dab.
of fucking what's that shit
Bank.
called? All of Bank or Main Street
Yeah, it's actually a really good POI.
or Bard.
À quelle heure
Bard's
ça
gonna
devrait
be
pas
free
tarder
too.
à Lille.
Oh, yeah.
One of those. Maybe I got the 69 HD, whatever. I got one of those. How many games?
Mais
Match point, baby,
ça
match
peut
point.
durer très longtemps.
Jerry,
Ouais,
thank
ça
you
va
for the
être
9
compliqué de faire
months,
top
man.
1.
Thank you. So good, so
Faut savoir
good. Come on,
vraiment.
baby. Yeah, dude, it's early.
C'est
Yo,
des lobbies
you know what's
fous,
crazy?
c'est des
Mr.
lobbies,
Patrick,
les gars,
it's
tellement
for
stack.
West Coast. What time is it for West Coast, chat?
Like,
Et genre vraiment
6
chaque
a.m.
joueur peut faire des clutches de malade mental. Ça va vraiment s'envoyer les gars. Est-ce que c'est la première game?
All right,
Est-ce
chat,
que
here
ce
we
serait pas la
go.
première game qui commence les amis? WC
little bit cold here today. Do you think that's going to have any impact here in map number 1? I think for your very best teams, your Falcons and so on, probably not. I think that they've got the quality to see that through nice and early. They've got a game plan there. But for some of your mid-pack teams, I believe it will have an impact for sure. You've got yourself, as you said, 11 maps. If you're Deus and Mia, you're feeling warmed up, you're ready to go, you understand a couple of things that went wrong yesterday, how things feel a little bit different online. Your comfort in the space. For some of those other teams who scraped through qualifiers, then you're very much so, okay, how are we going to roll into this? We don't really know exactly what this ping feels like. And yeah, there's going to be a lot to talk about there. I'm sure we're going to see how that breaks on down. But it's also just, again, like the way in which the players looked yesterday. So much confidence. We were talking a lot about Juju there. Comes over, introduction was... It's the man, you know, the only guy that's ever made Dandro look small. He was laughing it up with the crowd. Everyone's getting going. He then goes on to have a couple of monster maps. And it's stuff like that. That's the difference. You look over some of these other players. They're a little timid. They're a little, you know, trying to sit in the background a little bit. There's nowhere to hide on LAN. No, there is nowhere to hide. And I love that when we took a look at the gentlemates earlier, you can even see now, like, it's all smiles. These guys are ready to go. And it's something that, it's a key point to bring up. Some of these players, they look a little bit more relaxed. Others maybe shaking in their boots a little bit. It's one thing to maybe fear gamer tags on the line, Enigma. It's a different thing to fear maybe the person sitting across the aisle from you that's there. Really fantastic stuff. We're going to get into game number one here very, very shortly, friends. But Enigma, there's a conversation that I think we need to have, because I kind of almost had this realization as we were talking through in the open show, where there's a really good question about that for fun roster. Do they go to Main Street? Do they maybe go back to Boat? Maybe try and chow the Falcons? There's a couple of key teams that are not on this map that could open up some POIs. I'm thinking of that Main Street area. That's normally been an area of the map that's been controlled entirely by that Knight and Gabe Kuhn roster, right? They're not here. They're not going to be in this lobby. That's a potential opening, that bank area. We also, the namesake, it guts me that they're not here, but Nate Dogg in that bottom left-hand side of the corner, they're not around here either, down in gazebos. That's a potential area of the map that you can start to land on. We were talking about that there's going to be potentially 4 teams maybe down towards that lumber, maybe 5 if we get some of these teams coming on down from Cole. I'm going to kind of be curious. We know the drop spots of a lot of the big teams, but there's some nooks and crannies on the map that can start to get filled in that maybe teams can find success out of.
I'm fully expecting a couple of changes on landing spots. Let's get that clear. But if we go off the information that we have already, I fully agree with you, and I think this is a fantastic point to bring up. There's so many different ways in which we can talk and break down a map. Contests are so important here in Warzone. It's all about winning your landing spot and putting your anchor into a nice little safety pocket. However, with For Fun, one of the problems they may run into, you're right, they've got a lot of space, a lot of area they can loot up. Their economy early game should be great.
Já mutado aqui, né? Só pra... ainda não começou, rapaziada. Bom dia. Agora tá tudo certo. Vamos lá, vamos começar. Hoje é um grande dia. Lembrando, o time do Eida ontem ficou de fora, não classificou. O time do Dmingão também não classificou ontem. Foi um dia bem... O The Kill também não classificou. Foi um dia bem cabuloso ontem para eles. O Eida nem tanto, que foi o time do Eida não classificou por causa de 3 pontos. 3 pontos. Esse é o time da Virtus Pro, o time do Destroy, o Adrian e o Greymayer. Destroy que foi para a Virtus Pro esse ano, né? Acho que é o primeiro campeonato grande dele pela Virtus Pro. O Adrian. Bem rapidão, só mudar o...
Só com a sua câmera, tá? Você vai criar uma outra cena, mais direito, adicionar, vai botar aqui o nome, pode ser webcam, telefone, o que for, tá? A sua câmera já vai estar configurada. Esse vídeo não é feito para te ensinar a configurar esse no carro. Então preste atenção, não pula essa parte, senão você não vai saber fazer. Clica aqui em filtro de efeito, você vai clicar em adicionar, pode ser com o botão direito, tá? Nessa parte de baixo, cuidado para não clicar nessa parte de filtro de áudio, que é diferente, tá? Clica em filtro de efeito, na parte de baixo. Clica em ou mistura, tá? Ok, não precisa mudar o nome. Aqui você vai mudar aqui a parte de caminho. Explorar, você vai botar o arquivo. Então, esse pessoal é, né?
Assim mesmo. Cara, por que começou essa putaria do caralho, velho? Falei dessa merda aqui ligada. Celular vagabundo. É isso, né?
One of the best keyboard and mouse players that we have in the scene. Maybe a roster that went underneath the radar for some people. Very excited to see how GUI, FLS, and Melvin perform here today.
Yeah, so this roster is incredibly interesting from a European perspective. So GUI and FLS have been part of the best European performances ever, especially when we were in the dark days of 2024 and no one believed in us. They put up some great performances, but they've always kind of lacked that fragger. Now, last year they picked up Juki's, finished third of the World Series, great performance, but these guys have really struggled to get themselves through in the resurgence side of the space. They go out, they pick up the German of Melvin, who had, you know, been putting on great performances with all German rosters, but it felt like, are you ready to take a step to something else? And by God, he has been for these boys. Really fragging out, doing a wonderful job. They took control of Cole, that's where they're going to be playing out of. Again, another team that could potentially third party down towards that lumber mill side. But towards the north, they're going to have to be worried about, yeah, again, your VPs. Are they going to start to come over towards that? Are they going to think they can clear out Cole? So a lot to juggle for this team. You've got a great mind, you've got a great anchor, and you've got a great Slayer. All the DNA there of a team that can go and do very big things. And by God, I'd love them to finally make it out to Saudi Arabia.
I would love to see that as well. Very curious how this team is going to go ahead and manage to make it on through, playing out of that coal area of the map. We mentioned it. There's going to be a lot of action happening down there at Lumbermill. There's a lot of action that happens at Research, and if they can win that initial coal contest, they might have a lot of space on that map to be able to flex on out. A couple more fun facts from some of our players. We finally get our first cat guy. Shout out. I knew I like GUI for a reason. And he's also pro pineapple on pizza. GUI, we are one and the same. But the first Call of Duty he ever played was Call of Duty Warzone in 2019. And that is absolutely criminal for me to read that. I just, a little piece of me died inside Enigma. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, of course, we all love Call of Duty Warzone, but to not have experienced games like Black Ops 2? This guy needs an education. Those were some great times for sure. Apparently loves Research Center. I mean, look, this guy can shoot. He obviously likes to get Mixie out there, but he and his team, again, they're going to be set up in call, and if they can just march on in with that circles, they did so well through in the UU finals. Couple more kills on the board, please. Getting them into the later stages. We'll be looking pretty and potentially pushing that top 4.
Well, it's all ramping up here ahead of map number 1. Got just a couple technical gremlins to get out of the way, and we'll be dropping in. Do not worry. For the time being, we're going to go to a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to be teeing on up to drop into map number 1.
The Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now.
Campeão ano
Get
passado.
yours. Get to Riyadh this summer. And
Que hoje o Ada não faz parte mais.
love.
Não faz parte mais, quem tá no lugar dele é o... Shift. Esse campeonato hoje é de match point. Tá? Como que funciona o match point? Match point é você vai fazer como que funciona o match point? Match point é você joga, né? O time que fizer 150 pontos primeiro entra em match point. Você entrou em match point, depois você pega e aí esse time que entrou em match point precisa ganhar a partida para ganhar o campeonato. Ganhou a partida, ganhou o campeonato. Tá? É isso, rapaziada. Bom dia. Só para lembrar aqui a todos, hoje são 100 mil dólares, né? Em premiação. Então, o primeiro ganha ali 30 mil dólares. O segundo 15 mil dólares. 12 mil dólares. O terceiro 9 mil dólares. O quarto 7 mil dólares. Quinto 5 mil dólares. E assim em diante. É um campeonato de match point. Aquela equipe que fizer 150 pontos primeiro e precisa ganhar a partida. Depois, qualquer partida vai ganhar o campeonato, tá? Não é só fazer os 150 pontos.
$1,000 on the line. 4 spots to EWC, my friend. A lot to play for here in the finals of Warzone Resurgence Series here in Birmingham.
O mapa é Heaven's Hollow.
It is a chance to set the pace for the day, Enigma. If you are one of these teams who maybe is coming in, feeling a little bit shaky. What do you think the game plan needs to be?
Não tem brasileiro, tá? Lembrando que não tem brasileiro, não.
It's just talking to each other. Okay, this is the game plan. Don't stray from it.
Vai começar.
It's too early in the day to be throwing the kitchen sink at things or any Hail Marys.
Não tem mouse e teclado, é só controle, tá? Não adianta.
Just stick to what we did yesterday in some ways, or
Só
do we have a different
controlão.
landing strategy? Some teams came into this tournament knowing that if they made various rounds, they would play out various places. And also may have changed that depending on who made it through. Whereas those of you who made it through the online qualifiers, it's largely about, well, there's a reason we're here. We're some of the best players in the world. And if we have a slightly better day than last time, there's no reason to believe we can't make top 4. So feel things out. See how it looks after a
Os caras são favoritos, né?
and go from there. For that you need leaders, you need voices.
Os caras são favoritos.
In your ears. When we look at the best teams in the world, we certainly have plenty of that. For me, it's about those mid-pack teams. Are you able to step up here?
Esse lugar aqui é um transcentro, né? De Rebirth.
Listen, we're done the limited number of games here today, all right? You've played only 5 games. You've played only 6 games so far in this competition. But here in the finals,
Aqui seria ali seria a mansão, né? O control center de Rebirth e essa parte do barco aqui seria a parte de uma prisão na Rebirth. E os melhores drops são aqui, né? Os melhores drops do mapa. Aqui, mansão e serraria. Vamos lá, vai começar, hein? Primeira partida está rolando.
Calm before the storm as everyone floats in and we assess the situation.
Probleminha na câmera ali dos caras ali.
Starting to contest over towards Cold Depot. Research is going to be incredibly busy. Lumbermill, just the 2 teams are going to be down here. We expected potentially up to 4, and those 2 teams will start to land over by G2 and teammates. Speaking of which,
os caras já tá ali pra matar do time do G2.
This is a fight that we've seen time and time again. Now I gotta mention here, I mean, normally this is gentlemen's having to play off a significant amount of ping when they're trying to take this fight here. Lands a different time, it's a different beast, and I think maybe if you are G2, you gotta have in the back of your mind that I think once this gentleman's roster maybe starts shooting their gun, watching these bullets connect a little bit faster than they're used to, we could see them get very aggro, hot off these drops, and already finding a couple of those early kills to purchase. A great way to kickstart your map.
Yeah, most certainly. We haven't talked too much about the way these European players will feel different playing all on a ping that suits them for once.
Hello.
Well, the early engagement goes their way. It's often been a concern of ours when it comes to gentlemates. They'd certainly build themselves into tournaments very quickly. They reach match point, but their starts, their early contests are often slow. So nice early signs. Player from Team Go, you just floating overhead there. That was that number 10 circle on the mini-map.
Os caras estão usando
I'm going to assess how you fight for this POI. You have your loadout, so surely your economy is far better than G2. And you can send them packing, and you're beginning to push forward.
Olha, já vamos entrar ali na fight.
You can already see some of those fights boiling on out. A couple of those shots coming on in. We will, of course, gotta remake this lobby just a little bit. Don't worry, want to make sure everybody is feeling a-okay in this lobby before we get this event started. We don't obviously want everybody sitting on the same level playing field, okay? So we'll get right back in there. Do not worry. But already seeing, I feel like maybe a little bit of a glimpse of what we can see throughout the rest of the day here. But with some of our drop spots, I think we got to talk about it a little bit. We see there, it's just G2 and the gentlemates at Lumbermill. I was looking at Train on the other side. Not to be surprised at all, it is just Vitality and T1. And we're also seeing 4Fun. It looks like they're actually going to take over that barn area of the map as well. Just seeing a couple of those drop spots there. Anything that you think, maybe if we're going to play a little predictive analysis here, that maybe might happen in map number 1?
Research is going to be bloody awful for anyone taking part in it. That's got 3 teams directly inside of it, and one of them trying to play up from server side. So that could be very busy. Coal Depot, yes, you will see that contest coming in from Light Unlimited. This is Willy Dragons Kiraku. They were landing boat in EU finals, very intelligently leaving that to the Falcons because we saw what they did to any contests online. But I'm very curious when it comes to this this barn play out of 4 fun. There's a reason why the best teams don't play center map. It's because you end up in a situation where every area is a threat to you. If you've got your back to the circle, you can pay attention to directly what is in front. You've essentially got a focal cone. You don't get that luxury inside a barn. You got to be very quick on the loot. It has to go well. Otherwise, that is an instant blender. And also, there's nowhere safe to put your anchor. They are under threat at all times if you don't have that advanced UAV. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that plays out for them. They're a very smart team. They'll have said this is a very empty part of the map, so this is going to be best for us in terms of early game economy. But if they stumble, it's going to be a very hard route back from there.
No, it's I think a great point to bring up. I think, yes, you can land barn, you can very quickly get your loadout, feel good, but then you have to rotate very quickly to just somewhere else. Go take a fight early if possible that's there, because like you mentioned, you're getting taken from potentially or pushed from all kinds of different angles. You got teams at Mansion, you got teams at Research, maybe G2 who are kind of flying on over G2 the POI, not G2 the team that's there, but also teams maybe potentially one of those squads from Train pushing on up. All kinds of things you have to worry about. But one thing that's very interesting to me, if you think about it, on the north side, we have Twisted Minds. You get Mansion for free. South side, it's the Falcons on boat. They get it for free. For a couple of our other heavy-hitting teams, I'm looking at T1 and Gentlemaids. They're now having to sort of contest their POI early a little bit.
Isso é normal,
Does
né?
that maybe slow down some of those rotations they can make and allow for maybe those other 2 heavy-hitter squads just have a lot easier of a sort of round number 1, just kind of feeling on out. It's
Nossa, é muito difícil o jogo ser 100%, né? Sempre vai ter algum probleminha, alguma coisa.
What is between them and the potential zone that will pull there?
Yeah, it's difficult because it can be very zone dependent. We know certain teams, like for example, AG Global, right? They land Church in this one. It's a case of, okay, well, are you going to change that up if the zone pulls off maybe towards the east side and so it's too early to say really like what the situation is going to be. We're going to have to give it a drop or two before we kind of really see, break that down with any sort of depth. What I will say very quickly is that Team 7 apparently were really struggling. That's Clown & Co. They were a surprise team in through NA. So they're going to be very happy about this reset and hopefully have learned a couple of things to not repeat that in Research Center.
Hey, getting blessed. But let's go ahead. Let's bring the desk back on in to get some of their thoughts about some of those early things that we saw. Maybe some more conversations about some of those teams. Taylor, Goj, Tiff, glad to be able to see you again. I know we're all excited to get into this map number 1, but anything that kind of was gleaning from you guys from just some of the things that we saw there in that quick little glimpse of map number 1 that we got?
Well, first off, some teams who dropped early now have a second chance, which is great. Okay, first and foremost. Look, we want to make sure competitive integrity is there. Dandre, you kind of highlighted that. Everything needs to be correct before we get started. After all, there is $100,000 on the lines, so the better the competitors have, at least at their setup, the better. And look, I want to say, by the way, the team on site doing a phenomenal job. Shout out to all of you who are working hard behind the scenes to make sure the competitors have what they need to be successful. Goj, what do we take away from the first couple of false starts that we witnessed just a little bit earlier?
I mean, there's a lot. I think our casters covered a lot of the interesting drop spots. I think generally speaking, when you think about Resurgence, you really can't have 4 or 5 teams landing in the same spot. So I wasn't expecting to see all 4 of the teams we expected or on paper said they were going to Lumber or gone to Lumber in the past, going to Lumber in the finals. So it is interesting to see Los Carrilos. They've completely left Lumber. They're actually on the opposite side of the map, down in the silos, over by the water, bottom left side of the map. So I think that'll be an interesting play for them. Again, I think I said this a moment ago, but Deus Amir and his team had been talking a lot about strategies, and I think this is a team that's got a lot of them. They've been kind of going somewhere different for every stage of the competition we've seen thus far, so it makes sense that they change things up here for the finals, and hopefully that remains the same. Again, this is an interesting thing to start with this false start because it does give a sneak peek into which POIs are conned, which means our actual map 1 could be different now that they have read the map a little bit. So there's a lot of what ifs right now.
A lot of what ifs indeed. And speaking of sneak peeks, Polls Check, shout out to you for giving us a sneak peek of what to expect over in Birmingham. Repolls, your team has been putting in the work. Highly appreciated. Long hours. I think yesterday was almost 11-hour broadcast, but the energy never went away. I don't know how you guys do it, but you managed to do it each and every time. Shout out to you. We love you very, very much. Ravens, by the way, have been on fire, and yesterday they had an incredible game to finish out the day. And Polls Check ended up catching it all.
He's with a beautiful slide and looking to be a little bit aggressive here.
Caiu, ó. Ah, não, esse é de ontem.
No.
They're not gonna get the kill.
No.
They didn't get the third.
What's happening?
Crazy with 9?
Crazy, why aren't you
What the fuck is going on?
Where was this, bro?
Foi, essa jogada de ontem ali foi...
16 fucking kills. 16 has 16 fucking kills.
Niacen fez 18 kills ontem nessa partida. 18? É, 18 kills.
Who was under them?
It does not. Yeah,
I don't think it matters.
Very good.
Wait, really?
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, 16 by himself.
Can they knock out? Can they knock out?
Nia said 17 if he 1v2s. So he might get the super max.
Can Genji knock out Vitality?
He's about to drop set. He's about to drop 20, bro.
Oh my
Can
god.
Genji knock out Vitality or no?
Can
haven't
Genji
seen-
knock
we haven't
out
seen
Vitality?
much.
I
We
don't
haven't seen
know
much.
100%. But look at
Oh my god.
He called game.
Niacen just fucking chat.
He called
He
game.
whipped it out.
Niacen
17 on the final game to qual.
18.
Aí já era.
18.
Brother.
A internet dos caras é tão boa que os caras não precisam dar uma rajada nos caras.
Oh my
Niacen has
goodness.
18.
Esse teste ontem, quanto a gente precisa. Olha isso aqui, ó. Olha isso aqui, ó.
He's running at him.
Olha.
Where is that man? Oh my
Ontem foi muito massa.
Oh my god.
I mean, wow.
Brother.
Wow.
Brother, what the fuck?
Wow.
Muito massa ontem a transmissão do Destroy e do Repulso junto antes. Foi muito bom. Muito bom mesmo.
He popped ult.
Nah, bro. Nah. Yo, didn't Niacen have like
Got that ice.
You can never say they don't bring the energy, losing their minds rightly so. By the way, Destroy, he just started casting. You could tell he was locked in for a second, right? Play by play was coming, then all of a sudden he started losing his mind, and then there was no casting
Ele
after.
foi muito bom, mano. Os caras, o Destroy ontem, acho que ele é um cara que ele se comunica bem, né, mano? Comunica bem. Ele
I've heard they're streaky. But I don't know, Niacen, is he finally going to get what's due? Is he
então o cara
finally
se comunica bem, ele sobressai. Ontem ele e o
But he does have the ability to take over lobbies, as we saw yesterday when his team needed it the most. We've known this.
ele e o Repulso ontem foi uma dupla gigante ontem.
It feels like for a lot of these French teams that have really been strong in the European
Heritage Sport.
auditioning for the Gentlemates should they ever fall apart.
Niacen aqui, ó. Esse é o cara.
For Niacen, he's a
O cara fez 18 kills.
fragger is Enkyo. So he's in a very tough spot of no matter how I perform, what does that look like for me? But all he can do is
E o lobby ontem foi apertado, viu? Foi bem apertado mesmo.
Steps up. I was stood behind him, and some of the stuff he was doing to opposing teams, it looked like he was running ranked lobbies. He's going to have to bring that energy into today. We'll likely need a bit more support from Chalk in terms of the slaying out figures. He's to play in as that intelligent anchor. And what a redemption story it would be for him, by the way, having been dropped by the Gentlemates previously before they were under that banner, to then make it to EWC, whether the expense of the team in pink or not. But a very good roster indeed, a dark horse amongst this star-studded lobby.
Dark Horse, like that. Love my Dark Horse teams out there. How far can they go? Ravens, we're supporting you. At least I am, personally, especially that the Dark Horse police title has been thrown out there. Niacen, man, 19 kills is just absolutely insane. If he could do that each and every game, I mean, this roster could hit match points quick. You never know. I mean, it is late after all. Teams start to show up or they start to fall off. It's up to them to decide how far they end up going. A little bit of extra time to discuss some extra strategies. Get relaxed a little bit, figure out what may have gone wrong in those short little snippets we had in the 2 restarts just a little bit earlier, but that's Ravens on your screen. They're going to be kitted up. They got a little fan base right behind them, support system. I'm sure as the day goes along, but people are still like, recovering from the previous days of Birmingham. But as the day gets longer and longer, I'm sure it's going to start filling up in the cameras.
Oh, no, absolutely. Yesterday, it was packed from the very beginning. It started to dwindle down after a bit because there's no seating, or at least there wasn't yesterday. And let me tell you, my feet were bricks about 6 hours in. But there was a lot of shouting, a lot of love, a lot of celebration. It was awesome to see. And every team basically has an entourage. Obviously, teams like Amir and Gentlemates and Kogan have considerably bigger entourages than some. But it is a case of just so many people have flown over to Birmingham to take part in the support and are very, very excited for what they are seeing out there. Yeah, a wonderful day. If my throat goes at all, then that is on me for shouting yesterday. But I guarantee it's going to be a hell of a lot louder on Sunday for finals.
That's it. It's going to be a fun time. Let's get it started once again for game number 1. Danjo Enigma, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm glad that maybe your gentlemates in CDL got knocked out early, so that way you can save your voice, of course, for this event here this week. Maybe you'll have a chance to root for the gentlemates here in Warzone. Banishing to fry on out. Really love a lot of the breakdown that we have. There's a couple of teams that I feel like we haven't super dove on into yet, Enigma, that we do need to talk about, right? When we kind of talk about some of these rosters, I think we got to mention this Spectre roster. This is one that I think if you know ball, didn't surprise you to see it, to have them qualify. But I think if maybe you're not as familiar with the competitive Warzone landscape, especially in EU, let's talk about this Spectre roster and what they can bring to the table as we get ready to drop on into map number 1.
Yeah, so this roster is going to be Sariel, Authentics, and Swizen. Now, we got to see a little bit of some of these players last year, and then Sariel's this young man who's kind of burst onto the scene. A lot of hype around him, but obviously you're under a considerable amount of pressure when someone like Enkyo starts talking about you. So a lot of eyes turned in his direction, but I think that this has actually been a relatively balanced team effort. Authentics is technically the anchor, but the impressive thing about the way they land, the way that they've gotten through is where they land. They actually play out of, I'm not calling it G2, I absolutely refuse. It's over by name, no name, or train cars, and they basically don't have a safe spot to put Authentics into. So he just kind of plays almost as a backup anchor, almost a traditionally classic big map anchor where he's kind of over the top. Should Sariel and Swizen engage, he's able to just bang shots in from a distance. Swizen was actually leading the line. He put up 51, which is a real step up for him. And there's an element of, what is your ceiling? What's your potential? Every time we see them, they've gotten a bit better. What do you look like on LAN against the very best teams in the world? They haven't played much globally. This is an opportunity for them to really stake a claim as a European powerhouse.
They were kind of one of these rosters that I was very excited to see engage in this strategy. We've watched a couple of teams try and do it, and this Spectre roster feels like they were the only one to really make it happen, to do exactly what you mentioned about. It's park Authentics up there on that bridge side towards Strange, and you let Sariel and Swizen fly on into Research, just to be able to get a little bit mixy on some of the teams that are there. You have a buy station at 10 right behind you. If you do need to back on up, do not worry, you can get that squad back on in. You'll have plenty of space to play around. Very excited to see what they can make happen. Sitting across from them, though, it's another roster we got to talk about. It is none other than G2 coming on in. We saw them in those early engagements against, of course, the gentlemates down there at Lumber, but we cannot sleep on G2. There are some questions around this team last year. Are they going to be able to perform? You know, they performed online, a little bit lackluster on LAN. This feels like a little bit of a redemption arc for that team.
Most certainly. It's a tough one because, again, we were in Saudi Arabia and we could see a couple of the players on that team very nervous, lacking of color, shall we say, in the face, very much so.
Acho que torna os caras os melhores, né?
Stepping out across the other side of the world in front of thousands of fans. So, you're back there again now. This is now about building experience and taking what has been a very impressive online resume into our major tournaments. So, yes, G2, they have the potential to go big. If they finish top 4, would any of us be massively surprised? No. It's just all about that LAN environment and how you're going to perform there. I believe Big Man actually turns 19 today, so I mean that's an incredible time to do that. I saw him tweet something, so yeah, I don't know, but either way, what a birthday present it would be to get yourself qualified in for the World Series. If they are going to do that, they've got to win this Lumber Mill landing. They are not going to get away with it for free. You're up against Gentlemates, obviously one of the best teams in the world. And a lot of teams from Cole like to rotate over and contest. You're not going to just win it. It's win it quickly, get yourself set up and ready to defend before entering your mid-map strategy. Let's get ourselves drop back in, my friend. Let's take a look at these landings. We will get the traditional down towards Lumber Mill and the same over towards Train Station. Research will be busy, but other than that, looks like we've settled into the same setup. Already, maybe a different change of pace here for this
Time do Wake só tem um, hein? G2 foi pra cima do Wake ali. Quase foi hypado o time do Wake ali, hein? O time dos franceses, hein? Mas já voltou um. Conseguiu correr. Cara, quase que eles foi ali de wipe, hein? O time da G2 ali quase wipou o time dele ali, hein? E agora tá numa situação bem complicada. Ali já deitou o Wake ali, deitou, caiu. Viu o Gramalok ali. É o time da G2 e o time dos franceses ali na disputa daquele drop da serraria ali, hein? Já tá chegando o time da Virtus Pro ali. É o time da Virtus Pro. Caiu o Gramalok, hein? O Hallow caiu. O time da G2 ali não tá de brincadeira pra cima do time dos franceses, não. Os franceses já estão passando um perrengue ali. Time da Heavens aqui. O âncora, né? Mas já voltou o King. Yes. E ele já tá na luta, na briga ali com o time do King. Já foi um time wipeado. Tem uns 15 equipes vivas só até agora. Uma já foi wipada já. Não sei quem que é, vou ver. O time da Heavens ali tá... Esse drop ali, eu gosto daquele drop ali. Só que ele tem pouco loot demais, né? É um lugar que tem muito pouco loot. Subiu, já derrubou ali o Amir. O 14 é o time do Deus Amir ali. Quase derrubou, caiu ali o Cunhaço do time do Heavens. Tá ali no boliche. Quase caiu ali pro time do... Tá numa situação bem complicada.
It's T1, okay? Not a great way to start your Birmingham LAN, but if there's anything
caiu o Niansen ali. É, hoje o Niansen o negócio é mais embaixo, né?
Take out T1 early on. We know that roster, they love to ride that momentum. And starting here in map number 1, winning your POI, winning that contest, and then starting to maybe fry out the rest of these main street rosters who are throwing it a little bit of a blender. That is exactly what we like to see if you are a Vitality fan.
You most certainly do. The street just continuing to be a mess. Falcons squeezing everybody in towards the streets.
O time da Vitor tá ali, tá com 7 kills. O Destroy, 7 kills ali, hein? 7! O time da Virtus Pro ali. Já vai mais um aqui, Eu tenho que o Destroy aqui, mais uma pro Destroy. Destroy tá ligado. Boa. É o time do Willy ali, vai. O time da Virtus Pro tá bem, tá? Começa a todo vapor, já.
Still approaching circle 2.
Da Virtus Pro ali começa todo vapor ali, que é o Adrian
so good because you kind of have, of course, the waterway that splits the map. It means you're either going to have all of these teams having to push over from that main street side or kind of play from this right lumber mill side. So what does, obviously VP need to do? It's just win research and kind of push on down. Eventually they'll make their way onto lumber mill, but it's so easy to play this map from north to south and necessarily from west to east. So I love being able to see them get those early kills, teeing up nice here in map number 1. And you mentioned we're only in second zone.
Tem 13 times vivos, hein? 13 times vivos.
To see some of these players fall.
O time da Falco tá vivo, o time do...
best time in map number 1 before we came on into that reset, getting a little bit blessed, but I did see them getting farmed by
soca ali no barco ali, mas tá chegando o time ali dos caras ali no barco ali, tá rushando nele. Já vou...
as we can see already what's happening over here at boat. With, of course, the Falcons. Looks like maybe they're starting to get contested a little bit. I think this is Ravens.
Noobs ou Dong? Não dá pra saber, se é o Noobs ou Dong. E o Hisoka de bom ali caiu, mas vai ter o time ali.
Blink of an eye, it's just one last member of the Falcons up into the sky, and well, maybe not exactly the best.
Segurar o acho que é o nível. Não dá pra saber porque estão sem nome, pô. Tá sem nome ali.
Well, consider that situation well and truly flipped. The Falcons look for a regain. Players are going to begin to land off towards the water. But you will have players from Los Corrillos over there.
Squad H. 13 times vivem nele, 13 equipes vivem nele. Já vai chegar ali o time do... Derrubou ali o Dragon.
Kiriku's just got to find a moment of calm. There's boys back in. He shoots too early for me.
O time da Virtus Pro ali juntinho. Já finalizou ali também ali o Grimmy. O time da Virtus Pro está muito bem. 10 times vivos, 10 equipes vivas, hein? E parece a Falco tá ali ainda. E Soca.
He has a teammate who has been knocked. Ravens, they've moved on over the boat. They're trying to find him. They would love, you're going to hear that for sure. Does he have the cash? No, he does not. And I think he was able to get the buyback, actually. So huge play from Soka. Keeps them back on him, but look at this. Player, 5 kills to their name. Already
foi de wipe o time da Falcons, hein? O time da Falcons já pulou, hein? O time da Falcons já pulou, hein? Pulou. Não tem um começo legal o time da Falcons. Aqui o time da Virtus Pro aqui. Aiden com a kill. Destrói com 7 kills. Só que o Grimmy só tá em 2, que o Grimmy acho que não. Volta ainda. É o time do Shift ali, time da Twitch mais. Shift Armed. O Smith já foi em cima também do time da Virtus Pro ali. Shift. O Shift aqui com 7 kills também. O Shift já também tá indo aqui, tá fazendo um arrastão aqui.
Smitty going to be able to follow it on up, tail between your legs. You got to run away if you are Adrian to put yourself into the back on that train car side, but this is not where you
Não
want
voltou
to be.
ainda.
You got blood in the water. Shifty, he'll be able to actually find destroy. That's going to be the
Shift
final
com 8
number
kills.
VP.
E tá chegando o outro time lá, mas já vai o time da Virtus Pro de wipe, hein? O time da Virtus Pro de wipe também. Tava numa situação bem complicada ali. Tava numa situação bem complicada. O Almond ali de âncora. Já vai aqui pra voltar ali. É o time da Twitch mais. O Almond derrubou o Sage ali.
And as you're trying to rotate out, you are a sitting duck for this Twisted Minds team. So Vitality looking to slow it off as well. Try and rotate in.
Tá indo o time da Twitch Mars aqui, tá indo pra cima dos caras. E o bagulho tá ficando louco, hein?
Twisted Minds all setting themselves up for this next circle.
Acho que acabou a Resurgência, o time do Sage só tem um ali.
That is a tough ask. It's basically come down to which solo gets found out first, potentially. I don't know if I see
o time da M8 está vivo ainda, hein? Esse cara aqui é o Waco em kill. Com 7 kills aqui, tá? Fique de olho nesse cara aqui, que esse cara vai ser provavelmente o destaque do campeonato aí, que ele é um excelente jogador. Tá tentando pegar um ali no paraquedas, hein? Um tiro, hein?
Team Clown starting to make their way on into Lumber Mill as well. You see some of these fights brewing towards that northern side. Looks like it's going to be Ravens and Vitality. Going to start to engage here. And Twisted Minds, they might have an opportunity to third party that if they hear those shots start to break on out.
Yeah, got to take their time. Heat will find Blast rotating in. You will actually get a knock through if you're Vitality here. Big moment in that fight because you're surely going to be out-tooled in the moment. Nielsen, the man who went massive yesterday, could defend do it again, finds the first. The second, the shots are great. You will get knocked, however, in the
Vai pegar o time da Twitch mais ali pra wipear o time do Smith ali, 4 kills, tá chegando também.
So now top 5. Next multipliers for the win.
Top 5, hein, rapaziada? Top 5.
Other than that, you're slowing it down. Gentlemen, is just going to let a lot of this fight happen. Actually, no, you're going to have one player still in from Team Clown as well in the water. Consider them dead now.
Cara, e o time do Deus Amir tá lá em cima lá, ó. Tá muito bem ali.
Vitality kind of punching the air. Only one team away from getting a 1.4 times multiplier.
Do Insane ali. Agora Twitch mais, o time dos franceses e os times dos mexicanos, hein? Deus Amir, hein?
Zone will start to close them on in, but we have 3 teams remaining. It's going to be the Gentlemates. It is going to be Twisted Minds.
Caiu ali o Smith. Comprou ali. Caiu o Almond. Total chip vivo. Já chegou os franceses ali também. Já derrubou um. O Enkel. O Shift derrubou um lá.
Gentlemen's timing perfectly. They just let everyone else engage. I say that Shifty will not be outgunned by anybody. Finds Gromlock to turn the tide. 3v1v2 now in favor of Los Corrillos, and Amir's going to get aggressive.
Amir pegou o Smith ali. Foi. 1v3. Muito difícil essa partida aí. Já era o time do francês. Lo Criollos, hein? Time do mexicano leva a primeira partida, hein? Os Amir, Criminal, Gold e Zé Dark. Esse time foi muito bem ontem, viu? Muito bem ontem. E agora já leva a primeira partida, hein? Esse Zé Dark aqui, ele faz muita kill, cara. Esse cara aqui, ó. Ele é muito bom. Deixa eu ver ele jogar ontem. Ele fazia 10 a 15 kills num mob desse aí. Quem faz 10 a 15 kills é mágico. Tem nem...
This is a player that we've all got our eyes on, and being a huge part in those end fights and showing that they see out map one here. What a way to let everybody know who you are.
We saw them make that rotation early. Unofficially, we're being told 15 kills, 24 points. Let's watch.
Mas é isso, rapaziada. A primeira vitória aqui foi dos Los Coloridos, time dos mexicanos, dos Amir, Zé Dark e Criminal Gold. Esse time vem forte, tá? Esse time vem forte. Acho que... Mas aqui tudo pode acontecer. Acho que tá cedo ainda. É a primeira partida e esse jogo é consistência, né? Quanto mais consistência,
and it just feels like when you get to those final moments, they just do the better job against the gentlemen of finding those opening picks, getting the kills where they need to, and forcing them into a 3v2.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I thought Gentlemen had done
quanto mais consistência, cara. E outra, match point, cara. Match point é um campeonato bom. Entendeu? Olha a trocação entre ele. O Zé Dark, ele chegou pro trio, cara. Não tinha nem como pro francês ali.
From LATAM in order to get here. They were offered one of those team passes. They said,
o time dos mexicanos leva a primeira, hein? Deixa eu fazer um tereré ali e já volto. Fazer um tereré ali e já volto, rapaziada.
As they take out map one. But we're getting a look, my friend. Obviously, we're going to take a minute to get the leaderboard together, but a lot of high kills. It was a very fast-paced game. We were seeing players still come back in. We were talking like 7 teams remaining. So yeah, it'd be amazing to see what everyone thought of that on the desk. Let's welcome them in and get their thoughts on that process, because my God, what an absolute barn burner to kick off the Warzone Resurgence Series.
Salve, rapaziada, já começou.
Yeah, let's get the desk back on here. Would love to be able to see that and get their thoughts on this, because I think they are definitely. I know Goj is in the back, kind of yelling and everything. Desk, take it away.
Yo, first off, great game, good calling, and a lot of points on the board already. 150 points to threshold. That's what we're going for. Some teams fell very short. We'll talk about them in just a sec, but at least for Deus Amir, Ghosh on top. He chose this roster for a reason, and starting off with a Game 1 victory, Latin America is happy.
Yeah, Latin America's got to be incredibly happy. Winning map 1 is fantastic for them. I will say 24 points isn't a crazy scoreline, but it is certainly solid to start with. The biggest thing that I saw about this roster is they don't land lumber, but they rotate there early and take control of the main building in lumber. Basically, I think it was before the Resurgence timer closed. It was like maybe before the fire sale even. It was very, very early. And if I'm not mistaken, they start in gazebos and then rotate through the water to lumber. So yeah, a great start for these gentlemen, and overall a great map for them. The big question in my mind, how many kills did Twisted Mind have? They did win out the north side of the map. VP also had a great map. Destroy on double digits. I mean, map 1 was a treat.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, I think unofficially around 16 total eliminations. There was quite a few up there, 15 plus. The most was Furnace Pro. Let's highlight them. They're on the screen tip. Destroy started off. I think we when we left his viewpoint, 8 total eliminations by like minute 4 or 5. They were sitting at like 11, 15 elims. They started off hot and heavy. They did get finished off earlier than they wanted, but they had a great start anyways.
Look, I'm just going to go ahead and say their start was absolutely nasty. Of course, they landed just on the outskirts, the lower right side of Research. Now, Research has been one of the pinnacle places at the start of the map to acquire a ton of skills and kills. So what they do is they drop down from the south. They duke it out against Spectre and Cole, and they really want to lay claim to that just based on the way the circle is pulling. It's going to be good to establish a clear side of the circle. Gentlemates, starting in Lumber, after their initial contest, they had already acquired a large amount of space there. So you have to be able to fight for your own. The biggest thing that allows VP to get a ton of kills is those contests in Cole. You know who moves in though? Twisted Minds. They chow VP. They push them out even further.
Twisted Minds had such a good game. We get to the final points though. It's our top 3 teams. It's a 3v3v3 goes.
Yeah, 3v3v3 is a great way to start map 1 and finish map 1. It's not often you see 3 full teams in the final circle, so this was a treat. And frankly, I thought Los Carrilos made it near flawless, right? They isolated their ones, they wait for the other 2 to engage, they got weak, and then they clean everybody up. They are in final form right now, and you better be watching out if you are not a LATAM team. This is a very, very strong squad.
Strong squad indeed. A lot of strong starts, but for others, a start that they didn't want. We're obviously talking Falcons and T1. T1, more importantly. Ghost, let's go back to you, man, because this roster, much hyped up. Spam Gola, I get to land, no worries, I'm feeling good. However, they're the first team eliminated.
Yeah, so this is an interesting conversation that I'm sure the casters will break down more in future maps, because for our first map, the big question mark was around T1's drop. They like to land Train, right? Well, who else lands Train? It's Vitality. Vitality's kind of been skating under the radar, or at least at the bottom of our leaderboards, just barely making it to the next stage the last couple times. They're a really good team, though. Here's the other issue. You got AG Global landing Chapel, or Church, as the players know it as. And what I was looking back on, T1 get wiped the first team. They're the first down. They chow Vitality, and their anchor is actually playing over by Chapel, and AG wipes their anchor. So it was kind of a combined effort to wipe this team before they could respawn at the beginning of the game. I don't think T1 even bought a kill. They lost the early engagements, they lost the early gunfights, and they lost all of their players. So T1 out of this lobby on 0 points, if I'm not mistaken. Going into map 2 is brutal for them. If there's anybody that can come back from it, it's certainly that roster, but that is not the start you want from that team. Whereas the Falcons, they still picked up some kills, which is, again, the classic Falcons mantra, which is, hey, even our bad games end up being mediocre, which is good enough to make us a consistent team, because we're going to have a pop-off game. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, but I do question though, Tiff. I mean, for Falcons, right? I mean, mediocre, that's not going to cut it. I mean, top 4 is what the goal is.
Yo, you do not want to ever put the word mediocre and Falcons in the same sentence, but that's what this map 1 was for them. But you have to remind yourselves, the dynasty of the Falcons broke apart because seconds weren't good enough. We don't settle here for the Falcons, right? And as you look at their faces, I don't really see a lot of worry. Of course, Noobs usually has a smile on his face, maybe 99.9% of the time, but this just goes to show you how locked it is. Now, I said the same thing about the Gentlemates back in the EU Grand Finals for their region, right? I didn't like the map 1 performance, and what did they do? They went and they blew through map 2. Lo and behold, a substantial performance that put them right back into the mix. Now, since this is a race to 150, what is this team good at? They're good at averaging a top 3 performance. They're good at averaging 1.4x per point here for the Falcons. They miss out on that on map number 1. I have no worries. If the potential winning team grabbed about 24, 25-ish points, you're looking at hitting 150 in 6 games. That means you have 5 maps for the Falcons to turn it around.
Well, it's interesting, too, to talk about the Falcons because everybody also knows their game plan, right? They are free at boat. They send 2 out to do whatever they want on the map, and their anchor sits in boat. Their anchor this time around was still Hisoka. Was watching it back, by the way. It was Ravens that ended up chalking their game by challing their anchor, Hisoka, by himself. So while the 2 were killed and they were flying back in, Hisoka goes down. So then the 2 flying back in go, oh, now where do we go? And one of them gets killed. We see a buyback come through, and then we're flying back in as Hisoka, and we can't find the ground fast enough. So look, everybody knows the Falcons game plan. Everybody knows T1's game plan. Yes, they're the top 2 teams, but when everybody knows your game plan, if they have intel, you can be cut down early.
It's only game 1 after all. You know, no reason to raise the alarm bells just yet. But it was Vitality who ended up, securing that final blow. I think specifically Skullface. So Skullface Sage Blast, a team that has a lot of experience, and for a couple of those players so close to getting a victory on land at EWC just last year. They have a great game, 15 total eliminations. This roster also looking quite scary. 6th place, I think, is where they finish. Gosh, talking Vitality. Honestly, not a bad game, number 1, from their standpoint.
Well, I think the big question with Vitality, based on the stats that we've seen, is their placements are never the problem. 6th place is frankly a low placing for them. Like, they're usually a top 5 team, or at least that was the case during opens. It's just been kills being the issue. So Tiff, I think the big question mark now is, hey, you're winning that early engagement with T1 with a little bit of help from AG. You're finding kills, and hey, this is honestly a better start for Vitality than we've seen. Like, sure, they would have loved to win the map, but they got pinched out with like 3 teams rotating in, and Twisted Minds just beat them to the punch by getting to the north side faster.
That's just what's going to happen, right? As we shift into the grand finals and you're playing against teams that you didn't run into in some of your early regional finals, now that you have just all of these teams on the map, different areas are going to be more highly contested. And luckily for everyone, this circle on map number 1 went to Lumber. What happens when we go to Research Center? What happens when we jump up to the northwest to go to Pond? Things are going to get incredibly messy. And it's going to make that whole train station early action that much more wild. And I like the word chaotic, and I am ready for some menacing moments on land, baby. This is what I live for.
Can I just say, too, the fact that we're seeing Vitality pick up top 6 and the zone doesn't pull train is also a win, right? I think this team has gotten really good placement recently with the opens because we actually pulled the train quite often in our open finals. So they're getting a lot of zones during some of the qualifiers, and it worked out for them. This time, they're on the opposite side of the map, and they still are top 6 with a sizable amount of kills.
I do want to talk about Virtus Pro a little bit more to circle back, because one thing that I do notice, they do get a lot of elims. Naturally, they slay out. That's great. But do we think they kind of burn out a bit too early? That's going to be my concern. I look at like Aiden's rosters in the past, and one of the things about them, granted, champions, they win EWC last year, which I was highly impressed with. But I do notice, especially even the qualifiers leading up to that final day, one of the things about them is they would slay heavy. They'd be really, really slay heavy, but then they would fizzle out way too early and they miss out on the multiplier. Could we see Virtus Pro be one of those rosters, Gosh?
Yeah, I mean, listen, according to their average placement, they were 8th average placement throughout the course of our NA finals. Which is what they hit here. And it frankly isn't great in terms of multiplier. You really want to be a top 5 team, and some of the teams ahead of them in the standings were averaging top 5. So that is worth mentioning. Their kills are solid. Frankly, they weren't all that great even in the NA finals. They kind of did just enough. So this is a great start for them. I think the big question mark with Virtus Pro, that zone, frankly, is just really congested, right? You have 3 teams landing up at the top right-hand corner of the map. You've got several teams down in Lumber. You're getting contested just south of you at Cole. Like, there were so many teams to fight for. The fact that they picked up that many kills is fantastic. It's not a surprise to not see them in the in circle, because over half the lobby was basically fighting all around them, Tiff.
Yeah, they really were.
I was going to say, Tiff, it's time to get into game number 2, because match 1 has concluded. Game 2 is ready. Dandro, Enigma, let's see what's in store for us.
Hey, thank you so much, Taylor, Goj, and Tiff. Fantastic breakdown, because that map number 1, I feel like, was a great sort of maybe crystal ball into how the rest of our morning or afternoon, if you're over there in Birmingham, will go. But I mean, Enigma, when we talk about what happened with some of those teams, I mean, it was just so close all the way at the very end between some of the heavy hitters that we had come to know and expect. But Los Carrillos are going to be the squad that were able to take it on out as well. Can they do it here in map number 2? I love the way that the desk was breaking it on down with how, hey, some of the teams that we see do the best in that game number 1 are some of the squads that are furthest away from where that zone pulls. And I think that is something to be really keeping in the back back of our mind as we go through the rest of our maps here today.
Yeah, typically we've spoken about Avon's Hollow as a bit more of a defensive POI map. You're able to lock yourself into various areas and kind of batten down the hatches. No such thing here. Teams getting big kills on rotations. Virtus Pro, of course, being one of those. We saw incredibly high kills before they'd even really managed to make it away from research. But yeah, Los Koreas do a wonderful job. They're landing down by gazebos and then moving through Main Street, picking off bits and pieces as they go. There was obviously that fight between Ravens and Falcons over at Bolt. I think that helps alleviate that pressure a bit because they're able to push through. But they do a wonderful job of knocking down every domino in front of them and then just handling that end fight. As we said, Gentlemates were happy to let them engage each other, so Los Koreas Twisted Minds, and then activate on those gunshots. They do a great job of kind of understanding, wait, as soon as we take this fight, we need to recognize that we've got to look around us here, play for the rooftop, the height advantage, and that saves them from falling and gives them the map win. So we know how good Los Koreas are. We know what they're going to be like. They pick up 15 kills, I believe, somewhere around that. So that's a great start. What's that on a 1.6? Some good numbers, some good math early. Again, they started strong, though, yesterday. They slowly started to fade off. Can you avoid that? Have you figured out why it was that happened? What it is you need to do to keep up the tempo? If so, we could be seeing a LATAM team through to EWC.
Listen, I would love it, and I would love it for no one other than Amir, but we have a lot of Warzone left to play here today. I think that's maybe a conversation that we haven't had a chance to really sort of hype up that, yeah, you can have one banger map. That's cool. But when we're talking about potentially going 10, 11, 12 maps, if you're not playing consistently over all of those maps, you might have an opportunity to maybe have one or two stinker games, whatever. It's a-okay. You have to be consistent across every single one. So maybe you had a great map number 1. Can you have an okay map number 2 to follow it on up? And I'm looking at this map here, and we're already starting to see some shifts in where people are dropping. I'm looking at Lumber Mill, my friend. We're already seeing 3 teams now down here at Lumber. This is wild. But on the other side of the map, train station, it's Vitality. It is, of course, T1. They're battling it on out. It wasn't so good for T1 early, and the shots are already going on here. Spam, he gets caught on the cross. Sage, he's gonna be able to find one, and just like that, it's Echo. He's dropped. Is that T1 out? No, you still have one more up. It's Disrupt, but he has to run away here. Oh my God, what a breakdown. Hot in map number 2.
Entire thing turns on its head there, but with a decision making from Sage. Pops a stun that catches Flush. Means Spam can't get the kill that should have been his, dead to rights. And that then means Echo's stranded. Disrupt does well to get out, to be completely honest with you, but it will be a regain situation for them over at Pond. Now to check in with this fight, this 3-team fight at Lumber Mill. Of course, G2 Gentlemates, they're expected, but Los Koreas are in the building. And they will be trying to mop up anything from Stack's side instead. Big Man's going to get the early crack here, trying to chase down a Gentlemates player. Tucked himself in on the opposite side of the fence. Noise Q going to give him away. You're actually going to get shot from elsewhere. That's going to be Team 11. For Fun Esports finding a pick over from Mill side. Gentlemates then in a little bit of a blender, trying to regain early.
Ooh, this is already starting off with some energy that I knew that we would get, but just to already see it here on map number 2 is something special. Already seeing these battles battle on out between both of these players. Now, I love that we come and check on over at Research because we didn't get a chance to see what was going on here because of so much of the action in map number 1. We knew that this Squad 7, Watch Waldo, Colony, Clown, they were in a little bit of a blender in map number 1. And I think we're starting to see why. Sariel already on 4, finding some of those early kills, but look who's kind of floating on over here, getting mixed as well. Light Unlimited is here, and maybe we're starting to see how Destroy exited some early zones already on 8 in that map number 1 because we have so many teams that are fighting over here at Research. It's such a big POI that you got to play around.
Certainly is. Just so difficult to wipe teams. Players can just go and get lost if your anchor's trying to stay alive. There's 3 levels, a hell of a lot of eddies and doorways and crevices, and Sariel does well to crack one, but he's going to be back down, having been cracked himself. There's an attempted trade from Swizzin, won't come through though. Dragons on the hunt initially. Sariel going to get the hell out of here and might play this back zip. Going to have to be wary of Overwatch from player in the skies. That's from Team 9. That is Virtus Pro, continuing to look to regain. Not been a great start out of them so far. Let's go back to Lumber, check out this fight. As Criminal Guard's out of here, Dog's trying to hold the front line.
Dark has an idea. You got a player around you. Some early shots will back you on down. The fly on forward, Big Man. Maybe gets a little bit too aggro, but maybe that's exactly what you need. Scythe is there for the trade. You've been able to regroup. SG2 and Amir sensing some danger nearby, just holding on for the time being. Let Criminal God get back on in, get Z-Dark into the map as well. Resurgence timer still alive and well, so you don't have to worry about it too much, but look at the kill feed. It's Scythe, it's Big Man, finding Enkyo, finding Gromaluk. The Fulls are there, and it looks like the Gentlemates, first team to be eliminated from map number 2.
We talked about their slow contest. Seemed like they'd finally fixed that in the last map, of course. However, Shell struck again. That curse. Does G2 mop this up? Still haven't cleared out Los Correos if you are that side, though, so G2 are far from done, and Los Correos have actually managed to hit a nice little regain. Let's take a look at T1 here. Fighting Vitality. Disrupt cracked. Leaves... Sorry, Spam cracked. Leaves Disrupt a little bit exposed there, but Echo's actually going to be able to collapse in through the backside. Oh, I thought it was great timing, but Skullface absolutely slams him. Incredible work. Disrupt's now going to push this forward, leaving Spam as an anchor. And yeah, Disrupt might be swinging off a little bit more than he bargained for here. So I agree with the back off. I think you got to reposition this fight. Try and get Echo back in. There's no escape route, though. And Disrupt's now been found, and Spam's in big trouble.
What do you do here? You're just trying to stay alive. You're just trying to play your life in Vitality. They sense the blood in the water. This is exactly the type of push that you need. Spam, you might have stims. You might be trying to hit the stimmy shimmy, but it doesn't matter when you got Skullface and Blast running you on down. Great job from Vitality yet again to cut down T1. It's not a full wipe, but you've gained control of this western side of the map, but the action doesn't stop there. Over at Research, Lotus 8 starting to get a little bit mixy here. You've lost some of your teammates. It's Havoc hitting the loadout, trying to stabilize, as everybody is just trying to get their loadout, get the guns in hand, to try and keep them hot. As we have another squad make an exit. That's going to be Squad 7. Watch Waldo, Clown, Colony 2K, also eliminated.
Quite start to the afternoon from them so far. Was a surprise team the way in which they managed to get through NA finals. As we see T1 try and regain and land immediately into the arms of Twisted Minds. Almond on 5. He's had it busy here at Mansion as you try and set up. Squad 12 on that mini-map's going to be Ravens. Likely trying to regain themselves. We've seen them arriving in different numbers, bits and pieces. Going to slow that down and get together. Even as weakened T1's a very dangerous T1. The full Twisted Minds, well, no one wants to be fighting that, especially not when you're looking in the correct direction. Smitty there for the trade. You do lose Shifty, and I'm not sure if Shifty was already weakened up or if he just committed to the full instead. Try and burn through that resurgence timer quicker. Either way, it's going to be poorly timed because Smitty is going to be cleaned up by Nearson, and Almond's just trying to hang on for dear life here. A few seconds. Twisted Minds. You get found here, you are out. Keep an eye on the bottom left corner. Shifty will be first back in.
See, the Ravens doing a great job controlling this Mansion POI, and I'm looking at that mini-map, and T1 has also started to float on over here, maybe trying to find some purchase of saying this is a big POI. We know we can sort of play out of this if we can manage to get some loot, but you have a player get taken on out on the fly in. It's just one alive. It's just Spam who is there, and I think he actually gets dropped on in. Meanwhile, other side of the map, Los Correos, they're starting to get farmed by, it looks like, Gooey. VP is starting to float down on in, and Squad 6, they're starting to get moved through as well. That's Spectre. There is just no opportunity to get your feet underneath you once some of these heavy-hitting squads are able to gain purchase on some of the land nearby. Amir trying to get the buyback on in. He'll be successful. It's just Criminal God in the sky. Our winners of map number 1 suddenly find themselves on the back foot.
He's going to try and hit the deck here, but it's a member of Spectre that'll be shooting him in the back. Oh my god, I thought Crimmy had done it. Just about. Get your kill through if you are Authentics, but it's long enough for Amir to try and find a regain location. But, well, safety. Not the name right now for anywhere this team are landing. After losing the Lumber Mill fight to G2, they've been in that regain blender. Well, look at the amount of teams that are over here towards Mansion. Twisted, Ravens, T1, all here. Now starting to get pressure as well from Vitality. They're looking at Courtyard Wall and holding Bond. They'll have a buy station in their midst. Shifty gets them to cut down from King Chalk. So, yeah, Twisted Minds, it's certainly not going their way. Almond's going to have to slow the pace again. Resurgence window will be open. However, these are the last of your plates going in. So Almond's in dire straits indeed.
needs to just stabilize. Well, how's he worried though, Enigma? I'm looking at that mini map. Sure, you have a couple of these squads, T1, Ravens, Twisted Minds, all here at Mansion. They're gonna start to battle each other, and who's waiting in the wings? It's Vitality. They've made their way into zone towards this house's side. They would love to catch some of these players moving on out, as would Spectre. And we're starting to see some kills come on into the kill feed. I saw a Los Carrillos squad wipe. We'll get confirmation on that one, but it was by none other than AG Global, a squad we haven't had a chance to talk about. Falcons, they're also starting to get dropped a little bit here at Lumber. What is going on? Nobody having the opportunity to regain in this fight.
Já era o time da Falcons, hein?
They're wiped as well into the top 10 squads remaining.
Before Fun Esports starting to arrive into this fight against FLS. Themselves are only a 2. You will get that spawn back in as well. So for Fun, looking pretty great here. Center map. This is as center circle as you really can be right now. And they'll have control over the buy station within at Mill. FLS tries to get out. FLS gone out of here. We'll see you in lobby 3. Halfway through the teams now. 8 out of 16 remaining, but well, let me tell you, 8 teams, but certainly not 8 healthy ones for Fun. Just trying to catch a couple of players rotating in, maybe third party, a few situations. G2, they're now squeezing on the regain.
This could be a huge fight for them. Anxiety is going to be able to find Z-Smith. A huge opening that's here, but if you are
Caiu o shift ali.
you have to be so careful. Shifty gets caught on the rotation there from sight. You can see already the confirmation coming on through. So G2 doing a great job. They land
Vai ser wipeado aqui o time da Falcons, hein?
and now they are just looking to clean up the rest of this site.
Wipeado o time da Falcons, o Almond ali. Pelo time da G2, hein?
In 8th place. Some of the squads in aim with it we thought were gonna come on in here and be hot off the presses can't seem to find any sort of purchase, and already here you can see Spectre holding the line at this POI that they know and love. They land at it, find some members of Vitality. Sage will answer back in kind with an X3 Ion in hand. Send Swizzin running away, last player alive, but he might be running directly into the waiting arms of Light Unlimited, who is here. Couple of squads torn apart, just trying to get into that top 5.
No slow, playing for that top 5. North side of the map.
Ainda Virtus Pro, tá todo mundo vivo.
Cold Depot in the
Aqui
hands of Virtus Pro. Your Spectre trying to squeeze forward towards Gens, but you'll be backed down by Light Unlimited.
Arrancou placa do ele, o outro arrancou dele também. São 7 meio vivos.
Buy station there, very important for both of those teams. AG Global and 4 Fun.
O time da Squad 6. Que porra é aquela ali? Que merda é aquela ali, porra? Time do Pum aqui, Jojo. Chegou, já foi. Só tem mais um, hein?
But Fief, he's going to be able
Conseguiu
to
correr.
run away.
Consegui escapar.
Somehow stay alive for the time being, but a great stabilization effort from 4 Fun.
Que porra era aquela ali, cara?
But they are still outside of zone. You have to make your way on.
O time da G2.
Few remaining members of G2 here. Just trying. You'd love to be able to get
Bem
to that
daqui,
top 5 with Scythe with 8. We're seeing Big Man and Anxiety also get some kills early on in that game. You would love to get to that multiplier. They're going to be able to do it because on the other side, it's Sage with a huge 2-piece on Light Unlimited to knock them on out. Vitality, they have such good
Virtus Pro tá vindo ali. Virtus Pro já pegou e vai pôr o time da G2. Essa tá pro Virtus Pro, hein?
Trying to play up against Virtus Pro, who have a full 3. You're tucking yourself inside and hoping for the very best. Vitality looking to catch anything on the outside of this and then activating the right moment. They're in the best spot to clear the map. The circle pull is awful for them. They're going to have to move quickly.
Vitality got to push down from this top side. You need 4 Fun and Virtus Pro to go ahead and fight here, or maybe you can play a little bit of a third party. Here comes the swing, a flank. He's going to go wide, but all 3 members of Virtus Pro are...
Nossa senhora, chegou! Os caras chegou, aproveitou o time da Valverde ali. Nossa senhora, rapaziada. Que é isso, cara? Os caras foi muito inteligente agora ali. Muito inteligente. Porque se eles esperam os caras fightar, eles estão lascados. Entendeu?
They look good in the open portion of Birmingham, and they're looking pretty good here in our LAN finals.
É o time da Scalpay, do Sage, é o time do Sage. Não, não é o time do Sage, não. É o time do Sage. Cara, muito inteligente essa jogada aqui, tá? Muito inteligente. Por que eu vou esperar spaitar se eu posso ir lá, se intrometer lá no meio do rolo e matar logo todo mundo? Foi o que eles fizeram. Cara, mas a Virtual Pro tá muito bem nesse jogo, né? Nessa... eu não consegui ver a tabela, eu vou tentar ver aqui.
Listen, if there's anybody that loves being undervalued, it's Big Man Blast himself. Being able to come on out. Oftentimes yesterday was the one putting up the big numbers for his team alongside Sage. Just doing such a great job, all three of these players playing as a unit, playing as a team. And one of the biggest concerns we had through that qualifier stage,
eu acho que o time da Falcons caiu, cara.
The rotations that we'd like to see. They've somehow unlocked the code, right? This is so far away, this zone, from their normal drop point. So I love that even when this zone pulls so far away, they are finding success where they need to, playing sort of this northern side of the zone, doing such a great job because it's kind of all starts here, right? Sage picks up a huge two-piece. This opens up this top side, and they can just wait for the rest of these teams to battle it out down below.
Yeah, and they do a wonderful job of it, and it's almost a repeat of what we saw in Gentleman's trying to do in map 1, but it's before that as well. It was, they played up towards Barn, and they were willing to hold the wall of Mansion, just catch any teams that are playing for that buy station, patiently does it, don't need to go over aggressive with it.
Deixa eu ver se eu consigo achar a tabela aqui.
When they play the north side, and they just go very wide, make sure they just catch any wide teams.
Free at boat, they send 2 out to do whatever they want on the map, and their anchor sits in boat. Their anchor this time around was still Hisoka, was watch time around was still Hisoka.
More highly contested, and luckily for everyone, this circle on map number 1 went to Lumber. What happens when we go to research center? What happens
doing such a great
when it comes to the online stages? These three boys
pegou os caras.
What a story for them to be looking real good at the map.
Era aquilo aí, cara. Era aquilo ali. Chegar e eliminar o...
People stood around them at the end of that map. They'll have their support.
Isso não é jogar sujo, tá, rapaziada? Isso é usar inteligência. Por que eu vou esperar o cara, o time fightar, se eu posso quebrar ele, eu posso pegar ele quebrado, né?
Couple of those teams we highlighted at the top of the show, also finding their way.
Já sai a tabela, vamos ver aqui.
The scores are starting to build on up our friends. Some of our teams that maybe we thought would do good, they're answering the call. They're doing fantastic through 2 maps. Others are heavy hitters. I don't know what's going on. You got to maybe recollect as a group, figure out how you want to maybe attack this map and how you can do a little bit better in these coming maps. We're going to go ahead. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be dropping on in to map number 3. You don't want to miss it.
Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup.
Acho que é a Copa do Mundo, né? Se é a Copa do Mundo, vai ser em julho. Julho a 1º de agosto. 29 de julho a 1º de agosto. Esses foi os últimos campeões da Copa do Mundo. Da G2, né? Pô, esse time aí é o Big Man, o Site, o Anziette. Destrói roubou a cena, cara. Deixa eu ir lá. Ah, o cara é um gente boa, pô. O cara é gente boa, o cara merece.
Porque quem roda o dia todo merece rodar com vantagem. Combustível, seguro, aluguel de carro, benefícios para o dia a dia e mais. troca pro InDrive e entra pro clube.
This is the most relaxing game in 2025.
Sit down right here, baby. Come on, hey, talk to me, baby. Talk to me, bro.
We're feeling good,
You
man.
guys are fucking
This guy
glowing,
D
bro.
had 10 first game. Grammy had 7. I might have had 1, but I stayed
You're
alive the whole
anchoring, you're
fucking
anchoring,
game.
You're anchoring, bro. How
Second
does it
game.
feel? How does land feel?
Plus kills, we got another 17 points.
Okay,
so
nice.
consistency, we got 22. I mean, we're just trying to keep our game show. We haven't even really got a zone yet, so we're just being patient.
Okay.
Allowing the game to come to us. We're not doing anything that we don't need to do. We're playing smart, and I mean, the team chem right now is beautiful. Grimy, small talking everything.
That's
Adrian
fucking
is
cool,
calling everything. We got literally everything. Chat, I love you guys. Sunday, I love you.
Come on,
Hispano, I love
baby.
you.
Oh, chat, listen, man. This drop, I swear we were going crazy. I don't want to keep you for too long.
I got you.
I appreciate you hopping
I
on,
love you
man.
guys, chat. I'll be
Turn on my
back.
boy this
Yeah,
drop for the one time, baby. Come on, baby.
They're playing really good. They're playing really good.
Yo, I like this. People just come in and you
It's
know,
actually so cool.
Los Carilhos aí, primeiro né, que ganhou a partida.
Okay? That'd be fucking cool. So,
Vamos ver
come on,
aqui.
baby. Chat, we're getting player interviews mid-fucking tournament.
A tabela vai ser sempre que no repulso aqui, ó.
Are fucking Brian, keep it the fuck up. Bro,
Let's
go
go.
lock in, baby.
Thank
you,
Bro,
Bro,
love you, baby.
Hi.
Come on, baby.
Nice to meet you.
Come
Adrian.
on, bro.
How you doing?
Good.
Let's go, baby. Come on, chat. Chat, cookout on my birthday. It'll be a cookout not just for my birthday, but for Adrian as well. Come on now. Come on, man. I love it.
Can I get invited? I'll fly as well.
Would you come?
Where is it?
Are you coming to Atlanta?
Yeah, I'll come in Atlanta.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's gonna be
yeah, of
playing.
course. You're gonna be called.
He's gonna be playing.
They'll be paid for it. So.
Come on now. It's Dallas. You know where Dallas
Dallas?
is?
Yeah. I know geography.
Wait, what?
I know geography. You know,
Where
like
is it
you.
at? That's right. That's
In
right.
America?
I mean, it's not wrong.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
You know what? Okay. What? Would you come?
Yeah.
That's a dude. That's expensive. Listen. Oh my. Hey.
No, I'm not like that. I'm not like that. I'm not like that. But I know. I'm going to like yeah.
Okay.
What the
I don't
hell
mind.
is that highlight advantage?
What did it say?
It's
That's
his
it.
birthday tomorrow, Genie. Give him a kiss. What is wrong with you guys?
I'll
Never
tell
seen
you.
a female before.
Yeah, that's exactly what I told him. That's exactly what I told him. Yo, Mushy, thank you for the prime, Mushy. I appreciate that. Motherfucker, Joe, what's up, Joe? Thank you for the 18. Dark Watch, thank you for the 100 beats, man. Mr. Team Doodle. No, Find Your Duo, thank you for the 1 gifted. Clarky, thank you for the 18. Mr. Fred, thank you for the 28 months. Bryce Crispy, thank you for the 8 months. Let me catch up on all these real quick. JS, thank you for the tier 1 beat. Go, thank you for the 4 months. Cruise Control, thank you for the 30 months. And Mr. Preacher, thank you for the tier 1. Man, I'm all cut up. Yo, what happened to you? Dude, that was actually Doggy that I downed, chat. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, but he did it. Yo, Ginny Thor, he's the one that called me a Falcon's dick right now. No, I should be dick right. Wait, so, Ginny, who do you want me to choose for then? If I can't root for Falcons, who do you want me to root for?
No one would have
Wait,
predicted
read
that
that
coming
message.
into
Nat,
today,
can you
whether
write it
you're a
again?
little bit cold
Can you
or
write it
not,
again?
that is
Chat's
very
moving a little bit on this end.
They're struggling with the landing
There's a message, yeah.
against Vitality,
Christian told me he
of
crashed
course.
twice
Then it feels like
in the
they have no
pregame,
escape
and they
plan.
made him rejoin, and when he
real
kicked him, they
route
played
out
on.
of there. One of their re-games is off towards.
So they're not their beat.
What's their route from
Querendo
there?
atualizar a lista aqui.
Four Falcons. Okay, I'm going for fucking first, bro.
No.
Wait, no?
Be
Vamos ver
quiet.
aqui esperando atualizar a lista aqui.
Oh, no, they're gonna
I've
wait.
been for them.
You're gonna get what now?
I told them they're my favorite.
They obviously have Echo as one of the greatest minds in
Look
the
at-
world. They
it's
will
a
put it planned together, but it's got to
casting
come
person.
sooner
Never mind.
rather than later. Match point
It's
could be
fine.
a long afternoon.
Guys, if
You
they
do
do what-
not want to be
oh, nah.
chasing in a lobby this quality.
That 3 predictions starting now. What do we got? Predictions.
I'll
Wait,
go
no,
with-
JD's first.
Okay, yeah.
My turn first.
Yeah, and that's really what sort of it feels like the undoing
I'm
of
going-
the
I'm going
gentlemen.
Twisted
I gotta
Minds
say,
this time.
Okay,
I'm gonna call
Twisted
it
Minds
because
for
we're
Jay.
trying to be
DP.
PG here on the broadcast. Confidence from Los Carillos to
Okay,
drop Lumber.
my prediction
Los
for
Corilhos.
this game.
Los Corilhos é o time dos mexicanos.
Chat, that is not
Deus da
fair.
minha,
You can see right now,
criminal alguns é
Vitality,
Dark.
they're
Eu
about to
acho,
go
mas eu
wrong.
acho que mudou essa,
I think they go back to back. They're doing-
essa posição aí.
Next thing you know, it's obviously them getting taken on out early. So, if there's anything we know about the gentlemen, so I think they looked very
Cara,
solid
eu
in
não
map
sei
number
porque
1.
ali
And if
essa
they can learn
porra
how to
desse-
control that lumber mill fight, they'll be feeling a lot better here in map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, G2 ended up dominating. They or at least dominated the lumber side of things. This was a great end zone, though. I loved it. You have 4 fun. Obviously looking very strong at the end, but the third party It is, of course, Skullface, Sage, Blastoise from Vitality who take advantage of Enigma.
I'm just really glad to see the way in which they're playing them. Look, we know these three boys can fly. We know they can shoot. We've seen them done it for years. But this is a team that for a long time through this season, we've been asking, what's the decision making like? You know, you've got your base in the back, three great minds. How the hell are you playing these situations out, continually coming up a cropper? Well, they've done a much better job.
Aqui tem muita propaganda esse cara aqui.
By the way, he was doing this all yesterday in gaps, doing the push-ups, doing everything else in hell of a shape. And I see why, because I'm going to be honest, I am too lazy to get my ass out of my chair and go and do some push-ups in breaks. But this guy's dancing, this guy's grooving and moving, and no doubt feeling the vibes after a fantastic first 2 minutes.
Sage always brings the vibes, and that's exactly how he is. All right, in person, he's always grooving, moving to the own beat of his own drum, man. Love Sage, especially pumped up after that. Skullface, Blastoise, two great players. I've always been a tremendous fan of Skullface throughout the entirety of his career. Dandro, they get the biggest game of the day yet.
Yeah, no, it was huge. I feel like just this shot summarizes this team to a T. It's like Blast scrolling the timeline. Sage is dancing to his own beat over there. And what's Skull doing? He's probably yapping it up with eBay. On like, yeah, I don't know what this guy was doing. He was scamming. Oh my God. Like, we need to absolutely take advantage of that. And Ethan's over there. He's like, yeah, I don't know what that play was. That was really dumb. You guys are doing a great job, right? It is just so cool to see, obviously, this roster be able to come together. 2/3 of it plus Ethan, you know, representing 100 Thieves last year. They get picked up Vitality kind of for EWC this year because Vitality has a lot of faith in this team. I love it. Look at that. Ethan getting hyped with Sage. I had a chance to talk with Ethan. I said, you know, how did Vitality take it when you guys didn't qual? And he was like, dude, they were so supportive. They were like, hey, guess what? We're on to Birmingham. You guys have played through. We have full faith in this team. And it was so nice to sort of hear that, right? We've been on this train of getting orgs involved in Warzone, and to just hear the support that Vitality as an organization provides these players. No surprise to see that maybe when push comes to shove, here they got a little bit of fire lit underneath them. They are performing.
Performing indeed. Remember, guys, Sage is a world champion. You might have forgotten that. I'm here to remind you each and every broadcast I'm on, whether it's the World Series Warzone or here for the battle for EWC spots. Sage is a champion, winning the World Series Warzone Global Finals in London. So I'll never let you all forget that. He wants to be a champion once again. He's never lost that fire. And by the way, his story is phenomenal. If you ever get a chance to catch up on his background, please make sure you learn a little bit about who Sage is. He's a remarkable person. I want to talk about T1 again. I mean, come on. So hyped up coming into this event. Where is the struggle, Enigma? You mentioned the drops, the rotations. I'm saying blow it up now. Start from ground zero. Where does T1 need to be in game 3?
The phrase blow it up is usually made in reference to a roster, my friend. I'm going to assume you mean change the landing strategy.
Landing spots.
It's a very good team. Okay, so yeah, landing strategy. Excuse me, pardon me. It is a case for them of, I'm watching them land in at train station, and for me, they're landing more towards the buy station side. Now, I understand a little bit, you're trying to control that, ensure your opponent's team can't get to it. The problem is your back's exposed, so the second you end up in that fight, the second it's going against you, you're also getting picked off by teams looking over from fire and so on. Maybe try and take control of main instead. That's why Vitality are playing out of right now. That's the building with the tower that a lot of you will have played in ranked and so on, or your pub lobbies. That's a really good spot to just kind of, okay, the water up my backside, I should be protected from that. Really, no one's going there at this point. I can just pay attention to the fight directly in front of me. Either that, or try and get your anchor off towards the pond house or the toilet, somewhere like that. Just play a little bit safer. Set yourself up for a nice mid-game strategy. Let's see how you look with that.
Well, let's see how the scores looked after drop 1. It was a good opening start, especially for some of the rosters out there. Of course, Deus Amir, his roster, phenomenal start with 24 total points. Yeah, it's not the most.
Good morning, DutyReed.
After drop number 1,
here's a quick 7-day overview of your channel. Nightbot.
Ended up finishing towards the bottom. Falcons was one of them. They've been on a struggle for the time being, but they're going to be just fine. Antro, game 1, opening start. Biggest surprises to you?
The biggest surprise to me is that we have only a 6-point difference between 1st and 5th, dog. Like, so many of those teams fried out. It was, I'm going to just read down the list from 1st to 6th and kills there. 15, 17, 16, 18, 15, 15. Like, that is crazy that so many of those players were able to find that amount of kills in that one lobby. And I think just goes to me, if I'm looking at these scores, if I'm looking at the sheet, you have to realize the kills are there if you can find them, okay? I mean, look at Virtus Pro, for example. They end after map number 1. They're currently sitting in 4th. They go out in 8th in that lobby with 8 14, #1 in that lobby that was there. Has you kind of wondering if they were able to get deeper, maybe into that 1.4 times multiplier, 20 plus north of kills, we could be looking at a very different leaderboard, especially after seeing their map 2 performance.
True. Enigma, any touching points from the drop 1?
I mean, I guess right now, I mean, obviously drop 1 and then also went into drop 2 as well. Where the hell are our heavy hitters at? Let's see them get moving a little bit. Obviously lovely to see what Vitality are doing. And Los Correos, I would pay incredible things to see them get through to the EWC with everything that they've gone through, with their amazing story.
Rapaziada, vamos atualizar aqui, fazer uma atualização breve.
That would be an amazing thing for sure. But we do want to see the best teams taking
Loucorilhos levou, que é o time dos mexicanos, levou a primeira.
Yeah, Latin America, by the way, such a
passionate mas aqui já estamos na segunda partida já. O time das Falcons está mal, né? A segunda partida quem levou foi o time do Aidan, Vitality. Estou esperando atualizar aqui essa lista.
Right now they don't seem too defeated. They actually seem pretty chill. They seem okay, but they do realize there's some fixes that need to happen, Dandro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if it's fixes so much as that I don't think any of us would have expected in game #2 to see a Mirror squad decide to land Lumber. Like, it was like, you guys just won map #1, playing out of that bottom left side of the map. Why are you now coming here? It's almost the exact same zone that you can see. Like, what? I just think they literally just get caught a little flat-footed, maybe a little bit surprised just by that happening. But if you are the Gentlemates, you love that happened in map #2. We have so many more maps to play. You now have more information that you can now play with, saying, hey, here's how we need to play that drop 4 if they come here, and how if they don't come here. Because map #1, we see what happens when those videos does not land Lumber Mill. Gentlemates, they kind of deal with G2, they own the POI,
pô, duas partidas ruins ali já.
They place very good. They come in second in map #1.
E querendo ou não, o começo desse campeonato, desse modelo, ele é muito importante, né?
Little adjustments moving on forward and how you want to play out of that POI. I actually think that while yes, it's not a great map #2, this is a roster that we know that can regain. They can come right back here or map #3, put up some big numbers, put themselves right back towards the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I agree with what Dan's saying here. I mean, personally, the weird thing is about that whole landing situation as well is there was actually G2 that noticed that Los Correos had come in first. G2 actually landed more towards the east side of Lumber Mill main building, and as such, were automatically taking shots. So what they decided to do was like flip the fight, essentially. We're going to play underneath the Gentlemates, let them go in our place instead, and kind of sandwich them between. So it was very well managed by G2, and I agree. I don't think Gentlemates were prepared for it at all. Whether they knew that another team would come in on them, you should at this level, quite frankly.
Os caras reformularam o time todo.
But it's then also how to engage it. They're focusing on G2 are a big threat, G2 are a big team. It just goes to show the mental games that go on sometimes. We're prioritizing this team, not the squad that won map 1. It's a very difficult situation to be in regardless, but that's a hell of a call. It has got to be better out of them. But also talking about drop spots, it'll be interesting to see what happens in map 3 up towards Mansion. Ravens decide to land there in map 2 with Twisted Minds. There was a lot of talk about this yesterday with Nearson looking as good as he was as well. He was very confident about pulling it off. It didn't go as good for them, and it didn't go so well. We saw Twisted Minds still in quite late, so I wonder if that's going to then go back to that traditional setup of Twisted Minds basically owning the north side of the map.
Parceria, Twisted Minds team obviously with a lot of prestige. They're looking to go back-to-back years this time, a different roster, a little bit of a different DNA. However, the core group is still there.
Tu tem que pegar no mínimo top 2, mano. No mínimo top 2. Só que, na real, tem que pegar no mínimo top 4, guys. Por quê? Por quê? O top 4 dá vaga pro EWC direto. E dando vaga pro EWC, tu já recupera uma grana instantâneo, tá ligado? Instantâneo. Top 4. Top 4 tá válido.
Cara, eu acho que... Não vou nem comentar, né? Cada um com seus problemas aí. Mas... Já comentando... Eu acho que o brasileiro pensa muito pequeno, né? Acho que... Os caras vai para um campeonato pensando em ficar em top 4, um campeonato desse tamanho. Pô, se eu for pra porra de um campeonato desse tamanho aí, cara, ou eu vou com o pensamento de pegar o top 1, ou eu não vou, caralho. Fica em casa. Aí a empresa não precisa gastar dinheiro comigo, com o meu time. Não preciso perder meu tempo. Tá entendendo? Se vai gastar ou não vai gastar, cara, isso aí... Quem está investindo dinheiro em você está correndo um risco. É um risco que você corre. Né? É igual jogar uma partida, fazer uma aposta. Vou apostar no seu time. Se eu tô apostando no seu time, eu não quero saber se vai pegar o time a quinta, se vai ter retorno ou não vai. Se eu tô apostando no seu time, eu quero que você vai pelo menos com o pensamento de pegar o top 1. Ah, Duty, mas você tá falando coisa impossível. Cara, se você faz parte aqui de um campeonato desse tamanho, é possível, mano. Se você tá ali, você participou ontem, classificou, se você participou das outras fases, classificou, cara, é possível. Ou não é possível? Né? Então por quê? Já que não é possível, então por que deu participar? Então, assim, a minha opinião é bem clara, né? Eu acho que a gente deveria focar em... Ah, mas os caras lá são melhores. Cara, é um jogo de videogame, mano. E outra, é competitivo. Um dia você pode estar bem, outro dia você pode estar mal. Às vezes o cara não tá legal e você tá bem. Às vezes o pior time ganha. O exemplo foi da Copa do Mundo, do Mundial, o ano passado de trio de Battle Royale. Então, assim, cara, galera, vou dar um conselho para as empresas, tá? Você aí que foi investir num time que não tem pensamento de pegar o primeiro lugar no campeonato, cara, não gaste seu dinheiro. Não gaste seu dinheiro, não gaste seu tempo. Não gaste. Ou você gasta com campeões, ou não, nem gasta, cara. Nem gasta. Hoje em dia, no jeito que tá para gastar o dinheiro, tá? Então, assim, ou é pensamento de ir para um campeonato desse tamanho, da magnitude que é esse campeonato, da loucura que é, para ficar em primeiro, pô, um segundo, beleza. Né? Mas mentalidade, sempre primeiro, gente. Vou jogar qualquer coisa, vou fazer qualquer coisa, vou participar de qualquer campeonato, qualquer disputa. Cara, primeiro lugar, mano. Segundo, ninguém conhece. Terceiro, ninguém conhece. Primeiro lugar. Então, a minha opinião é bem clara. Para você, empresa, para você, dono de org, para você aí que gasta dinheiro, cara, se não pegar jogadores que pensam em ganhar o campeonato, não pegue. Ah, mas meu time é ruim, então, pô, pega esse cara que acha melhor que os outros, tira ele e coloca o outro. Entendeu? Ah, mas o cara é o meu melhor jogador. Cara, aqui é uma equipe. Se a equipe joga junto, se a equipe se comunica, porque são vários fatores, galera. Não é só jogar bem. Você tá entendendo? Não é só jogar bem. As pessoas acham que é só matar. Não é. Tem toda uma estratégia, tem todo um reboliço, tem todo um negócio envolvido. Não é só chegar lá e meu menino lá vai jogar sozinho. Não vai, pô. Não vai jogar sozinho. Então não invista, rapaziada. Não invista. Não invista. Ah, é impossível. É impossível nada, pô. Pra Deus, nada é impossível. Cara, se você treinar, aí vai um conselho pros atletas, tá? Se você treinar, se você jogar, se você se comprometer, mano, 80% do seu tempo, uma hora a oportunidade vai vir para você. E quando a oportunidade vir para você, cara, não desperdice, tá? Não desperdice, porque o competitivo ele é assim mesmo, tá? Não tô falando só de Warzone, tô falando no esporte. Cara, vai entrar em qualquer campeonato, cara, que seja de bolita ali, de qualquer coisa. Ainda mais quando existe empresa envolvida, dinheiro envolvido. Cara, ou você entra pra ganhar essa merda, ou você nem vai. Ponto. Ou você sai da sua casa. Um exemplo, eu saio do Brasil aqui. Vou lá pra ganhar, ficar em primeiro lugar, ou eu nem vou. Ah, não, vou lá pra me pegar o top 5. Cara, não faz isso não. Fica na sua casa. Fica na sua casa, não perde seu tempo. Não, fica na sua casa. E a empresa tem que ver isso, o time tem que ver isso. E falar, cara, aqui nós estamos falando de os melhores do mundo. Os caras aqui é 15 horas de live, 20 horas de live. Entendeu? É campeonato, jogando há quase 10 anos já. Entendeu? Então, assim, cara, eu fico triste. Por que que eu fico triste? Porque nós mesmo aqui, brasileiro, coloca na cabeça do pessoal que assiste live, você que tá assistindo a live aí, que nós ou você não tem capacidade de chegar em num campeonato desse e ganhar, cara. E isso é uma balela. Porque você tem, se você tá ali, você tem capacidade. Se você chegou até tá ali, porque você tem capacidade. Cara, esse aqui Ah, mas é uma bolha. Não é uma bolha, não. Muitos jogadores novos aqui, ó, não tava aqui, ó, o ano passado. Muitos desse aqui, ó. Aí o cara que quer competir, que quer, pô. E outra, existe vários fatores também, tá, galera? O cara para chegar aqui, o cara tem que ser completo, tá? Não é ir chegar lá de qualquer jeito, não. Não é assim, não. O cara tem que ser completo. Então, como é que é completo? O cara precisa fazer live, precisa jogar bem, precisa ter um time bom, precisa ter um maquinário bom. Para quê? Para poder desempenho. Precisa ter uma mentalidade fortíssima, porque esse jogo aqui, ele suga sua mentalidade, ele dependendo aí. Cara, que nem aqui, ó. Vamos pôr aqui a Falcons. A Falcons é a segunda partida. A primeira partida eles foram wipados, ficaram em nono, um oitavo. 0-10 pontos. E a segunda partida jogaram com um a menos. Cara, se eles não ter frieza agora e não ter frieza, não ter cabeça fria agora, cara, o campeonato pode acabar para eles, né? Então assim, mas se eles manter frieza, manter o sangue frio, cara, na próxima partida, um exemplo, essa partida eles pegam aí, rebentam, cara, faz aí o Dong, sei lá, soca o Neus, faz aí uma partida aí de 40 kills aí. Os caras podem fazer, né? Os caras já vão lá pra cima. As coisas já mudam, entendeu? Então esse jogo aqui é muita consistência. Muita consistência. Não é pra qualquer um, tá? Não é pra qualquer um. Eu acho que nós brasileiros deveríamos mudar a nossa mentalidade. Ninguém vai querer investir na gente se a gente continuar com essa mentalidade. Ah, eu vou lá pra pegar o top 5. Cara, não vou não. Nem me coloca. Se meu time falar isso aí, nem me coloca. Porque não quero. Ou eu vou pra ganhar, ou eu não vou. Ou eu vou pro tudo ou nada, ou fico em casa. Assistindo. Melhor, pô. Entendeu? E tem que ser assim, mano. Jogador competitivo, grande, tem que pensar dessa forma. Não seja pequeno. Ah, vou lá pra participar, pegar o top 10 ou o top 11. Cara, não. Eu falo pelos meninos, né? Os meninos pegou o top 11 lá do mundo, tal, pô, beleza. Big Gamers, parabéns, cara, vocês são fera, né? Não tô falando o papel de vocês fez, mas os meninos como jogadores deveriam falar, não, pô. Não quero pegar top 11 não, quero o top 1. Eu vi como que é, então... Vamos lá, rapaziada, pra próxima partida aí. E é isso, vamos lá, vamos começar aqui. E o time da G2 tá ali com o time dos franceses, hein? Cara, deixaram os caras crescer ali é foda. Já tá chegando o time do Deus Amir ali. Também foi pra serraria, hein? Eu tinha que ver essa tabela, cara, como é que tá. Deixa eu consigo pegar a tabela aqui. Look like T1 have migrated up to Pond. They're going to be chilling up there for a little while the Ravens contest Twisted Minds, but we got some action on our screen because Research is a cluster.
I'm pretty sure my notebook might actually be a death note, and this is what I wanted for Lotus 8. I saw some
tabela aqui, cara.
These boys in particular, how are they going to do? But if you've got Spectre across the way with some teams looming on the outside, why not take down Zariel? Why not take down Swizzin and get some early kills that are going to be necessary for the longevity of this map? But you have to be efficient.
Essa tabela não saiu ainda.
AG Global and Virtus Pro on the outside.
Então vamos aqui pro time da L8. Squad 8. Kiriko. É, e o time ali, o Adrian tá ali. Cara, na serraria tem 3 times. Tem um time do Deus Amir, o time da G2 e o time dos franceses. G2 holding down the right side and Jailmates holding down mid central lumber. E o time dos franceses, o time do Deus Amir, ele tá com...
So I am keeping my eyes on the Los Corrillos because after that map 1 victory, they decide to just say, hey, we're leaving it all. We're not going to gazebos. We're going to go chow in lumber. And now you have to contend with massive teams like G2 that want to get messy.
E tá chegando o time dos franceses ali pra wipear o time do... Nossa, o time dos franceses agora vai só faltar um do time do G2. Mas ele conseguiu correr. Cara, conseguiu nos últimos ali. O time dos franceses chegou, mas o time do G2 ele conseguiu o site. Conseguiu correr. Tá sem loadout. Tá numa situação bem complicada, mas o time dele já se reposicionou. Já voltou, hein? O time dele já voltou. Nossa, o Adrian ali pegou o time do Melvin ali. Victor Pro, o Adrian com 2 kills. O Raymay caiu ali também. Tá o Adrian ali como um âncora. O time do... Cara, só tá o Adrian vivo. O Destroy também tá vivo. Ó o Dong. Dong ali chegou no time dos franceses ali. Foi o wipeado do time dos franceses, hein? Não, não foi não. Tá ali ainda. E tá chegando o time da Falcons ali pra pegar o time do... Falcons chegou no bolo ali com o time dos franceses, o time do Deus Amir. E o bicho tá pegando ali na serraria, hein? O time dos franceses só tem um, hein? Só tem um. Só tem um vivo e vai ser o wipeado ali. Wipeado o time dos franceses, hein? O time da M8 foi wipeado, hein? Wipeado não, foi não, tá vivo ainda. Agora é o time da G2. O time da G2 ali com o time da... É isso que eu falo, rapaziada. É isso aí, ó. Os caras já vêm pra partida ali do... Aqui tá o Waves, o Nubes e o Dong. Nubes e Dong ali no rush. Quase wipearam o time dos franceses. O time dos franceses tá numa situação bem difícil ali, complicada. Mas os caras já voltou ali o trio deles.
number 4 on the mini map, the Gentle Mates. Elsewhere, I'm seeing some big moves out of the
Estamos na
Ravens
mansão
straight
aqui
towards
com
Twisted
o time do
Yeah, this is a fight that's happened the entire
Shift de time do Twisted Minds foi wipada no ataque ali, hein? O Dong derrubou o 8 lá, o M8, que é o time dos franceses. O time do Nielsen wipou o time do Shift, hein? O time do Shift pulou na...
was able to get a bit of revenge after leaving Cole. It is utter chaos on the map, and we've only lost 4 teams.
Goes, the Gentle Mates are out. The Falcons, they moved in. Remember, they
O time da Falcons tá vivo ali ainda. Aqui é o time do Nielsen. Cara, a Virtus Pro tava numa situação bem limitada ali, mas eu acho que... Deixa eu ver, estão vivos ainda? Tem 12 times vivos, hein?
Cannot believe with
E na
the struggle
carvoaria.
pulling up still towards that north, up towards research. You've got to maintain consistency for
Squad
fun,
11,
control the center of the
tem
map,
um.
and it's been difficult to hold. And now you've got to contend with a very angry Skullface.
Essa é a diferença da estratégia, rapaziada. Tá vendo ali, ó? Não vai os 3 rushar juntos. Rusha 2 e segura 1. Só que o âncora, ele não fica lá no meio do mar, lá no meio do mapa, na casa do caralho, lá parado, não. Tá vendo ali, ó? Ele sempre é um cara que fica separado. Se dá pra ele dar o suporte, ele dá o suporte. Se não, ele não dá o suporte. Entendeu? Mas ele fica perto, ele não fica longe. Entendeu? Olha, ó, o Deus Amir tá esperando ali os caras voltar. É, o time da Virtus Pro foi eliminado já. O time da Squad Team. O Squad Team tá aqui com o Deus Amir, só que o Deus Amir voltou o time dele todo.
Damn near the entire map. So, knowing that you're gonna have to contend with at least 2 more teams, I love that
O time
production
da
around here,
Virtus Pro
bringing it up.
foi
It's
wipeado.
going to be tough
O
to
time
get
da...
over there with this pool. Dude,
Aqui, ó.
I'm manifesting
Olha lá,
tough goes.
aqui já tem uma... Aqui você vai ter uma... Não tô conseguindo tirar o print, cara. Aqui a gente vai ter uma ideia, ó, tá vendo? Ó, 2 aqui, ó, rushando, vai rushar aqui. E um, ó a distância que ele está aqui, ó. Olha a distância, tá vendo? Viu a distância? Viu a distância que os caras ficam lá?
Look. This is what's tough.
2 rush, que é o suporte e o rushador. E o âncora, galera. Fala âncora, não é pra ficar no meio do mato não, tá? Deu pra jogar uma ranqueada aí com os caras. Os caras queriam que eu ficasse em cima de uma casa. O que eu vou ficar fazendo em cima de uma casa, pô? Não tem... Ah, mas estratégia, cara, não, essa estratégia não... Ou você joga junto, igual tá aqui, ó. Ou você joga junto. Só que quando vai rushar, rusha só 2 e fica 1. Você tá entendendo? Rusha 2 e fica 1. Pra quê? Pro suporte, ó. Ó, tá vendo aqui, ó? Tá rushando 2 do azul e tá segurando 1. Aí agora chegou o azul, ó. Os caras conseguiram derrubar 1. Time dos franceses foi também de arrasta pra cima. Time da G2 ali também foi de arrasta pra cima também.
Ravens Esports, after missing out on that direct qualification to land by just under a
E aqui
point,
tá.
come in with a 19-kill Game 6 in the open, and you're playing like this on LAN against some of the best teams. Well, consider yourself
Olha
one of
o
the best
tanto de
teams so
player
far
ali.
as well. This is a story that is still continuously developing, and research
Squad
will be
11.
the center of it. Now,
Squad 11
Elite
tá
for
aqui.
Fun
Time
does
do
make it
fundo.
inside this building.
Yeah, there's like what of the 9 teams, 6 of them inside of research.
It's a party.
Time do 14 é o time do Deltamir, time dos mexicanos.
Now, I am very impressed with For Fun with the way they've been able to rotate after such a chalk start to this map. The fact they were able to regain, push through, win out on G2.
Rapaziada, estamos na terceira partida já, tá? Terceira partida. Time da Falcons já foi wipeado de novo. Time do... Não, o Falcons tá vivo. O time da Falcons tá vivo, tá? Aqui, ó, tá vivo, é o número 1. Time da Falcons vivo. Ó, tem um cara lá atrás, ó. Ó, o Nubes. Onde ficou o Nubes? Aí voltou. Aí rushou o Dong. Dong ficou sozinho. Tá indo, aí vai o Nubes, ó. Ele soca na loja. Tá vendo? Ó. Essa é a estratégia, rapaziada. Não que você tem que ficar lá debaixo de uma ponte lá, não. Faz isso não, tá? Ó, o time da Falcons aqui tá vivo. O Dong com 2 kills. Eles estão precisando de uma partida boa. Fechou pra eles aqui. Dong caiu. Deu mole, hein? Dong deu mole ali, hein? Mas ainda a loja tá aberta lá. O Hisoka tá indo lá comprar o Dong. Conseguiu comprar o Dong. Esse é o papel do âncora, do IGL. Foi lá, arriscou, foi lá, comprou. Agora o Dog não pode dar esse mole, né? Dá esse mole aí, deu. Você que acha que ele foi pegar o drop ali? Cara, tem 8 times de venda, tá?
Honestly, I like the Falcons' position better than anybody else. I'd rather be on the south side of this than coming off the roofs or out of the windows or through the woods to Granny's house. I mean, good gosh, there is nowhere to go right now. And it's going to be, like you said, utter chaos as per the usual. A lot of floaters up in the skies, and there's certainly going to be a lot more here in just a moment with all the fights happening inside and around this box.
Da Falcons aqui com o Dong, Hisoka 4 kills.
And it will continue to do so as well with the spy still in zone.
Dong 2 kills. Eles estão precisando de uma partida muito boa aqui. E fecharam pra eles, hein? Fecharam pra eles. Acho que essa partida aí tá...
Who's writing this story? Who's writing this story? This is disgusting. Now look, I've been seeing Smixy light up the timeline. She's been sending good.
Essa partida aí pra Falcons tá fechou pra Falcons lá, só que a Falcons tá ali do
jump on it, but you have Ravens Esports just ahead. The duo playing low, playing slow.
Essa tá com 10 kills, cara. Esse time faz muita kill, mano. Faz muita kill. É o time do Ravens. O time da Falcons ali tá posicionado, já caiu todo mundo. Só tá o trio versus... Quero ver agora, hein? Meus amigos ali tá vivo ainda no gás.
And it's all about acquiring points. The race to 150
Só tá o trio da Falcons.
Still in it. Falcons being inside the top 5, knowing that they are a team of 3 here, looking to end out. We go
E foi wipeado ali. O time da Falcons tá muito bem no final de partida, hein? Hisoka com 6 kills.
We are one step closer to a 1.6, but we've seen solos do crazy
2v1, hein? 2v1.
Spread out. They want to cover as much ground, as many angles, because that last member of Lotus 8 could do something.
Don't scam. Don't scam Falcons.
Cara,
on a heater. The Falcons are on, I think,
ele tá encaminhado aqui. Provavelmente a primeira vitória da Falcons, hein? Tá quebrado ali, um tiro. E a Falcons leva a sua primeira vitória ali com o Hisoka ali. E ele é o... É isso que eu falo, rapaziada. É consistência. Os caras jogaram 2 partidas mal. E na terceira os caras já estão na partida de novo. E depois dessa virada aí, os caras provavelmente vão pegar ali as cabeças. Eles tiveram muita sorte ali que a safe fechou pra eles, né? Se a safe fecha pro outro lado lá, cara, Esse jogo também conta um pouco de sorte, tá, rapaziada? Aí a gente viu agora a sorte. Porque se a safe fecha do outro lado lá... Ali, ó. Essa penúltima safe fecha do outro lado... Provavelmente eles não sairiam vivos aí, não. Meus Dong. Eles fizeram a boa aqui, cara. Eles fizeram muita kill aqui nesse final de partida, tá? Dong tava com 2 kills. Nesse final de partida aqui, ó, o Nils também tava com 2 kills. Só que o Dong ainda deu mole ali, ó. O cara tava lá em cima, ó, só esperou ele, ó. Às vezes fica deitadinho, às vezes, olha lá. Mas essa é a visão do jogo, ó. Os caras poderiam ter rushado, né? Mas não, segurou, ó. Segurou.
I can't, but I'm just like smiling because this is what we wanted. We wanted this for so long, a series, a competitive Warzone series, and we get it with Resurgence, which is constantly proving all of that action, but with 3 maps
ali
down,
com
3
6 kills.
separate winners. We just know that it's going to keep on continuing throughout, and to take it in such a dominating fashion, you just want to do it again. You're like, oh look guys, we came to play, we showed you we can do it, now let's do it again. But for the teams that are still struggling to get those points on the board, this is where
Isso aqui ajuda muito, rapaziada.
definitely is going to pick up. We're going to start seeing teams start to be a frenzy,
tá?
Because if you don't have a
Às
ton of
vezes
points
você
yet,
acha que o cara tem
absolutely nothing, because only the top 4 teams on that leaderboard are advancing onto EWC, and only the top 1 gets 30 grand.
Que eu consigo trocar ideia com o chat, tá ligado?
Olha lá, saiu a... Vitality. Essa aqui é a segunda tabela. Chat, a Falcons estava ó, 15º a Falcons tá. Com essa vitória, a Falcons deve vir lá para 6º ou 5º. Vai pegar uma dessas duas posições aqui, ó. É mais uma partida boa, a Falcons já pega aqui em cima aqui. Que agora tava com 13 pontos. Com essa vitória, provavelmente eles fizeram ali 20 kills, 20 kills. 20 kills. 23 kills.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. They're having to adjust because they were landing.
Essa aqui é a tabela da segunda partida, né?
First place team, so they're cooking them. So
Da terceira partida.
Adjustments on the fly. The thing is, I just don't know where they're going. Right? Are they going pond? Where did they go last game?
Ó, Los Corelhos. Los Corelhos ganhou a primeira. E a segunda já não foi legal. E a terceira já não foi legal, ó.
True.
Aqui a Falcons vai sair daqui pra vir pra cá, ó. Pra essa parte aqui.
Thank you, man. Thank you for the prime, bro. Yo, chat.
Time 13 é o que tava ali, o 15 vai sair, vai vir pra...
What the fuck is happening?
Time do FIFA Kill também.
What is happening? Yo, low key, Shifty did say you're in the Pub Cup yesterday. You know what I'm saying? He did say you're in the Pub Cup. You know? I don't know, chat. I don't know. Here, I'll put it over here for now. Put it over here, What's good, boys? Good, man. Yo, so like chat. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. He's struggling a little bit. Yeah, we're just gonna make it like...
Quando o Dong morreu ali, ele tava com 2 kills.
He was living for that T1
Esse é o trabalho importante da equipe. O Dong morreu, tava com 2 kills. Quando o Dong morreu com as 2 kills ali, o Hisoka foi lá e comprou ele. E o Dong voltou, fez mais 5 kills. Entendeu? Olha lá. Mais 5 kills. 4 kills. Então essas 4 kills aí é o que ajudou eles. E eles estavam precisando dessa vitória. Estavam precisando dessa vitória. O time da
I
Falcons.
said, it's all right. Anonymous with the 5 fucking gifted, bro. Thank you, man. Is that helmet? Is that helmet? Is helmet?
Eles estavam precisando.
Nah, I won't switch for you. Yo, thank you, Anonymous. Thank you for the 5, baby. He did. Diaz did say that. What do you mean he didn't say all that? He did. You know, more VP coverage. Crocs. I don't control it, puppy. We're not main broadcast chat today. I mean, you know, I feel like you guys are showing a lot of love, so it feels like main broadcast, but we're not main broadcast. You know what I'm saying? No crumble, I swear. Guys, do you guys know when Diaz gets drunk, he gets super zesty? I bet you I didn't know
Fala,
about that.
rapaziada.
I bet you didn't know about that.
Estamos aqui na terceira partida.
É
o que eu falo, consistência ela é foda nesse jogo. O time da Falcons, 3 partidas, 2 partidas muito mal. E aí vem a frieza dos caras, né? Na terceira partida os caras vão lá e ganham. Então assim, consistência nesse jogo. E o primeiro time que ganhou a primeira partida já tá quase entre os últimos. Então esse jogo aqui é uma vira-volta. Vou atualizando vocês aqui, hein? Quem quiser, cola lá na nossa live lá. Vamos tá trocando uma ideia.
You come at here, man. We faded. Leave the goat alone. G-Dot, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, Alessandro.
That's him. That's him over there.
Wait, Alessandro, what's up? Hold on, let me go say what's up.
Um time que me surpreendeu até agora, o time dos franceses, não conseguiu jogar até agora. Vamos ver aqui quantos pontos eles estão aqui. Ó.
Let the boys be boys.
Olha lá.
Yeah.
Fizeram 38 pontos agora nessa partida, cara. Eles estavam com 13, 38. Cara, já foram lá para segundo. Foi para segundo. Foi para segundo lugar. Os caras de 15º, tá? Foi para primeiro. Não, primeiro não.
No. JD's he says gonna switch back.
Drop 3 results, chat. Drop 3. Good morning, Grateful. Good morning.
So we're thinking about Nias in first place?
Yeah, they should be.
Okay.
They should be, chat.
I feel like as well.
Wait, EU's quiet? I think EU's first place. EU's first place.
Okay, maps 1 and 2 play definitely a little bit different than I think some people were expecting.
Yeah.
Number 3 maybe
that played really fucking insane.
Was about to happen, and
Arnie, wait, who? They said that they just saw it.
Waking on up, right?
But the error leaderboard's not updated yet.
There were so many you can see over there. It's not.
Was it updated?
Well, when this Falcons team
check Smixy tweet. What does Smixy tweet?
Let me check.
Over to their side. And with those kills
Echo 0-7 right now?
How can some of these other teams
that was match 3 results, Arnie. Nah, Arnie, that was match 3, match 3.
Oh,
here we go, it's updated. Here we go. Chat. All right, here we go. We have the updated leaderboard.
Terceiro, cara.
Oh my God, they jumped third. Holy fuck.
Os caras foi pra terceiro.
Oh,
49 pontos.
With only one game.
Cadê o time da M8?
Differential.
M8, cara.
Chat. All right, top 5. We have Spectre Patrona with 42 chat points in 5th place. Virtus Pro in 4th with 46.8.
Time da Twitch mais, ó, 34 pontos.
With 49.8, so huge fucking jump. They went from 5th.
Look at Lotus as well.
Bro.
Cadê o time da M8? Aqui.
Dude, chat, this is actually nuts. They went from 15
Cara,
to
me
3rd.
surpreendeu. Tá me surpreendendo até agora, hein?
In one fucking game. Then we got Vitality, 54 points, and then Raven Esports with 66. Guys, we're barely...
Wait, T1 got 2 points.
Está me surpreendendo.
Again. They only
Que é
had
o
2
time do
kills?
Sage, Skullface.
Wait.
Esse time dos caras aqui, Heaven Sport, os caras são bons, mano.
Like, they can still bounce back.
Yeah, for sure. They just need one game.
But this is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Chat, if we told you that a team that was, like, running EU scrims is in last place right now, after 3 games with only 4 points, brother, what the fuck?
We think he's gonna be first on Top Frogger. I feel like Yasin.
Let's find out. Hold on, before we do that,
yeah.
What do we think about, like, teams, 6? I mean, it's not that great. I mean, that first place is 66 points. Raven Esports absolutely wiping the floor with Twisted Minds right now.
I feel like everybody's actually close.
Everything else
Cara,
is close.
esse
So
aqui é um
it's
exemplo
actually-
maior, cara, de mostrar pra
Except
vocês
for literally Raven Esports.
o quanto
Yeah,
os
it's at the
caras
bottom
são
and the top,
grandes,
and then the
velho.
rest is all just kind of it's
They need
anyone's game.
like
O time do
if
Virtus
FIFA
tá em
get like
quarto
20
ali,
kills
os
plus a
caras
win,
tá...
it's actually getting like top 5 at least.
Holy
So-
shit, man. Damn. I mean, I'm really happy with Virtus Pro right now. 46.8. A little bit of a rough game 3. But they'll be fine, chat. They'll be fine, bro. So now, let's go switch over, chat, to the top team fraggers. Let's go over this. Fed, do you want to go over the team fraggers? Or
Yeah.
You feel
No,
comfortable?
no.
All right, come on.
So I'll go from 5th place.
Yeah, I go normally from
So we
right
got
to left.
5th Falcon with Donkey Sock and Noobs with 34 kills. We got Spectre with Tariel's Wits and Authentics.
Só que o time da Twitch é mais preocupado com esse time, que os caras, o shift vai começar já, vai ficar...
And then Vitality with
vai começar
Wait, chat
a se
saying the scores are
transformar.
wrong.
Já.
Okay.
Tá cedo ainda,
Okay.
rapaziada. Tá
Chat
cedo
saying
ainda.
scores are wrong? For Falcons? Okay. It's okay, keep going.
Okay. We got Vitality with Blast Sage and Skull with 39, and then we got the U-Goats, It's
Tá muito
Choke and
cedo.
Yasin with 49.
Pra falar alguma
We're getting a
coisa,
lot
tá?
of kills.
10 more kills than the rest of the
Yeah.
line is fucking insane.
Actually insane.
Chat, so right now, if Falcons are wrong, they should go up like 3 points. They'll still
Tem
be
que
in
fazer
third.
150
They have a little bit more of a
pontos.
lead with the other
E
teams.
depois de fazer os 150
Sammy
pontos,
said
tem que ganhar a
scores are a
partida.
little bit wrong. He said hold for a little bit. So I'm gonna, before I give you guys the top fraggers, I'm gonna give you guys, I'll leave it here, and then we'll update it, okay?
Aqui, ó.
All right, chat?
I mean, I hope for the sake of T1 their score's wrong.
Então, assim, não é
Yeah.
só fazer
Yeah, who's
150
wrong?
pontos, não.
Is it
Tem
just
que
them?
fazer 150 pontos e ganhar a próxima partida.
Is it just them or no? I want to see what
Well,
chat says.
they had 2 kills, like 2 points. There's no way they only got 2 kills again.
I think they did.
Really?
I think they did.
They didn't get wiped early though.
Were you talking about T1?
Yeah.
Yeah, T1 should be wrong. I think you're right. No way T1, guys, they went to like almost endgame. There's no way T1 is right. Dude, stop, bro. You guys are pieces of shit. You said T1 scores is wrong. They're actually at 3.4. Y'all are fucking assholes, bro. Guys, they rotated all the way from train
It's actually not easy.
to barn. There's no way they only had 2 kills throughout all of that.
I mean, it's only 3 games into, so I think we're gonna get at least 10 games.
Yeah.
Yeah, how many games?
At least 10.
Oh, I'm still sticking. What did you say?
Well, I said either finishes early or finishes like late, like
So you said like 15?
yeah, like 15 or 6. Like
It's definitely not going to be 6. It's definitely not going to be 6.
not now.
I still think 12.
Okay.
What do you think?
I'll say 10.
10? Okay. Okay, chap. Yeah, guys, no one's landing Main Street at all. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
That's true as
Wait,
well.
they got 2 kills with a 1.2 placement? Oh my god. Wait. I don't know what's happening. Chat, maybe they're not finding it? No, they are finding people. I don't know. No Gaber, Nate Dogg? No, man. Oh, you're right, because they left. So, chat, any of these teams doing bad, like T1, I ain't gonna lie, twin. T1 should just land, like, at Main Street.
Yeah.
There's no one there. Get your loadie quick. It's a little bit, I mean, dude, from what we saw online, Disrupt and Spam are some of the best shooters. I don't know if they're not winning their gunfights or they're getting unlucky, but if they are confident in their ability to fry, bro, Disrupt was literally the #1 player in EU for kills and KD or something like that, right? Chat, there's nobody landing. We saw the first 2 games, nobody landed at all of Street. They should low-key just land there. Man. Wait, did they change? Wait, Gentleman's at 12th. I just realized. What the fuck?
Oh yeah. Oh, they got wiped at the same time as Twisted, didn't they?
Yeah. Babe, I low-key need something like a small snack. The protein bar is fine. The white one?
More?
Yeah, the cookies and cream.
Eu achei que eles iam pode tirar aí, tá?
I'm okay.
Okay. All right. Chat. Criminal God and them, they're sitting in 6th place. Not bad at all. Yo, Mr. Papaw Gaming. Papaw. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Papaw. Thank you, baby. Papacito. Thank you, man. Thank you, bro.
I guess I keep talking about top
come
5,
on,
but you're right. It's
baby.
top
Do you think
4
if
making
Raven-
to EWC, so being 5th doesn't give you anything, even though it's...
But they get a lot of free space in Europe. They won't get as much of that here on the global.
No amador, muitos streamers não crescem porque a identidade da live não chama atenção.
About about because, yes, the Falcons have flown high finally, and they've picked up a 38.4-point win. They're near the top. But I gotta say, we got a lot of birds at the top of the leaderboard because the Ravens esports are crushing it right now, and they're living up to their smack talk. They said they're going mansion, they said they're coming for Shifty, and they've done it in back-to-back maps, and it's made Twisted Minds not really be in the main conversation way up there at the top.
Yeah, and look, this team is incredibly talented. For them to just have missed out by getting that auto qual to EWC, to DreamHack Birmingham here, to compete for that top 4 slot. Dude, point, literally, less than a point goes. Like, that's what we're talking about. Every kill 50 at 66 already, which means we're averaging 22 points per game. So for the teams that are sitting outside of top 4, right, what do you have to do to overcome that?
Começaria melhor, né?
Wins. I want to see some
Mas
north of
tudo pode
25
mudar.
point games, and you have to kind of prey on the downfall of some of those consistent teams.
É uma partida boa, né?
Kind of has to do that, like all the desk was talking about.
Uma partida boa e tudo muda, né?
Is Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds are currently in 10th place. You have Almond there, sitting there in the center with Z Smith, side by side, right?
O jogo aqui é ganhar a partida,
trophy in Riyadh last year. Yeah. You know for a fact that they want to get there, that they want to do it again, and Shifty did it in year 1, right? This is a team that's looking to return to dominance, and a team that has some newer players on the other side. Sure, not new to Call of Duty, but new to competitive nature, with Spam literally just turning 18, Disrupt having 8th at World Series of Warzone competing under Onyx. It's like the perfect head-to-head shot here.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because I think that's a great comparison. I think it's, you know, new versus old in terms of like veteran experience with Warzone competition. I will say, as we take a look at the leaderboard, obviously you don't see T1 there. We know they're at the bottom with basically 0 points.
For now.
But it doesn't feel like nerves. Like oftentimes when we talk about new players, it's like, oh, well, they're not used to land. I don't feel like that's the issue. The problem right now is that they're just under way too much fire from all of the teams on the west side of the map. And Vitality's playing really well as well. So I think that's something to keep in mind. If Vitality's playing well, T1's going to have a tough time. And if you go Pond, which is free, and it worked for them kind of last map, the problem is you can't rotate to anywhere without going through what? Ravens Esports, Twisted Minds, or back down to Vitality, just in a different context. And AG had been landing Chapel, which means rotating to even mid-map isn't nearly impossible. So yeah, it's a really tough spot to play from, frankly, at Pond. And we've been pulling Eastern zones the entire time. So just keep that in mind. But as a reminder on scoring, by the way, how this all works, if you haven't been paying attention to all of the Resurgence tournaments that have been happening, especially inside of this Warzone Resurgence series, we've got our 16 teams. They're playing for that 150 match point threshold point total. Once you hit that, the next map, if you win it, you will win our full competition. And then our multipliers today, 1.6 for that first place position. And then you're really trying to play for top 5 because that's at 1.4x. You still get a little something if you get top 10 though, Tough.
Exactly, but it's still, at the end of the day, the flexibility that we're looking forward towards. If the Falcons can turn their story around in just one map with that 38-point game, then you know teams that are on kind of the other side of our leaderboard have the chance to be able to do that, because a 38-point game for T1 is going to put them into the 40s. It's going to put them into the fighting mix. They just have to get a good start, like you were saying. But I'm looking at the map, Goj, and in terms of buy stations, look, I get it. Pond has one, right? Research, you've got 3 teams fighting for that central buy station in the center of the building. So getting your loadout weapons can be a little more challenging, right? So you're kind of favoring some good ground loot. We've heard the desk talk about some meta and all of those things. But making sure that you're remaining flexible, that you're getting the resources that you need for that end game navigation, because once you get those pulls towards the end, you have to be able to maximize the point multiplier. That 1.6 is such a difference makers. And as we look at the gentlemates on your screen, the little prince, as Enigma loves to say over there, standing up, getting, you know, some stretches in. Of course, we are still prepping to get into game number 4. You gotta stay I don't stay loose. That feels so weird to say, Goj.
What? They gotta stay loose. You gotta, like, you know, do some arm circles or something.
Sure.
You know, if you've been sitting around for a little while. Yeah, honestly, I am in my booth here, folks. Of course, if we could start the map, we would. We want to make sure it's the most competitively, or I guess most filled with integrity, if you will. Our competitive integrity has to be at the top of our priority list. So we will take our time in order to make sure that is the case. But yeah, you know, Tiff, it's interesting. We've played 3 maps here, and the second map in particular felt like a couple of our teams going back to a position that they liked on the map, trying it out and seeing if it worked. In particular, I'm talking about Ravens Esports trying out Mansion. It worked, so they decided to stay there for map 3. And then I'm talking about Los Corrillos, which is, I've been told I've been saying it wrong all day, so I will try to say it right.
Get better,
Davis Amir tried Lumber, which is where they landed in the opens. It worked. And so they said, okay, let's do it again. And it kind of worked again. So, you know, it'll be fun to see. It'll be fun to see the contests happen at Mansion. It'll be fun to see the contests happen at Lumber. And then, of course, if we don't pull research, I expect to see AG Global go back to Chapel, because that obviously didn't work.
Yeah, so here's the deal. No shade on Los Corrillos because I'm a huge fan of that team, but they are one of the only teams that has taken a win here that is not inside the top 4. Could have been the shift over towards Lumber. Of course, it's tough when you've got G2 and the Gentlemates breathing down your neck and Falcons who land Riverboat, who decide to rotate on early, looking for every single kill on the entire map. And roaming the south side is the best path of resistance there, or least path of resistance over towards Research Center, right? Because you're just looking to clean up the entirety as you rotate up. Now, as we think towards game number 4, I want to see a shakeup. I want to see something completely change. I called out Research. I'm gonna say I want a Mansion ending, Coach. I want to go to Mansion. Yeah, dude, that's where I want to go.
All right, Mansion ending, says Tiff. Well, you predicted the last one, so I'll be very curious to see if you predict this one. No, I would like to see some Western zones, and I think Danger actually said it perfectly for Vitality. Said, hey, look, Vitality's actually doing a really good job of finding kills and actually finding in-game placements, even a win, on zones that are on the opposite side of the map. But what about the zones on their side of the map? It is something, and a big question mark that we saw during Opens. One of the reasons they barely made it actually to this stage was because for the zones that pulled train, well, they weren't really getting any kills. So their average placement was 4.5, nearly 4th place on average every single map. They just didn't find a lot of kills, Tiff, and because of that, they didn't find a lot of points. And because of that, they almost barely didn't make it here. But now we find them at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, see, I was curious how that would look with the Gentlemates when we had that initial circle kind of pull towards the south on Lumber, because they were isolated in Lumber after winning a lot of those initial fights. And I'm like, there's been 3 or 4 minutes that have gone by that we're listening to the cast, and I'm seeing the Gentlemates on the map feed, like, not really contesting around. You've even invested one player kind of moving up, crawling through some buildings, trying to find those engagements. And all you can do is make sure that you get those numbers up towards 150.
Get your numbers up. We got a lot of Warzone to be played, but folks, we're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, hopefully we'll bring you game number 4. Thanks for staying patient. We'll see you in just a moment.
Yeah.
Lock in, load up, and let's make history. Doggy from above, the shots are firing. Fights coming thick and fast and furious.
You can't take
Today
it,
is about legacy. Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twist and bites! They do it to the very end!
Quer comprar, mano. O negócio tá rolando aqui, cara. Tem que abandonar aqui pra ir lá. Nossa senhora. Nossa senhora. Meu Deus do céu.
of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer and watch the greatest rise above. Welcome back in, everybody. Game 4 just around the corner. Thank you for your patience. We're figuring some things out there out on the stage. We definitely want all the competitors to have a clean way to get into the game, right? That's what it's all about. Competitive integrity. Of course, my name, Taylor Reflections, double joined by Dandro and Enigma. Great game number 4.
Fala, Leozeira. Nada, isso aqui é... Isso aqui é só os brabos, né, Leozeira? Só os brabão. Não tem nenhum brasileiro aqui, cara. Você acredita?
I'm just looking at some of their stats so far that they've had, so, you know, in this lobby, and it's really been all Sariel, right? 19 kills so far across these first 3 maps. Has really been trying to put the team on their back. No surprise, right? Because we've seen
Sem apoio da galera aí. Sem apoio da galera aí do Brasil aí é difícil, né? Mas enquanto o pessoal, os próprios players aí não mudar a mentalidade aí, eu acho que não vai ter nenhuma equipe no Brasil que possa... nenhuma equipe no Brasil que possa ser patrocinada, mano. Nenhuma empresa vai querer patrocinar, nem nada. Os caras querem disputar um campeonato desse pensando em ficar em 10º. Não dá. Não dá, Léo. Ou você vai para ficar em primeiro, ou você nem vai. E se você tá entre os 16 ali, a probabilidade nem que seja 2% de chance, mas você tem chance, entendeu? Então, assim, é complicado. Então, a mentalidade ela tem que ser foda, velho. Nesse jogo tem que ser brabo. Acho que não só no jogo, né? Em tudo, no futebol, no vôlei. Ou você entra numa competição para ficar em primeiro, ou você nem entra. Nem perde seu tempo, né? Perde tempo, não perde dinheiro, perde nada. Então, olha os caras aí. Os caras, 3 partidas, jogou 2 mal, Léo. 2 partidas mal. E os caras já foi lá pra 3º, mano. É o time dos franceses. Esse time é o que tá em primeiro. Esse cara aqui mata muito, o Niassin aqui, ó. Esses dois aqui, na verdade, ó. Pô. Então, no discurso, a empresa já... A despesa... A empresa já... Léo, se uma empresa, cara, investe em você, no seu time, pra ela não importa, mano. Ela já investiu. Então, a única coisa que tem que ter, mano, é falar, cara, a gente vai ir pra chegar em primeiro. Ah, se vai chegar em primeiro, cara, é outra história. Mas a sua cabeça tem que ser de campeão, cara. Vou ir pra disputar qualquer coisa... Campeão, os caras lá é melhor, a estrutura, não sei o que. Não, mano. Ou eu vou pra jogar, ficar em primeiro, ou eu nem vou. Não vou perder meu tempo, vou ficar em casa de boa, entendeu? Ah, vou lá, eu preciso pegar pelo menos o top 5 pra me ficar se vangloriando aí. Porra de top 5, pô. Você já... Mano, esses dias pesquisei no IA os melhores jogadores de Warzone. O Nano não apareceu. Não apareceu ainda, pra você ter uma ideia, né? Não, eu tava assistindo ali, cara. É que não tô te falando. A empresa, a partir do momento que ela investe em você, te acredita que você pode ir jogar... Começou a partida aqui. Então, né, mano? Mas é o seguinte, os caras tá... O Tony Boy, o Luquinas, o Luquinas, acho que é o melhor jogador que tem no Brasil, é o Luquinas. O Luquinas é muito bom. Muito bom, muito bom. Ó, o time do Deus Amir ali, ó. É o time dos mexicanos. Já caiu lá na mansão junto com o time do... O time do Eiko dos franceses mudou o drop. Os caras mudou o drop agora. Esse jogo é consistente demais, o Leozeira. E estratégia, pai. Estratégia. Esse dia eu fui jogar uma ranked aí com os guri aí. Os guri, pô. O cara, você ficou em live, o cara pediu pra ele ficar num monte desse aqui, ó. Uma torre, sei lá que porra é. Pra ganhar ponto, perder ponto. Cara, isso aqui é um jogo. Você ganha e perde. Já era. Cara, ninguém quer perder ponto, mas... Resumindo. Estratégia dos caras, ó. Ó, o Deus Amir. Ficou um, não tão distante, né? E dois luxando, ó. Ó, os dois juntinhos, ó. E os caras tá indo, ó. Ó, um do lado do outro, ó. E o âncora dele ficou lá atrás, ó. Tá lá atrás. Ó, os caras vão conseguir fazer, ó, levar um aqui, quase, hein? Quase pro Criminal Gold e leva um ali, hein? Esse é o time dos mexicanos.
Look at Pink 15. Folks, that's AG Global. They had a tough start. They rotate over. They try to land over at Research.
O Angra foi... Tá lá atrás, ó. Só que mesmo assim ele tá participando do jogo, tá vendo? Aqui, ó. Tá os dois aqui em cima. E o outro tá aqui, ó. Se um dos dois aqui for morto aqui, não tem problema. O âncora tá meio distante. Ele não fica nem tão longe, mas também nem tão perto. Porque se ele fica numa distância total que se um deles morrer, ele consegue dar o suporte. Entendeu? Ó, o time do Shift. Caiu ali o Shift. Twist mais. Twist mais acabou de wipear o time do Scum ali, hein? Smith. Ó, tá vendo aqui? A Twist mais é a mesma coisa, tá vendo, Léo? Ó, os dois aqui rushando. E um segurando lá em cima, ó. Tá vendo? Essa é a estratégia, mano. Ó, eles deixaram o dinheiro, o jogador deixou o dinheiro, o âncora saiu de lá de onde ele tava e foi e comprou o loadout. Você tá vendo a diferença? Então assim, o cara não fica nem tão longe, mas também nem tão perto, né? A não ser quando não tenha lugar mesmo pra... Não tem lugar mesmo pra...
Trying to move over towards G2 and what looks like two parts of 4Fun Esports who are in a blender. We're gonna have to chow everything to stay alive, and so far so good. Bubble on the backside, keeping his team alive, playing anchor right now, still with 2 kills.
Esse time aqui tá bem, tá bem. É o Squad 11. Um ali, ele é bom, cara.
Falcons are on the hunt for mid-map. Now, about this time, about 4 or 5 minutes in, 4Fun does normally end up in this vicinity.
O time da Falcons tá chegando ali, hein?
O time da Falcons tá chegando ali, ó. Looking for any and all kills, and it's going to be one of them finding flank. So Bubble and Juju still wrapping around and trying to navigate a rotation, but with T1 still in the mix, they actually bypass 4Fun on the right side.
Good God, this map's gonna be extremely fast. We're already down to 14 teams, sure, but everybody's having to move up to basically just Mansion and Pond, and I guess Barn on the south side. So even Research is out of this next zone here for zone number 2. Everybody's gonna have to rotate over across the bridge and get caught in transition. It's gonna be a bloodbath at Research on the way out.
Cara, eu não tô vendo o time da Virtus Pro, hein? Virtus Pro, tá aqui, acabei de ver. Ou você joga junto, Léo, ou você joga junto, ou você faz isso aqui, ó. Ó, tá vendo? Ó, o Squad 5 aqui, ó, eles estão juntinhos, ó. Tá aí na loja, o Angra lá, os outros dois, ó, tá junto, ó. Ó, agora que eles deram uma separada. Mas isso aqui é um perigo, ó. Mas já vão se juntar aqui.
But it's okay because Light's Unlimited still trying to hit the move. We know that you have this chaos over at Research Center, and you've got Gentlemates near the top of it. You have T1 that's up there looking to get messy. So, gotta cover your angles, but with Dragons on 6, dude, you've gotta watch your back because here comes Virtus Pro.
Yeah, it's a great chow there to make sure you keep your teammate alive and should be able to pick up the res as well.
Destrói, foi deitado ali.
The problem is, even if you do win out, even if you wipe VP here, you're going to get cut off in transition. You got T1 on the north side, that's that purple 2. And on the south side, you get G2 hunting for kills, trying to win out.
Não tem nenhum time brasileiro, ô Léo. Esse campeonato aqui é o seguinte, como é que funciona? Para participar dele, além de passar, você tem que arcar com os custos do atleta. Então assim, passei lá, meu time passou. Aí a empresa, né, que é a equipe, ela tem que arcar com os custos. Ela tem que arcar com os custos. Então assim, eu acho que aqui no Brasil não tem nenhuma empresa que queira arcar com esses custos, né? Entendeu? Aí a do Brasil, a qualifier do Brasil vai ser... Cara, acho que vai ser em julho. Julho. Que é as qualifiers aqui do Brasil, né? Da Latam Sul. Aí vai surgir 2 vagas para o EWC. Quem ficar em quarto aqui vai pegar, passa direto para o EWC. Não precisa jogar mais dos outros para conseguir a vaga. Passa direto. Aí só joga pelo dinheiro mesmo.
Or fun out. And you've got T1 holding on. You jump to
O time dos franceses está vivo ali ainda.
No cash. We're solo in a shack doing some shenanigans and I'm not feeling good about it.
Entendeu? Aí por isso que aí nenhum time brasileiro tá participando.
We're back up in our numbers. We have the advantage.
Já vai ser o iPad ali, o time dos franceses ainda tem um vivo ali. Já vai cair na loja e comprar um. Não tem como aqui, é o time da Squad ali que acabou de wipear o time da Virtus Pros. Acabou de ser wipeado ali, o Adrian, o Adrian. E o time do G2 que tá vivo ali junto com o time do Delzamir ali. Foi o time da Squad 5. Tá sólido e tem dinheiro pra comprar na loja, hein? Mas meio arriscado.
Down to 1, and another thing, if you're going to be calling out the 1, you've got to seek out that red one on your mini map. They are taking space. And
aí, aqui sim, aí beleza. O cara não tem mais o que fazer. Final de partida, final de save. Ali é save. Cara, todo mundo morto sem dinheiro, vou conseguir algum lugar de pontuação. Então, aí sim eu vou me esconder, entendeu? Tem um criminal gold ali, nossa senhora! Meu Deus do céu! Cara, você tá doido! É os melhores do mundo, né, Leozeira? Os melhores do mundo, né? Você viu ali? Olha o time da Falcons aqui. Já wipeou o time dos franceses, hein? O time da Falcons wipeou o time dos franceses aqui. Só que morreu o Nils. Não, o Hisoka tá morto. Caiu um ali. E vai wipear aqui o time do... o time do Sage, hein? O time da Falcons wipeou e o Nilb está indo na loja comprar o Hisoka. Se conseguir comprar o Hisoka, conseguiu comprar o Hisoka agora e a Falcons tá viva, hein? Tá viva e pegando safe, hein? O Falcons ali, cara... Olha o time do mexicano, o time do Criminal Gold, Delzamir e Zedark. Cara, os caras matam muito, tá? Matam muito mesmo.
They've got the roof. Now a reminder, I think it was Disrupt on T1 that was hanging out in, I think they call it TikTok spot, but Creddy spot up top.
Estamos indo para as últimas safe ali. Cinco equipes vivas. Só tem uma equipe com dois players. E ali cada um no seu quadrado ali. Sem respirar. Time da Falcons aqui embaixo. Fechou pra Falcons, hein? Fechou pra Falcons, hein? A leitura de jogo é muito importante. Olha aqui. Olha essa safe, Leozeira. Olha essa safe aqui. Fechou. Os caras tá lá dentro da safe. Numa posição muito boa que é em cima do... Olha lá. Em cima do morro. Os caras saírem dali é só ataque, mano. Olha lá. Mesmo assim... Cara, tá propício aqui pro time da Falcons ganhar essa partida, hein? Vai soltar o ataque aqui já. Não pode deixar. Time da Falcons, time do Shift, hein? Shift deitou o Dong ali. Time da Twitch mais ali com o time da Falcons. Cara, agora que é a hora. Twitch mais também não tá tá numa posição. Ih, fudeu agora. A ult, olha essa safe de cara dos caras. Olha isso, cara. Olha aí, cara. E agora o time do Shift foi wipeado. Foi wipeado o time do Shift, hein? Time do Carrilho, time do mexicano contra Falcon. Trio versus duo, hein?
3v2, but the res means everybody was pretty weak. Z-Dark in trouble, loses some place but stays alive somehow. Dongi down with the two members of Falcons trying to hunt. This just feels like Romeo and Juliet.
Já caiu aqui. E soca foi. Nossa senhora! Esse cara é bravo. Só tem um. 2v1, 2v1. Meu Deus do céu, cara!
This is everything that we could have wanted for DreamHack Birmingham, baby. This is Warzone. Can we run that back? Can we just see that one again? Because I need it. Because your drop for
Time do Deus Amir, time dos mexicanos, hein? Mas só que morreu pra quem lá, cara? Não entendi. Vou voltar aqui pra ver. Olha lá. Ó, ele deu a volta lá. Ó, tá o trio aqui, beleza. Ó, ele, ó. Então o Hisoka vai. Mata um aqui, mata o outro aqui. Ah, o Deus Amir matou. Caralho, velho. Deus Amir matou ali os caras ali. Mano, os caras tá aqui de... Como que fala? De... Alguns estão de Horizon, né? E os outros estão de... Ah, esqueci o nome da arma ali, cara. O Neubis foi... Ele fez certinho, cara. Deus Amir deu o time certinho. Deus Amir foi passar... O Neubis foi passar blindagem. Ele tava sem blindagem. Deus Amir só pulou por cima.
WWE style over the top suplex slams and Los Carrillos. Vamos, gentlemen! Holy cow! Our first team to
Agora dá tempo. Vou ali no açougue rapidão.
And it's at LAN finals here in Birmingham, representing LATAM extremely well after a banger last map. Wow, that was crazy.
Okay, but here's the last stand. Now, I loved this, right? Falcons get the pull, and Twisted Minds immediately identify where they want to go. But instead of being a little conservative, because you can't survive, you've got streaks going on, you drop the deployable, you're trying to thrive in this scenario, but when you've got T1 still in Mansion holding an angle, as well as Los Carrillos, you have to fully commit to wiping Falcons and cutting off the angles from Mansion. That extension out causes them to fall a bit too early, right? And what it does, it allows Falcons some time to regain before they have to inevitably move back to Mansion.
Yeah, Twisted Minds did a really good job of rotating early, like you said. They tried to chow for what they thought could be win condition. The zone the zone re-pulls back.
Oh man, valeu, Léo Vieira, tamo junto.
Down means the Falcons are relegated to only 2 players, which makes it 2v3 extremely difficult to do. Or at least so we thought. This is such a crazy sequence, and it's great to be able to see it from this free cam observer's perspective, because you can actually see that Noobs is playing this off angle from the backside, playing patient. And Ahsoka just chows this. Noobs is trying to catch one in transition over the top, but can't find an angle to put enough damage down over the top of this railing somehow to help his teammate out. So Ahsoka just wins the 2. But then Noobs is so far away that Amir catches Ahsoka peeking the angle, getting just a little overheating. And then Amir just suplexes him. I think Noobs was plating or something. I don't know. That was wild.
It was some nice timing there. It's recognizing that there's an opportunity that I am full sending this 1v1 right now. I'm going to end it here, and I'm going to have a 50% win rate at it. If you're taking 2 out of our 4 match wins, what is the name of Call of Duty Warzone match point? It's get to 150 and prove that you can win after that. And if you've already
100%.
won 2 maps here today, well, damn well, you can do it.
Look, it's fantastic from them. Winning 2 maps for them is giant because of the multipliers. They average 6.2 place. They average about 6th place through our open land finals, and they're doing a little bit better than that, I think, this time around. Let's head back to the desk and see what Taylor Reflections Noble and our amazing analysts have to say. Oh, wait, just kidding. Folks, we're going to head to a very short break because we're going to be rotating out. You're going to have Dan Enigma back for the cast. See you in just a second.
Lock in, load up, and let's make history. Doggy from above, the shots are firing. Fight's coming thick and fast and furious. Today is about legacy. Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twisted Minds! They do it to the very end! It was patience all the way through!
of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer and watch the greatest rise above. Welcome back, everyone, to the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Grand Finals in Birmingham. We are 4 games in, and I tell you what, it's been exhilarating to watch these teams play. And now T1 has stepped it up, making a big adjustment, and they end up placing a little bit better. But it was Los Carrillos who ended up taking the victory on fire. They continue to excel, and obviously, we got to highlight Deus Amir, who has been just stellar in picking his teams. Tiff, you were the first one to point that out. And not only winning a tournament recently before even Birmingham, but now potentially winning today. They're on fire. Goj. First, let's talk T1, though. That was the big story at the very start of map number 4. They make a big adjustment, and it ends up paying off for a little bit.
Yeah, you know, they do make a big adjustment, and I'm curious that it worked. Like, they ego chow basically GUI. They think about the map. They know where everybody lands. They're very smart players, and they go, I think we win this. And they were right. So they went out there. They get shoved out by G2, though, and when they get shoved out by G2, they kind of make a break for it all the way to Mansion. It kind of sort of works. They pick up kills in transition. I believe that one of their players, I want to say it was Disruptor or Spam. No, Spam had 10 kills. So they find kills, but then they just rat till top 5, which kind of works out for them because they needed that multiplier. So overall, a better map for them, Taylor.
Yeah, great map indeed. You know, adjustment had to be made. What they were doing before just simply was not working. I'm okay with incremental changes. Look, it's not the end of the world, Tip. If it doesn't work out here in Birmingham, I'm not selling them short. I'm just saying, I love that they're making adjustments. They still have Atlanta in the future if they decide to stay together and continue to move forward. Fun. Another good map coming out from them, at least decent start anyways.
Yeah, it's been really tough to navigate, okay? Especially if you're having some of these crazy pulls like the research in map number 3, like the mansion in map number 4. You can have this contention point inside mid-map where they seem to find themselves. And even though you have flank that survives and pushes up more for a regain and pawn to access that buy station, this is where Gentlemates were situated. And Gentlemates then have to deal with Skullface, with Blast, with Sage, who decide to say, we have to push. We know this is win condition and we have to clear this out. Of course, they're not alone. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, they have to fight from the mansion side, which they have been doing map after map, and this time it was a little more difficult.
Yeah, this as we get towards the ending, it was pretty insane. First off, Tip, shout out to you for calling not only the initial zone, but also Falcons getting blessed by zone towards the end. Well, I thought they were free and clear to take the win. Ultimately, they ended up not falling their way. However, still a phenomenal game because Doggy was tearing it up, Goj.
Yeah, tearing it up. The Falcons did a great job. Nobody was near them on the south side, so they didn't do anything with that. But because of that, they did a great job of hunting the map for kills. But this moment right here changed the game for the Falcons. We see a really aggressive Twisted Minds, and by the way, Twisted Minds had a lot of points that game as well. They were also top 5, had a player on double digits, so a great game for them. But then we find ourselves in a 2v3 where the Falcons theoretically could win. It was going to be difficult. Ahsoka creeps up the balcony, picks up 2, and then he just overcooks a little bit. Why are we peeking the corner without putting a single plate in? We lose our life, and Deus Amir suplexes noobs off the top ropes and wins the map to get their second. A great finish to a great map 4.
Yeah, Los Carrillos, wonderful job, and it was funny. I actually had a chance to catch it. It was Criminal God, and I believe Amir, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe Z-Dark. Either way, one of the two went over to the polls check, ended up posing behind them after their win. These guys are vibing at a level unlike anyone else. I would say besides Sage. His vibes are obviously peak, as we saw earlier after map 2. But well done to these boys. They are playing out of their mind, and clearly getting those games in yesterday ended up paying off tremendously. They'll walk away with 28.8 points, which is massive. Falcons continue their reign of terror, I believe. Should be close, should be in second place. We'll see. Twisted Minds make great headway, though, with their third place. And I do want to highlight, by the way, in that getting towards the tail end of things, you know, Shifty did make a great push towards the Falcons, and I thought he was going to challenge them super strong, and he did, but the zone shifted away. They ended up falling, which is unfortunate, but still a great game. And again, the highlight tip is T1 finally getting on the board. Up to this game, they had a total of 3 eliminations. In map 4, they get 16.
Yeah, they're on par with what the Falcons are able to do. We saw them do that in their region on the online qualifiers. They shook out a couple of maps, and now they're returning to form, right? 22 points on top of the 4-ish that they had coming into this puts them closer to 26. They're likely going to be mid-lobby. We'll check in with that later. But still, it's that comeback we needed. For Gentlemates to walk out in 7th there, it's not going to be what they wanted, but that regain situation that we saw over by Pawn, that's difficult when you had teams like VP, like Falcons, all heading that way.
Yeah, it's well, I think at any point these maps are going to be difficult, right? I mean, after all, it is Birmingham, it's LAN, and teams are making adjustments on the fly. Your POI is never a guarantee. I mean, that was made apparent in map 2 when Lumber saw 3 teams all of a sudden, right? And Gentlemates had to make that extreme adjustments and try and battle against them. But I'm curious, did Falcons do enough to get in the top 2? Let's take a peek. And also for Twisted Minds, top 4, yes, they will be, but just barely over Virtus Pro. Ravens will fall down just a bit, but they're still cruising from their earlier performance, and Los Carrillos up there just behind Falcons, surprisingly taking over first place, or top 4 highly competitive. But the race to the top 4 with 5th, 6th on down, Doge is still highly competitive.
This is really close. I mean, this is what I expected, frankly. We thought the leaderboard would be very tight. This is similar to what we saw in the Open LAN finals just yesterday, where all the scores are really close together. There isn't somebody running away with this competition, right? We only have a 7-point lead at the top, and even the spread from 1st to 5th, yes, it's 19 points, but at the end of the day, this doesn't look like NA finals or EU finals where there's a clear top 2. This is still anybody's game, and you see even T1, they pick up their 20-some-odd point game, they jump back up into the race. Yes, they're in 15th. There's still an opportunity for them to qual, folks. There is nobody out of this competition now, which is good news if you're a fan of some of these teams near the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, for sure. Still early goings. And after all, right, we have that 150-point threshold that still needs to be reached. Falcons, after all, are almost halfway there. Actually, they just a little over halfway there. So plenty of time remains. I am sure of it. After all, that's only 4 games. And it's time to get started with our 5th one. So without further ado, Dandro Enigma, let's get it started.
Woo, okay, Taylor, I love how you guys set the stage in a beautiful way for what we are about to witness here for game number 5. Enigma, it's taken us 4 games to get even halfway over our match point threshold that's there. Kind of has me saying, if we keep it up at this rate, we have a lot of Warzone ahead of us, which, hey, I love that. I would rather not have any other way to spend my Sunday than watch some of the best fry out on Havens Hollow.
Yeah, I was hoping to get back to the venue and catch some other action, but you know what? I'll also take like a 15 drop banger where we've got lots of teams on match point. I will take that all damn day. We were trying to predict it in the back, right? We're kind of think it's going to 8, maybe 10. Right now, we are on course for way past that. Now, of course, teams like the Falcons could have bangers where they take big runs, but it's one of those where this is not as simple as it used to be back when we used to talk about the Falcons on match point, and they'd basically win pretty much every map where they hit match point. It will be hotly contested, even when they get to that point. And again, we're only at 77.4 after 4. So some time yet, some Warzone to play. That will be comfort to those who've got off to slow starts. Looking at T1, Gentlemates, who finally started to build their way back in. But for some others, Vitality, VP started to slide a little bit after your early adrenaline. Gotta see them pick that momentum back up now and start to run to get themselves way into contention. Talking about some of the players that are absolutely frying, by the way, I'm seeing Noobs leading the lobby for kills with 26. The hell are we talking about there?
I mean, hey, that's just Big Eddie coming on out every single map. Like you mentioned, it was a slow start for the Falcons for today, but Noobs just doing such a great job. I think maybe he gets overlooked. I saw Smixy making some tweets saying, hey, don't forget about Eddie on LAN as a beast that is here. And maybe I think sometimes everyone's like, oh, Noobs, he's such a great support player for Soka and Doggy. No, listen, this is what makes this roster insane. It is that any one of those 3 players can absolutely shoot. And when you have that ability to be able to get back on in, and no matter who's alive, you can feel confident you can get those kills, you're going to be feeling great. I mean, it's just a couple of bullets in that last map, Enigma, that changes the Falcons from 2nd to 1st. So I'm very excited. The Falcons are starting to heat up. Some of our mainstays through maps number 1 and 2 need to figure it on out, put up some solid games here in map number 5 if they want to find their way closer to the top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, T1, by the way, landing off towards Cole again, and will instantly find 2 kills onto FLS, who's going to rotate away. So that must be the change up in plan, and well, it certainly got better for them in the last map. Let's see if they continue that way through. Let's try to keep an eye on Los Crios as well, because obviously they're having one hell of a tournament. We'll land down by Gazebos, as has worked for them so far, but under pressure again from the Ravens this time over on Main Street. Gentlemates square up with G2 at Lumbermill, as is tradition. Kill feed's going to show that Lotus 8 are having their way with Sariel's roster. Spectre team. Other than that, position, set yourself up. If you're Colony, need to build your way into today. It's been slow. Research Center, a hard one to control, and you will have company in Light Unlimited.
It's so interesting. When we get here to map 5, it's kind of feel like we've been pedal to the metal, all gas, no brakes on these first 4 maps. Then we get here and it's just a little bit of calm, right? Yeah, we have these contests early on, a couple kills going on back and forth, but nothing really insane. We're here towards that mill side. Obviously, Gooey and them get pushed out of their POI by Team 1. You're trying regain at mill. If For Fun is there, trying to be able to bring you on down. A little bit of a flip as FLS has made his way on over towards the houses. Going to be looking on down. Can you catch any of these players? And you have a Falcons member who's actually come on over towards that For Fun roster as well. So maybe if you are careful, you can manage to get some guns, float your way back on over toward that milled side, and take down some of For Fun if needed. Over at Research, though, we continue to see Virtus Pro do what they do best. Land mini, go ahead, loot on up, float on over here towards Research, try and pick up some of these kills. And it looks like that's already what they're off to a hot start doing.
Couple of players going to land back in towards Research, though. From Team Clown, Colony has 2. Good see VP here, putting pressure on underneath. Anchor's going to be sat up in servers, so this is essentially a free life, although you'll give one of them up very, very quickly. Cloud's going to look to third party this, hits the zip. Looks like a confirmed kill, 1 VP member, there goes the second. So Anchor doing their job. They'll feel like a bit of a waste. Clown's going to shimmy and shake here and try and get himself backed out for a second replay as Light Unlimited look to hit this.
Yeah, the Light Unlimited, they hear some of these shots. They want to slide on out, but they're just having to be a little bit cautious. But on the outside, look at this. Destroy thinks he can maybe get a little bit of a cheeky angle, but nope, Clown does not let that happen. Absolutely brought on down, and that is a huge sigh of relief. I think if you are this squad 7 of Clown, Colony, and Waldo, you lose 1 to Dragons, unfortunately. So Waldo and Colony have to be very careful that Light Unlimited do not activate off of getting that 1 kill. It looks like they won't. Happy to trade blows back and forth. So we can see stabilization happening over there at Research, but look down towards Main Street here, Enigma. The Falcons starting to do what we know they can, and that's float off of that boat, try and take some of these kills on Main Street, but Havoc has something to say for Doggy. Cuts him down off that zip, but Noobs good for a solid trade. So not going to let it be for free. You gain some ground if you are the Falcons.
Yeah, that's going to put Lotus 8 into a very difficult situation. Complete regain there. Both players floating in out of the sky that
Voltamos.
Shortly on timer, but you will lack loot, especially compared to many of your rivals. Falcons just going to continue to set back up here. So we can take a look over at this Research battle that wages on. Trade coming on through. Watch Waldo knocked by Dragons. Clown going to try and find the timing, get to his teammate, approach this 2v2 fight, but that rotation's got to begin, and there are several teams looking to hem you in, so this might be the end of both of these rosters if they're not careful.
This would be such a huge way to get VP back on into this game. It's been a little bit of a blender here for them in this early game, but look at the positioning. They've sort of lining themselves on up. They know that there are going to be 2 teams in this Research building, and that's exactly what happens. It's Adrian, X3 Ion in hand. We'll catch Clown. That's 1 brought on down. Now,
estamos de volta aqui.
Pro, yeah, you're looking to hold out a lot of these
Vê aqui o que tá acontecendo. Tive que ir ali buscar uma carne, mas já voltei. Cara, quem tá vivo aqui? Tem que dizer... Nossa senhora, tá todo mundo vivo. Essa é a 5ª partida, pessoal. 5ª partida, tá? O time do M8 ali tá precisando fazer uma partidinha boa. O time do M8, hein? O M8 não faz uma partida boa. De 3 partidas, eles não fizeram nenhuma boa. Só que quem tá caindo com eles ali é o time do... Deixa eu ver, time do Shift, se eu não me engano. Wishing Mars. O M8 tá precisando fazer uma partidinha boa pra ir pras cabeças. O Hallow tá indo pra cima ali do... E o time da Falcons ali tá encurralado. Tá os caras ali luteando. Olha, os caras tá andando grudadinho, cara. É isso. Essa... Os caras tendo pra wipear o time do...
Falcons are finding some. Soka at range on bow. X3 Ion in hand. He's still managing to find kills. And it's just Donkey and Noobs flying on forward, finding the kills that they need.
Noobs aqui, tá indo. Vai pegar mais um aqui, vou pegar uma kill aqui. Porque o time do Pô ali foi de arrasta pra cima. E o time da Falcons, cara, tá no jogo, hein? Eu precisava ver aqui a tabela, cara. Precisava ver a tabelita, cadê a tabela? Aqui. Cara, Falcons em primeiro. A Falcons acordou, hein? Acordou. E pela partida que eles estão fazendo aqui...
And let's say you've always got to be wary of Havoc here. He was really putting on yesterday. Millsy not bad either. Catches King Chalk looking the wrong way. Puts him down. Nielsen back off to replay. Squad 15, they're going to be next door. So good third party this. That's AG Global. Torrid afternoon thus far. But a team that can come online in their moments. Nielsen just going to try and hold the stairs. Look at those pink arrows swarm. They smell blood in the water and they may push that out.
AG Global, it's been a rough day for them. This could be the start. And they make their way back up the leaderboard. While all this action was happening, other side of the map, Virtus Pro, unfortunately, wiped already very early on here in map number 5. And look at this. We get a quick little look. Dongi on 6, Noobs on 4. We've at least seen Soka's got at least 1 or 2 in the bag. Falcons very early on here, getting about towards the end of zone 3. Already hitting double digits on their kills. 15 I'm looking at right now. If I were to believe that. An insane start for them. As Niacin continuing to look in farm, finds FLS. It's a quick one and continues the shots down on range from those AG Global players. That's going to be the pressure that you're looking for. Make sure that they don't float on over towards these buildings. Gain control of one. Look to have somebody maybe look to scam, flying in towards your building. Get some free kills.
Hell of a lot of bodies all drop at the same time. Spectre, FLS, Light Unlimited, all confirmed out at this point. So we go inside top 10. That's your next multiplier. Top 5, following that on. Enkyo's going to squeeze up. Find, disrupt, spam, echo. T1 also dealt with out of here. Frenchman starting to come online. UK fellas still have plenty of work to do. That will give them complete control of the east side of the map. They're going to have to get themselves across water because that circle's squeezing towards Main Street. And look who's here to try and take control of the Falcons.
Los Criollos trying to be able to fly on in. And they managed to find this. Amir does get dropped. So it's only going to be Criminal Guard and Z-Dark. Only 2 players left alive. And Doggy, he might have made this read. He tries to play on that outside.
Noobs ali derrubou o time do Zé Dark ali.
Is good for a trade. You find Z-Dark. Gonna put Criminal God as the last player alive. I see another player getting dropped as well. And I think for the Falcons, they're saying, hey, this is getting a little bit too mixy for us. Let's go ahead. Let's back on up. Let's hold this line in the sand. We got Soka who can look on over us. Let's maybe get these rooftops, get some of these picks out of the sky, catch some of these players below us.
A confirmation of Los Criollos go out, by the way, and only with 3 kills. Quiet map for them. No one really fought them off towards gazebos, and then when they do get active, it's about an 18-team party at Main Street. Falcons do the right thing, back off from it, let everybody else engage, and just want to walk in a little bit with the circle now as we get towards the later stages. It's a full 3 looking pretty here, but Ravens will also have that full team. Circle's going to drag towards the north, so we're talking maybe white. Good position here might be held actually by Team 16 Vitality. They're controlling a lot of land mass. Dongi going to be the player to trade everything out. He's on 10, having his way. You're going to continue to march on if you're the Falcons.
That's such a great play right there. I mean, obviously, Noobs is not expecting those 2 players.
O time da Falcons tá bem, muito vivo, cara. Muito vivo. Eles acordaram pro jogo. É, net point é foda. Net point. Nem sempre os primeiros serão os primeiros.
A lot of space given towards the
O time
Falcons.
da Twitch tem mais ali.
Lower side. You can look up here towards the barn area. They've moved out of Mansion. They've made their way south. Twisted Mind's going to look to farm a lot of these players who are just trying to cross into Main Street in some way, shape, or form. And they're going to be at the hands of the Twisted Minds if possible. Only one more team needs to drop to put us into our top 5.
This position performance fantastic. Grandma's just lets you look out over the entirety of Main Street. Going to give you that height advantage, allow you to slowly work on down. It's also going to let you control Market and Blue, which is where the circle may drag. Just so many potential win conditions being put into your pocket, stacking those odds in your favor. We talk about luck. This is the preparation part.
Os caras tá na mira ali, velho. Se o Donk for ali entrar, quem entrar ali morreu. Nossa senhora! Dog é foda, velho. Foda demais, velho. Olha essa. Se ele entra na porta ali, tinha ido os três de arrasta pra cima. Wipeado. Wipeado o time do...
Ravens are going to activate off the back of that. We'll outnumber this 3v2 and find
the Vitality ali tá entre os primeiros, hein? Vitality e Victor's Pro agora. Victor's Pro não, e Twitch Max, hein? Caiu dois da Twitch Max ali. No ataque, o Shift caiu. Os caras estão atrás do... Olha isso aí, cara. Foi wipeado o time do Shift. O save tá... Já vai pegar, já vai trazer o... Agora o Scarface. Tem 3 times vivos ainda, hein? Olha aí, olha aí. Eles aí, o time dos franceses, hein? Puta, mas essa safe aí pro time dos franceses aí é ruim, hein? Essa safe pro time dos franceses aí é ruim. Tem que derrubar um ali dentro da casa. Derrubar um dentro da casa.
Well, they've got 17 kills already. This could be a 20 kill banger, right? Now, Halo will find the crack on the first. Look at the swarm.
Puta, já foi. O time dos franceses tá... Enkel. Agora já derrubou em 3v2, hein? 3v2. 3v1. Caiu. Caiu também. Scarface. Ai. O time da Vitality ali tá na fumaça, hein? É o time dos franceses chegou ali, hein? Segundo. Oh my God. Que final de partida, cara.
For many, a lot of kills in this one to talk about, but Vitality, the way they execute on that looked like they were dead and buried, to completely honest. When Twisted Minds rolled up from the north, they were pinched in between 2 very big teams and not in a wonderful spot for it. But it's that earlier work that they put in, seize control of the buy, managed to pocket so many streaks. That gives them the buyout clause against Twisted Minds, and then they just spread out nice and wide, hold the north side so there's no one flanking round. We then trap players in from towards bowling, and everybody's funneled in front of them. That late reposition from the 2 remaining players from Blast and Sage to hit the rooftop, that's the difference maker. As soon as you lose Skull, you're in trouble, but you have that high gentleman's trying to get out, and you just cut them down from above.
Que partida, hein?
Any more poetic than maybe a huge 2-piece from Blast to try and get them right back on into it. It's a little bit, you know, it gets scary there for a second, but it is just the positioning. Like
lembrando, rapaziada, vale $100 mil de premiação, tá? Olha isso ali. O time do Skullface ali, ó. Foi atrás do time da Twitch Mars. Twitch Mars ali foi wipada lá, hein? Olha. Jay Smith.
There's only one player from that squad left alive. We have to go and find them, and they quickly bring down Z-Smith, and you can see just the immediate turn of the arrows to look at how they want to play the rest of the zone.
Not 100%. This was the moment where I thought they were going to die. They then basically bring everything out. Okay, we're just going to throw the kitchen sink out. You stop you collapsing on us. And it is that recognition. Okay, hang on a minute. We've managed to pick up 2 knocks through this. Let's flood that 3rd player. That will give us this northern control and the height advantage. And essentially let us play the other side of the sandwich. Trap Ravens in the middle. Gentlemen will have to play from the other side. We let them 2 fight first. And we then play 3rd party spoiler. So, great stuff from them. Again, we talked about it online. Do we know these three boys can shoot? Absolutely. On paper, do we have them making the Esports World Cup? Without a shadow of a doubt. It's that decision making, it's that calm amongst the madness, the control of the chaos. They've lacked it at times. They've clearly put the work in for this lad. And you see the shoulder ups coming through. eBay's no doubt a huge part of the conversation that's going on between those boys, because they've come into today, they've come into Birmingham looking real bloody good, so far improved.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big piece of that too is that Gentlemates kind of move up at the exact same time the Vitality moved down. So it's these two teams are the ones
Mano,
that
nós
kind of just
estamos
sandwich in the Ravens.
confundindo seu nome porque nós conhecemos você como padrinho, né, mano? Aí até a gente pegar o coisa vai demorar um pouco, viu? Paciência aí. Hoje vamos fazer uma reuniãozinha, tá? Assim, bora.
Let's hold that rooftop. Let's hold on through. Very, very curious about how our leaderboard looks, because I'm kind of taking a peek at some of these kills that we have sort of unofficially, you know, that are there. And while, yes, you love to see it, I believe it's 18-4 Vitality in that win. There's a couple other squads at Enigma that actually had more kills than them. So we're going to let all those scores get brought on up. I know the desk probably has a lot of thoughts about that game, but wow, what a way to kickstart kind of the rest of our day here with game number 5 and Vitality taking a win. Let's bring the desk back on in.
Thank you, Dan and Enigma. Yeah, great game. One of the most exciting end zones we've seen, at least from my perspective. And a big game coming out for quite a few teams out there. Vitality, for example, right, Coach? The last time we really saw them was game number 2 with 20 total eliminations. It was our biggest game of the day. Granted, only 2 maps in. This time around, they'll get 18, but still gets a win, stays in the conversation, and staying very strong.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality getting another win is huge. This is a team that's playing very well. This is a team that looks like they're in final form. They've kind of figured out all of the pieces that weren't really fitting together during some moments in the qualifiers. So I'm loving it. It's great to see Vitality return to form. By the way, they had like 40 streaks. I don't know what that was at the end game. Picked up streak kills on, of course, Twisted Minds, and then added a little extra on top for the final fight to make the Ravens think twice about the way they were going to play. But, Tip, I think as we kind of circle all the way back to the beginning of this one, a couple quick notes, by the way. Ravens Esports, they go Main Street. They're no longer contesting Twisted Minds up at Mansion. And we do see Los Carrillos, they go back down to gazebos on the southwestern side of the map. So they're shaking up a little bit. And then also,
olha essa mira do nosso amigo ali, o...
Look, those are the kind of moments that you have to be able to maintain that flexibility we talked about.
O que aconteceu ali com esse com ali? Deu uma bugada?
Circle that's across your normal drop spot. Then you have to be confident in your rotational abilities to do this.
A precisão do Nier sem ele é muito boa, pô.
That flexibility is everything that you need, especially on Call of Duty Warzone Match 1. Now, the team on your screen, they started heating up early. The fact that they breached north of 20 kills is to no one's surprise, but it's everything they needed to do to right the first 2 matches that didn't go their way.
Se ele não vai...
So, the race to 150 is still on, and they were at 77 points prior to this. If they've breached triple digits, there's only so many more games, guys.
For sure, we know they know how to close out games, right? I mean, that's what Hisoka was brought onto the roster for originally during the World Series of Warzone last year, and it ended up, or a couple years ago, ended up paying off. That LDBR was disgusting, and ended up getting so many cleanups. Gentlemen, a chance to win the game, but falling short, as ultimately Vitality would at least hammer in the final nail, take them down, and get the win. Wonderful job. I hope we get
não sei porque que o meu screen tá tirando print dessa porra aqui.
The vibes are high. Vitality is feeling good, and really a big fan of the DNA of this roster for sure. But yeah, Falcons with 25, top 5, that is massive for them. The way that they pushed straight through Lotus 8 was really impressive, especially with the gas just being right behind them. We get that player cam, and it looks like Sage a little bit chill this time, but preoccupied. He's got somebody to talk to this time around. But that's the man right there. He loves to give his hugs. I'm telling you, he's lovely, loves to give out that love, and just so appreciative of getting the position that he's in. Beautiful history and a wonderful roster. So we are now 5 games completed. How many do we get? We don't know just yet until that point threshold is reached, but overall, we've seen a lot of the usual suspects end up at the top and continuing to perform at the top. Now, for the Gentlemates, great game from them. 19 total eliminations. Beautifully done, Ghosh.
Yeah, a great game from them. Obviously, making it to the final circle, getting a top 5 position. That's what you need. I will say, though, Falcons, they pick up probably 25 kills, and they also get a top 5 position as they sneak their way in and take down 6th place. So that was a giant game for them. I think, Tiff, you brought up the question, do they breach triple digits? I think assuredly, yes. They nearly did that with kills alone, let alone the multiplier. So they got that, and they're going to be up there. We still need 150, though, and then a win. Can the Falcons get map wins? Absolutely. Today, though, we have Vitality winning 2 maps. We have Los Carrillos winning 2 maps. And then we have the Falcons winning the other one. So those are our only winners through 5. 2 teams having 2 wins already is kind of crazy to say, to be honest.
I love that. That's a good shout. Yeah, it truly is. And honestly, the way Vitality's been doing it, they did it with 18, they did it with 20. That's the consistency that we're talking about. And on paper, when you look at this roster, of course, it's Sage, Blast, Skullface. Guys, Skullface used to grind back in the day and compete along Hisoka. Sage used to be a part of the dynasty alongside some heavy hitters that has won LAN championships, bro. And Blast, he's a demon in his own right. He's been in Call of Duty for God knows how long, and he is going to stay here, and he wants to be a Warzone LAN champ. So on paper, in theory, and proven, that team, albeit they had to fight in through the open, it was close, it was crazy, but that doesn't matter. What matters is this lobby here is top 4, and then for a little extra sauce, a LAN win and 30 grand.
30 grand is a lot of sauce as far as I'm concerned, right? That's a lot. I'll take 30 grand for sure.
Same,
now,
though.
it is, Tiff, there's a lot we could spend 30 grand on. Okay, it's a lot. I'm thinking a lot of food.
I thought you were going to say shoes. I low-key thought you were going to say shoes.
You know I got too many of them.
Can I add a quick note, by the way? Vitality, as much as we're like, wow, they made it through opens, as a reminder, this is a top team on paper originally. We were surprised when they didn't make it through NA finals, right? So that is something to keep in mind for the folks at home that are maybe just tuning in for this. Yes, they went through opens, but this originally was a team we expected to do really well. That's finally kind of getting to what we expected, Taylor.
Yeah, I don't think you could look at this roster and not expect them to do well. Game 5, here's the results. Vitality, of course, in first with the most points. Gentlemen just below them. And then Raven still, very consistent. You know, they're a team that has been hovering in the top 4. At one point, they were in first place, but only by just after 1 game. But either way, Raven's very impressive as a whole. They keep the momentum from their performance just yesterday. We do have some teams that are still towards the bottom. G2 Esports might have started off okay, but they've yet to get up into the forefront from the time being. Los Carrillos slow down just a little bit, not too worried about them. AG Global, though, I do put them on alert at the moment, especially after 5 drops, and we can see the other teams like Vitality, Gentlemates, especially Falcons, right, who get 35, mind you, which is just insane top 5, and they might be the team to break, actually, they will be the team to break 100 points, so they're getting dangerously close to 150. So now, Ghosh, if I'm any of those other rosters below, bottom, or top 4, I start to get a little bit worried, but more importantly, I start to get on high alert. What's not working? Okay, let's fix it because we don't have that much time.
Yeah, sure. I'll be very curious to see what the overall looks like. This is a great
Falcons
map
fez
from these top 3, 4
35
teams,
pontos.
of course, but the Falcons pick up a 35-point
Falcons
game
tá quase.
map they didn't even win. So yeah, that pushes them to 112.4 points. They are far and above everybody else at this point, over eclipsing 30 points ahead of Vitality, of course, securing that 2nd position. Everybody else is close together, though. I mean, you see a spread of 8 points or so between 4th and 5th, and then everybody else, you know, mostly all together. I would say down where Light Unlimited is in Lotus 8, that's where you start to get worried. I mean, you're 62 points behind our leaders, but you're 30 points behind our kind of room for error, if you will, of being inside the top 4, our bubble, rather. AG Global's in 16th. Again, this is a roster that starts out, this is a great player. These are, you know, FIFA Kill, former world champion. This is a great team. Unfortunately, it isn't working on Resurgence. And yes, they made it here. Reminder, do I have to bring us back to our regional finals? They got turbo slammed. It's the exact same position of what happened in regional finals. They didn't make it because the competition was stout. They can't really find their place on the map. I don't love Chapel as a drop spot, and I don't think they're liking it either.
Yeah, they've gone through a couple of iterations of drops, you know, that trying to find their identity, what works, what doesn't work. We got the pink hair for FIFA, though, and I believe in the pink hair. Hey, look, it's not over till it's over. Still plenty of time for them to catch up, but time might be running out. I mean, 112, 117, whatever for Falcons. Very impressive. Let's get Game 6 underway. Dandro Enigma, take it away.
Thank you, Taylor. I think you bring up the point, Enigma, that I'm looking at the most is that the Falcons, we were worried, right? They've come online. They've awoken. They are finding these kills. 25 and a 1.4 is definitely nothing to sneeze at because this feels more in line with what we have seen from the Falcons.
Average placement is kind of high.
In a lot of their different stages.
Average placement is kind of high from what I'm used to. All right, now let's go to the top team fraggers. You got this.
You got Gentleman's on 52. You got Fisherman on 60. Vitalit on 61. Raven
this tournament might be
64
ending sooner than you think.
Falcon on 79. Like,
they are what?
it's not even that close. I'm gonna be honest. Almost 20 kills away.
If you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, they had issues
Wait,
with
what
their
the
first two
fuck?
maps. So
Yeah.
That's actually insane. They're almost.
Fala, rapaziada, de novo, bem. Adivinha quem tá em primeiro? Ai, ai. É consistência, rapaziada. Falcons em primeiro. Quinta partida já. E os caras já estão quase em match point, 112 pontos. Então assim, e mostra. E as 3 primeiras partidas deles foram muito ruins. Muito mesmo. E os caras teve a mente fria. E os caras estavam em 15º, e agora os caras estão em primeiro. Com 2, 3 partidas. Então, galera, vamos pra cima. Vamos pra cima. Falcons em primeiro, time do Sage, que é o Vitality em segundo, Ravens Sports em terceiro, Twisting Minds em quarto. Louco Rios, time mexicano.
Here we go. Let's get it, baby. Let's get it. We are starting. Here we fucking go.
Bora pra próxima partida.
The closest team to them is Los Carrillos, Amir, Criminal Guard, and Z-Dark in 5th. But even then, they're still behind them by 8 or so points, right? And then behind them, it's the Gentleman's with 68.2. So really strong opportunity here for some of these rosters where if we go another 2 or 3 games where if they start putting up 20 points a game, you might start to find yourself in the right position. But let's take a look. We're dropping on in, ladies and gentlemen, to map number 6. We are heading
Drop da pausa ali. Olha essa safe aí, cara. Virtus Pro tem o time dos mexicanos tá caindo junto no drop dos Virtus Pro lá, cara. E aí o time dos franceses aqui junto com o G2 voltaram ao começo, hein? Voltaram ao começo. O time dos mexicanos voltou para o drop deles normal.
Going to be alerted to the presence of several players. Not a surprise there. Going to be contested by 2. Slightly north of here will be T1 looking to fight again with Team F.
Os 3 times ali, ó.
Melvin pick up Echo. Research or servers currently.
O Echo já caiu lá. Só fez.
Virtus Pro, but AG Global have taken control for now. Virtus Pro. You do have one body here, but the rest of you demoted to the parking lot, and the Scum in flames a kill. You need several more if you are this team. This really has to be the heater afternoon. To kickstart their afternoon. Otherwise, I don't see a route back in. Noki with the XR3 Ion gets a crack. FIFA kill cleans up for the
O time do FIFA Kill apareceu, hein? E tá aqui, vai, nossa senhora. Se subir o rapel, morre. Olha lá. Quase que o time da Virtus Pro foi wipado, hein? Quase. Cara, 3 times ali, cara. Primeiro, olha lá, foi wipado o time da Virtus Pro. Wipe. Essa ali foi pro time do Virtus ali, vai ser wipado também. Não, voltou. O time da Falcons tá ali com. Já rushou no âncora do time do Nice ali, do Resurgence Sports.
Nielsen, if you are Kingshot, you got to slow down for a second because you're worried you're about to lose heats in this.
Puta, caiu um lá. Como que esse cara escapou ali, cara?
Which means if you are Dongy, got to get the hell out of there. Back up, reset this situation.
A seringa é muito forte, né, rapaziada? Seringuinha é muito forte, pô.
1 month ago, that squad's losing your anchor and having to slow down. This time, deal with it. Great support in from the boys.
Yeah, it's really just everybody playing the role.
Dong 0 kill.
You said the fraggers moving on out.
Não fez o loadout, ele fez, já fez já.
Heat staying alive.
Pô, o Virtus Pro tá... Ele vai ter que trocar de drop, cara. Os caras estão caindo 3 times com eles lá, pô. O time dos mexicanos, o time do FIFA Kill e o time da LS. 4 times e um drop só. Eles vai ter que disputar drop aí. É melhor disputar drop com um time só do que com 4. Ó, o time do Chiefs já limparam a mansão ali. E os caras estão descendo. Quebrou a placa ali de habilidade. Boa. Um tiro. Linha 100 ali, o time linha 100. Finalizou linha 100. Heavens Sports.
Now the two standing players haven't found each other, one on the roof, one below. Pause, let your boys back in, figure it out from there.
Starting to just get a lay of the land. You have one lone member of FLS that's here.
Chegou o time do... Time da Reps aqui tem 15 times vivos, hein? Só o time da Virtus Pro que foi de arrasta pra cima, hein? Até agora. Skullface foi em cima do Hisoka ali, hein, cara. Esse regame aqui é foda, mano. Esse regame aqui é complicado. O time da Falcons não tá numa posição legal, hein. Mas tá, tem um vivo ainda. Final Gold lá derrubou o M8. O Enkel derrubou o Amir lá.
After great work, they were in a regame blender for a while, trying to bounce between basically lumber and coal to just stay in the fight.
O time da M8 tá vivo ainda. Hisoka tá vivo. O time da Virtus Pro foi de arrasta. É, meus amigos. Não tá fácil não. O Dong ali também tá numa situação bem complicada ali com... Já vai levar aqui, levou aquilo aqui, levou em cima do Big Man. Do G2. Dong 2 kills. Tá numa posição complicada aqui o Dong, hein. O Fox já tá em... Escapou. Noobs aqui. Falcon foi de arrasto. Falcon foi de arrasta pra cima ali, o time do... time do Vitality ali. Vai, boa, Falcons, hein? Time do Sage, hein? Time do Sage tá muito bem nesse campeonato, cara. Tá muito bem mesmo. E tá indo pro wipe ali, hein? É o time dos mexicanos versus o Sage. E vai cair ali o Sage, hein? Caiu o Sage, mas não foi wipeado. Skullface tá vivo ainda.
Certainly our T1, Falcons, G2, Gentlemates all out of there. Los Correos gaining control of Lumbermill. That'll give them the south side of the circle and allow them to just walk forward with the gas. A wonderful place to be for the team. Already won 2
Nossa senhora!
That will be the Ravens dealt with. And AG Global are finally going to see a late circle in this one. That being said, Twisted Minds, they're going to activate off the back of that and start to move towards center zone, gaining control of Coal Depot.
Virtus Pro começou muito bem, mas teve uma caída aqui, hein? Sage aqui vai ser o wipeado. Foi o wipeado, o time do Sage aqui da Vitality. Top 6. Tá vivo o time do
as we come on down. Finally, we have just
Time
squads of 3
do...
remaining. And as I'm looking at this, we can see
time do mexicano tá vivo. Twisted Minds tá vivo, que é o time do Shift.
Kills get me in a mirror POV when they rotate in. These guys have been frying. 22.4 points already. Likely going to be in a great position as they rotate up from the south. The one thing against them is going to be the height. This is very much so a depressed position.
Squad 11
squads that are going to be on headies.
tá vivo e tá chegando ali pro time do... Um tiro, hein? Um tiro. Derrubou um ali. O time do Squad 11 tá cercado, hein? Vai chegar ali. Foi. Já arrasta pra cima. Time do Deus chegou ali. E provavelmente eles vão aqui pra primeira, hein? A primeira aqui. Provavelmente eles vão para primeiro lugar, viu? Eles são em segundo. Eles são em segundo.
And I'm looking at you have these 2 teams from down below, the other 2 squads sitting up towards research. So we could kind of see 2 different fights breaking on out and then a final collide towards the end. But for Twisted Minds, I think it's about playing patiently, hold some of these cold rooftops, just get any amount of information you can work off of.
Lost Careers have so many kills right now, they can afford to just slow this down. The best thing for them really is going and getting that extra multiplier, so they can just play up that east side if they wish. Let everything else unfold in front of them. It's not exactly a nice place to be, but it might be better if you just let these other 3 teams engage each other for a moment.
Cara, agora é cada no seu quadrado.
Lost Careers member there, just kind of assessing the situation, scouting.
Os caras vão fazer uma avançada ali na loja.
You're gonna get here for Twisted Minds, you fill your boots, get
Fez
yourself
avançado, soltou avançado, o Almond ali.
We only saw 3 pops. I'm going to assume that was 4. And that will give you the information on everybody, let you can try and control this end circle.
What's crazy here, Enigma, Los Criollos currently sitting
Squad 15.
18, I believe is 15. What we said. 19 now at this
tá
point. Other squads in this?
Caiu, hein? Derrubou lá o Deus da Mir lá, hein? Nossa senhora, hein? Essa arma tá muito forte, pai. Quem gosta de jogar de sniper, essa é sniper, tá? Essa sniper tá muito forte, mano. Muito forte mesmo. E o time do Deus da Mir ali tá numa situação bem difícil, hein? Foi o wipeado ali, o time do... Os dois chegou lá pra... Shift sem placa. Precisa derrubar um, hein? Derrubou. Foi o wipeado ali, o time do... Twisted mais muito bem na partida, hein? Tava precisando de uma partida dessa boa, hein? Eles estão em quarto. O time do 5. Squad 5. O time da Twitch mais tá todo mundo vivo, cara. E o 5 tá... Além de dar os 2 vivos, tá separado. Então, assim, tá numa situação bem complicada. Não, tá os 3 vivos. Mas tá separado. Se juntar agora. Estão numa posição... Uma posição boa. Uma posição boa porque tem um muro, tem um morro ali. Só que a Twitch mais também tem lá. Né? Pegaram a rotação. Tô fazendo a rotação.
Oki's gonna send out some of those shots, so the comms coming on through that they're there. But look at this wrap towards the other side. It's 2 members of Twisted Minds. They're trying to isolate Oki if they can, but just the X3 Ion is backing them down. So
foram pra cima, hein? Os caras vai pra cima mesmo, hein? Not safe. Nossa, fechou pra... Fechou pros caras de cima. A posição do 15, do Team 15 é melhor que a posição do... A Twitch tem mais nesse momento, hein? Pulou. 1 contra 1, hein? 1 contra 1. FIFA kill, o time FIFA kill, tá? Não, 2 contra 1. 3 contra 1. É. Essa aqui já era. Tem mais, vai levar.
And just like that,
Tem nem
it's
como.
FIFA kill and a dream, just trying to stay alive here, but it's the 3 members of Twisted Minds. They are on the hunt. You're gonna get pushed off of this. Skyheads come on through, bring FIFA down very low. This is all but done and dusted here, folks. You're just gonna have no opportunity.
Pode tentar levar um aqui, mas é bem difícil. Nossa, fechou pra ele ainda, hein? Tem injeção, hein? Esse ataque aí pode complicar, hein? Se ele tomar um tiro, ele morre. FIFA Kill ainda tá dando trabalho aqui sozinho, hein? Não te deixei mais, mas aí não tem como. Não tem como, não. E eles estão frente a frente ali, ó. Olha que mata. Os caras que estão aqui estão frente a frente, rapaz. Vou pôr uma carne pra assar ali. We've got Scum and FIFA Kill who can play height if they wish. We can't allow them that. That PA splits them in half, and from there it never felt like you managed to get back together if you are AG Global. Twisted Minds, get that opening knock, then just play around each other with the trade situation. Self-res comes through as well, and that allows you to swarm FIFA Kill in the end. Great stuff from these boys. We knew they'd never be very far away from the top 4. Matt win while sitting in 4th. That's going to have them looking pretty running through the back half of today.
Yeah, I mean, this was a squad that we really needed to start kind of putting up some points, especially when we look at the top half of our leaderboard and seeing that so many of those squads were the first to exit this game. So with Twisted Minds being able to come on through, I believe that was 14 kills and a win, puts them at 22.4. That is a very solid game. Los Carrillos also with some insane kills. They get into that 1.4 multiplier. I think it's 26.6 points from them. Really solid work there for AG Global. We've had some questions about them, but this could be the start, Enigma, where maybe if they can do this a couple more times in these games, it'll be A-OK. Look at just a glimpse of those final moments there with realistically what just kind of comes down to FIFA Kill being alive and showing off maybe a little bit of tech for those of you at home, which is how to survive in gas way longer than you should. It's called maybe having a muni box and some stims.
Yeah, while we watch FIFA Kill try and turn it into a heal off and pray to the gods for something out of the box, it's a great bounce back for them, sure. Like, this has been a tough afternoon. Yesterday I was speaking to Thief towards the end. They only just qual through. Not technically when it comes to the points, but he was very nervous watching over his shoulder a bit. And the problem with this team is their floor. They just can have games where they get essentially insta-wiped. And when you're looking to be world champions, when you are, if you're FIFA Kill, a current world champion, you can't afford to have those kind of games. So that's what they've got to lift themselves out of. Moments like this where you're just trying to make the best of a bad situation, got to be doing more of that. It's a great thing right now, but I worry you're leaving it a bit too little, too late. We need some mega games from this point. Twisted Minds, of course, going to lift them way up. Los Carrillos, you said it yourself, a banger of a map. Rotating, took complete control of Lumber Mill, moved forward. Yes, you're only getting yourself inside top 5. Crimmy goes for maybe a bit of an over-egregious chow, but we'll give it to him because that boy's frying today. But they're going to be sitting real good inside that top 4. Great stuff out of them.
Yeah, I mean, we did ask FIFA Kill before. He did say before qualifiers that he would have pink hair on.
G2.
You're trying to hide it here with your hat, my boy? You gotta own that, okay? You gotta really own it. He also does no preference for dogs or cats, and that maybe also concerns me just a little bit. That's there. But when we kind of talk about the final few remaining teams in that lobby, Enigma, like you mentioned, it came on down. We had Twisted Minds, we had Los Carrillos. That's currently your 4th and 5th team. So if you're Los Carrillos, that's a huge game for you, a potential to overtake that 4th game slot. But Twisted Minds being able to lock on in, being able to take that W keeps them, I think, believing in that 3rd place spot, at least keeping it close, making sure that they are not letting this slip away from them. It is an absolutely crazy moment to be able to see just so many of these teams, you know, here in map number 6, dude, that we're already here, still finding form, still finding the purchase to be able to get these kills and to get these points on the board. We are just heating up, it feels like, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to go ahead and go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to break down that map number 6, take a look at the scores, hopefully, and tee us up for map number 7. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back after the break.
Lock in, load up, and let's make history. Doggy from above, the shots are firing. Fights coming thick and fast and furious. Today is about legacy. Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying.
13 minutinhos aqui, vamos ver o que tem aqui pra nós. Ver se tem alguém pra nós assistir uma live aqui. Alguém fazendo live aqui pra nós assistir. Aqui. Vamos assistir uma partida minha aqui. Jogando aqui, vamos ver meus erros se acerto. Vamos lá. Vamos assistir uma partida aqui, vídeos. Minha última partida, vamos ver. Cara. Vamos assistir uma partida lá do começo. Primeiro que eu coloquei, vamos ver aqui. Bom. LC10 era a meta ainda. Tá com o nome de Bjorn, velho. Jogando a 40 FPS, mano. Não tá sem loadout? Eu caí aqui. Mas parece que eu tava sem loadout. Olha lá, 30 FPS, mano. Tava aqui, mas tive que não. Ah, eu não peguei o. Eu usava. LC10, minha boa demais, velho. Viu, tá sem áudio essa live aqui? Esse vídeo tá sem áudio? Tá sem áudio essa porra. Tá sem áudio, pô. Aí não, Duty. Vou botar um... Não, tá com o áudio, tá baixo. Com o áudio tá baixo. Vamos caçar outra aqui, uma melhorzinha. Vamos pegar essa última aqui.
Só tem mais um, rapaziada.
Caralho, até assustei.
Mina.
Essa foi a última partida que eu coloquei, vamos lá.
Bora pra cima, bora pra cima. Turbina, rapaziada. Muito loot, muito loot.
Muito loot, muito loot.
Cadê?
Turbina aí, ó.
Bora.
Tá caindo um time aí, hein? Tá caindo um time com a gente aí, tá?
Esse mapinha aqui. Bora, aqui é massa.
Tem um time aí, tá?
Pô, da puta, velho.
Boa. Só tem mais um, rapaziada.
Ah, mano. Cara, tá miado. Cadê, mano? Tá, desceu no papel ali.
Inimigo chegando na AO.
Ó, tô rushando o cara.
O cara do lado aqui, ó. Ah, não, velho.
Lugar sem placa.
Bombardeio aéreo pronto pro lançamento.
Assinou esse cara aqui, mano. Nossa, esse aqui mamou, hein, velho.
Já temos dinheiro, rapaziada.
Mano, tô com vontade da hora.
Marcando, recarregando.
Ó, pega aqui, ó.
Só tem.
Pô, verdade, dinheiro aqui, ó, que quiser.
Entrega de armamento a cada caminho.
Pacote de ajuda.
Temos loadout ali, vamos ver. Passar um pouquinho, né?
Manda um ataque de napalm. Quase me pegaram.
Tô indo lá, bora.
Descendo na área. Olho no céu. Mandando 16 disparos.
Boa. Sempre. Não passou nada. Foi, tá na janela aqui, ó.
Ô, mano, aqui. Ah, mano,
Dá uma
muito
olhada,
fogo,
né?
velho.
Eu também morri com fogo aqui.
Eu tô queimado, velho.
Nossa,
eu não vi nada. Mano, o cara nem me viu, mano.
Ativos na área.
Tá em cima. Nossa, matou. Corre. Nossa, tem outro time. Pegou. Não sabe nada.
Uma caixa de armamento de volta. Uma caixa de armamento de volta. Alvo abatido. Marcando o resto dele.
Pacote de ajuda pronto pra entrega.
Mano, compra. Quem tem dinheiro e compra um ataque, solta lá.
Bombardeio aéreo na espera de alvo.
O cara ali.
Vai,
Esquadrão no mapa. Ou a caçada.
Tá os três lá, hein.
Confirmando o disparo. Nada de baixas.
Tem dois aqui. E tem um.
E tem um também?
Tem três, velho.
Não, mano.
Já foi. Boa.
Tá.
Pode ir.
Aqui, ó.
Nossa, peguei ela. Pô, tem outra aqui, ó.
Quase. Já foi deletado. Nossa senhora.
Cadê?
Eu não vou, não. Foi estrupada agora, velho. Carai. Ó, os caras rusharam aí.
No ponto
Se
da
prepara.
ação.
Você vai voltar pra luta.
Tá na fábrica, tá? Aqui, ó. Ó, tem cara aqui, tem cara aqui.
Tem dinheiro? Ó, peguei um van. Pera aí, viado. Cara aqui.
Saindo da O.
Desceu. Pô, tá cheio de cara aqui. Calma aí, Luizão. Calma aí, calma aí.
É.
Mostra um cara aqui na casinha, cara. Eu. Calma aí. Mostra um cara aqui na casinha, cara. Aqui. Sai. Não! Ah, não. Sai caindo. Ah, caiu.
A janela de ressurgência vai fechar. Tempo de voo em 5 segundos.
Bombardeio, velho.
Ó, o cara morreu aí, o cara caiu aí, mano.
Meu colega tá removido.
Caiu pro ataque aí, ô.
Ele o... Cara, eu vou ter que... Fudeu. Valeu. Não tem nada, suruba, velho. Tá bem, velho?
Ai.
Vai lá.
O clique, dá o clique. Ó, que eu errei. Eu errei muito, joguei mal. Valeu, Dani. Tamo junto, mano. É Dan. Hilton 48. Já vou seguir você. Foi todo mundo. Tô revendo umas play que... Vem aqui meus erros nas minhas play. Que eu joguei mal demais aqui, ó. Na verdade eu me empolguei aqui, ó. Eu tinha derrubado. Sem placa. Ó. Só com dois aqui, ó. Deveria ter tirado a cara. Solta um vante aí, ô Rian. Seja muito bem-vindo, viu, meu amigo? Vou fazer um avançado, solta o dinheiro. Ô, viado, ficou com o dinheiro aí, Rian. Solta o dinheiro. Só dinheiro, Rian.
Solta o dinheiro aí, mano.
Tem que ser rápido que o gás tá vindo, viado.
Vai só.
Ó, tem cara aí em cima aí, tá? Vai subir. Subiu, tá em cima aí. Tá esperando nós, tá? Eles vai estar esperando. Bora. Sobe todo mundo.
Simão.
Caiu. Essa foi arriscada. Bora. Sobe todo mundo. Mano, esse aqui é o Resurgência, pô. Tá tendo o campeonato aqui, ó, de Resurgência. Valendo 100 mil dólares de premiação. Aí os caras deu um time lá de 10 minutos lá. Já tá voltando já. O time da Falcons tá em primeiro. Aí eu tô... Enquanto dá esses 10 minutos aqui, eu tô vendo uma play minha aqui. O que eu preciso melhorar. O que eu preciso. E você falar da onde, Dan? Ó, essa play minha aqui foi... Cara... Foi arriscada. Foi muito arriscada, ó. Mas no mesmo tempo é que eu tive sorte que eu derrubei o cara. Porque o cara tava em cima, ele tava na melhor posição, né? Ele tava mais... embaixo aí com vocês aí.
Ali do lado, ali, ó.
Aí, vamos ver. Aqui tem mais esse. Ah, esse tava bugado. Ó, chegando mais um aí.
Olha o cara aqui do lado, velho.
Não é ranked. Não, esse aqui não é ranked, não. Aqui eu tô jogando com aleatório, pô. Eu tô jogando com aleatório, não é ranked não, tá? É surgência normal aqui.
Morreu.
Aí...
Morreu.
Isso aqui é um vídeo meu que eu fiz, 19 kills, aí eu tô reagindo aqui aos meus erros. Mano, só segurar, viado, só segurar, só marca os caras descer de lá, tá?
Fica aqui, mano, tamo no meio.
Só marcar aqui. Olha lá, safe é nossa. Ó, os caras estão tudo lá. Safe é nossa, só marcar aqui, tá? Precisava de um ataque, mano. Solta o dinheiro aí, Rian, aqui, ó. Esse jogo tem que pensar muito rápido, mano. Florianópolis? Boa. Morei em Florianópolis aí, pô. Pouco tempo, mas morei aí. Fiquei no Figueirense, pô. Figueirense, fiquei 2 semanas aí no Figueira. No Orlando Scarpelli. Jogava futebol. Ó, aqui, ó. Esse segundo aqui, se é numa personalizada ou numa screen com cara bom, ó. Tá vendo aqui, ó? Ó. Aqui eu já teria que ter subido com um ataque, ó. Só segurar, viado. Só segurar. Só marca os caras descer de lá, tá? Aí eu pensei, pô,
Fica aqui, mano,
muita gente, vamos pegar um ataque.
Só
marcar aqui. Esse tempo aqui, se o time rusha na gente, mata a gente. Safe é nossa, só marcar aqui, tá? Ó. Precisava de um ataque, mano. Solta o dinheiro aí, solta o dinheiro aí. Eu sei aí, solta o dinheiro, tudo. Ó. Solta o dinheiro. Aí eu peguei, quer ver? Solta o dinheiro aí, Eu virei de costa pros caras. Rian, aqui, ó. Solta o dinheiro, Rian, solta o dinheiro. Ó, tá vendo aí, ó.
Tem uma loja.
Cara, esse negócio do dinheiro aqui, ó, tem que ser muito rápido, mano. Muito rápido, senão os cara te executam, velho. Aí eu tive que ir lá embaixo, buscar
marca lá, rapaziada.
o ataque e voltar.
Só espera aí.
Voltei.
Não tem, mano, não tem. Tem lá embaixo,
Soltei o ataque lá, ó.
Dá pra comprar aí, ó. Compra aí na loja.
Ó.
Eu dropei uma loja aqui, ó.
Esse aí passou, não consegui finalizar. Mas me arrisquei de novo. O cara foi na loja, comprou. Joguei mal demais isso aqui. Muito mal mesmo. Aqui, ó. Não tem, mano. Tem lá embaixo, tá? Ó, joguei muito mal.
Dá pra comprar aí, ó. Compra aí na loja.
Se o time roxo aqui, ó, que nem eu não finalizei ele. Beleza. E aí eu desci, cara. Eu caí, olha lá, eu desci. Entendeu? Muito mal, aí eu fui, voltei. Aí beleza. Aí eu desci atrás do cara aqui, tava sem loot, beleza, tava sem loot. Beleza, sem loot. A C fechou pra trás, olha. E eu tô sozinho aqui, ó. Ó, só chegou um cara aqui. Beleza. Matei. Tá. Só que essa jogada aqui não é inteligente, tá? Não foi inteligente. Ó. Eu tô marcando aqui o... Ó, e eu vou descer de novo. Beleza. Tive que ir pro tudo ou nada. Fui pro tudo ou nada. Beleza. Boa. Finalizei ali. Finalizei. Caralho, tem um cara lá na loja lá, mano. Tem um cara ali em cima. Ó, se o cara... Tem um cara na janela ali, ó. Ó. Tem um cara na minha janela ali na direita. Ó, ali, ó. Tem um cara nessa janela aqui, ó. Só que o cara não colocou a cara, né? Mas se ele coloca, ele tinha me matado. Então, aí o cara pegou.
Aê, caralho.
É que às vezes precisa de sorte também, né? Que na verdade foi um pouco de sorte, né?
Pô, tem dois ali.
Aí eu mato o cara da loja, ó.
Dois caras ali. Tá aí, pô. Boa. Caralho, tem seus filhos, hein, mano. Nossa, mano. Olha o Dutch aí, velho. Dutch é muito forte.
É nóis, rapaziada. É nóis. Vamos pra cima. Quarta vitória. Vamos pra quarta, hein?
Nossa, deixa eu tô 24, mano. Tá boa. Pô, nós matou quantos no total, mano? Olha isso. 62, velho.
Caralho, arrastamos, hein, rapaziada. Caralho, já tá começando aqui. Entendeu? Se é contra time bom, mano, ali não um dos caras que sabem jogar, tá ligado? Em screen, esses erros aí não pode ter, pô. Olha os kill, os líderes de kill. Nossa, tá empatado. Esse cara aqui é muito bom, cara. Ontem eu assisti ele, muito bom mesmo. Niassen. Niassen aqui, ontem uma partida ele fez 18 kills. Muito bom, mano. Olha o Dom, 30 kills. O Enkel, francês aqui, ele é muito bom jogador, mas ele é muito novo ainda, né? Acho que futuramente aí ele vai ser um dos caras que vai estar Destroy 20 kills, Jay Smith 22 kills, Zé Dark, esse cara aqui também mata muito. Ele é o Criminal Dog. O nego está com 35 kills, hein, pai? Neus.
Beautiful job coming out from him. How many more games we got? I don't know. 117 is currently where we're at for the Falcons to scale themselves up the leaderboard.
Olha lá. Deixe mais ganhou. Ganhou a partida com 14 kills, cara. 22 pontos. Ele estava em quarto. Olha lá. Falcons 117 pontos. Deixe mais 104. Louco Corilhos 100 pontos. Raven Sport Niasse 99 pontos. Cara, tem muita lenha pra queimar aqui ainda, hein? Muita lenha pra queimar aqui ainda. Victor's Pro aqui, ó. Tá precisando de uma partida boa. Precisando de uma partida boa. Porque já Victor's Pro aqui. Já, uma partida aqui, isso aqui pode mudar. Os caras aqui podem entrar em match point aqui e aí fudeu.
Next one, what do you think? You think they drop a banger?
E aí, rapaziada, só pra atualizar vocês, tá? Aqui o Mundial foi dividido em 4 vezes, tá? Aqui faz parte do Mundial, então aqui virou 4 campeonatos, né? Virou 4 campeonatos, então sim. Hoje tá sendo a final de $100 mil em Birmingham. Semana que vem não, mês que vem, tem a outra que é na Atlanta. E tem outra. Tem mais 2. E depois tem mais. Aí tem o EWC. WC em novembro, setembro ou novembro. O WC é valer R$1 milhão em premiação, tá? Então vamos aqui para sétima partida. Sétima partida de Heaven's Hollow.
Pretty mixy, and our room for error, our margin for error is growing thinner and thinner, but it is a Call of Duty Warzone match point format, which means we could play 12 games, we could play 15 games or more.
Mano, eu vou mandar outro, tá? Vou mandar aqui. Vamos lá, bora pra próxima. Galera, muito obrigado quem compareceu aí até agora, tamo junto. E é isso, vamos pra próxima aqui, hein? Ó, aqui, ó. A Sei foi pro outro lado, o time do Deus Amir foi pro lado que não tava dando certo pra eles, ó. Eles caíram aqui a primeira partida, ganharam, né? E agora eles voltaram pra lá, por causa da Sei. Aí caiu aqui os franceses, caiu lá com o Virtus Pro mudou o drop, caiu junto com os franceses. E aqui já tá indo aqui um time aqui. Deixa eu ver aqui como que eu mando. Convidar aqui, ó. O time dos franceses vai ser o iPad ali. Foi o iPad? Não, foi. Falta um. Tem um. Time do Vitória Pro. Vai ser o iPad aqui, o time dos franceses, hein? Vermalock ali foi o iPad do time dos franceses pelo time da Vitória Pro. Vitória Pro tá ativo, hein? Negócio. Os caras são foda, velho. São foda mesmo.
This far west, that's too far of a rotation to make. Gentlemates go down first in map number 7. Disaster for the Frenchmen. See if they can regain in future ones. For now, VP will breathe. Be excited they won an early engagement. And hopefully start creeping their way up the leaderboard. We got to go check out some more action though. Dragons
não pode dar mole, rapaziada. Não pode dar mole. Dá mole.
A gigantic margin in the kill category. Saw them in the top 5 in individual kills. But the team's in 11th. That team's got a lot of work to do.
Especially if you want to be in the top 4, and that's where it needs to be. Shifty, though, over here, Twisted Minds sets his sights with a PA straight onto the face of Spectre. Still hasn't dealt the finishing blow. They're currently hunting for him to take some damage right there because they don't care. Oh my God, wait a second. Authentics.
O Shift vai cair que eu não vou. Joga muito,
Shifty's not losing that. By the way, in that interview, I think the desk briefly brought it up. He got interviewed by Pulse Check earlier. Basically said it feels like I'm playing pubs. Everybody's scared, we're not, and therefore we win. Which, hey, you know, fair enough. Shifty is top of the individual fragger leaderboard, having a great day. We'll see what they're able to do.
Yeah, he did say that about Ravens Esports. He definitely did. Good thing to note, Ravens Esports alive for the time being in Main Street. Vitality, this is the reset of ages. We have become one with the water, the way of the wind, and I don't blame them because the way the circle is pulling, they're going to have to emerge themselves. But all this is doing is allowing T1 the time and space to spread out and hunt them down.
Ele vai cair o Criminal Gold ali.
Great escape off the rooftops. Unfortunately, Amir can't get his trade.
Nossa senhora, o Zé Dark pegou chegando ali.
The thing that Amir could not. So we pick up one. And again, this is classic. This goes back to map number 1. Deixe and Co, Los Correos, they moved down to gazebos again and are going to play this southwestern side of the map based on the zone. They're kind of showing us the way Haven's Hollow is, I don't know if meant to be played is the correct term, but the way it can be played, which is your drop spot is highly variable based on the zone. And they're doing a great job of it. They went out on the southwestern side currently, still got a lot of work to do in Main Street, and they harried some folks up. And unfortunately, Authentic's not going to make it out of the zone on that one. Shifty finds another.
You cannot escape Shifty if you're Authentic. So you see Twisted Minds up there at Mansion. Falcons on the south side. They start putting their kind of thorns over in that gazebo side. You have Los Crios, that number 14, just ahead of them. Now, Vitality has been on the move, just kind of farming that resurgence timer as their rotations, trying to basically get some grounds on land. I want to see them give some weapons, and they're going to have to inevitably take this fight against Light Unlimited and potentially Los Crios.
Teams we haven't really talked too much about on this map. AG Global on 9 kills, by the way, Main Street rather, and they are fighting for their lives, and it's working. Something has clicked for them in the second half of this event, and they desperately need these points. Even after around a 20-point game, they're still pretty far down the leaderboard. They need these bad. G2 has been pretty quiet after the first couple drops, but they're all 3 alive, moving out through Trainwreck, moving into Main Street on the backside of Ravens and AG Global. G2 not out of the weeds yet, especially when they lose sight to Z-Smith on the north side. Twisted Minds rotating through Barn, picking up kills because they can. They've got a lot of ground to work with. Their anchors playing back by Pond and of course Mansion, but they're alone up there as the other two hunt for kills around this barn area. You can see them just outside of view. Team 13 running for their lives and running for the hills. Millsy goes down. Twisted Minds are hunting down their prey. It does look like pubs for them currently. Shifty on 8.
8 is massive. It truly is. If you are north of 100 points for Twisted Minds, if you're hunting down the Falcons, this is a performance that is going to do just that for you. But your goal is to find even more kills. You pushed out G2. They found themselves at the helm of Ravens Esports. And even then, this is where the remainder of Lotus 8 went. So you've got multiple teams surrounding you, and that one hurts. That one hurts for Ravens Esports at the hands of Big Man.
Just getting some intel, but G2 is trying to figure out what they're going to do against Ravens. Again, G2 is in 12th
o time
overall,
dos
by the way.
mexicanos dentro
They
da
started
água,
out
hein?
pretty solid, and now really struggling to find any points. This map could change it all if they can win that fight in Main Street, but we move over to Vitality, who lost the fight in Train Station. They've had to regain. They found a few kills along the way, but they're chilling in the water, waiting on a few more zones to figure out where they need to go. You also see Los Carrillos over in the water as well. And who are pushing everybody into the water and pushing them out of the south side? It's the Falcons. We'll show you them in a little while because the Ravens and G2 are about to engage. G2 trying to rotate to new, get into a better position. The Ravens down to a solo, just waiting, lurking, hoping their teammates come flying back in here shortly. I'm sure those timers are getting quite low.
Eu acho que agora vai...
That information went the way of G2. Look what happens. We're down to a solo. And now you're getting even more information, and this time it's given to you by Nielsen. Now here's the deal, though. He did enough to get his two teammates back on in, but
provavelmente vai pegar o banco, tá?
they're gonna feel comfortable.
Caiu ali o
Good
Z2.
angle on taking down anxiety like that. Sure, you get a bit of punishment there, but you're alive, and that's all that matters.
Caiu mais uma. Nossa senhora.
Reminder,
Esse cara é bom.
Nielsen shoots
E o time da G2 tá indo pro wipe ali, hein? Vai ser o wipe o time da G2 ali.
These two new players of the Ravens are.
Nossa, tá um de costa pro outro aqui, cara.
And now G2's down to a solo, trying to do the exact same thing the Ravens just did, which is hide.
O time da Falcons tá sendo marcado pelo time das Falcons ali, hein?
So hopefully we can piece something
E agora
together.
tá vindo ali o time da Falcons
Still
pra...
12 teams on the map. The Falcons have won out on the south side. These two teams are going to rotate straight into the Falcons, or maybe they won't even get there. The Falcons are on the hunt. You can see them, that red one. Falcons finding angles off screen. That's news finding FLS. On-screen Dongi hunting down these two teams who have been chalking each other. And Ahsoka is picking up a kills.
Voltou o time da...
They are basically putting pressure on the surrounding teams.
Só fazendo uma avançada ali com 4 kills.
They need to make sure that they
can
can
attack. Tá bem, pô. Tá bem, tá os 3 vivos.
Love that Noobs is just out here in.
Nossa senhora.
Don't think he's gonna get credited with that one, but
Mas
still
não foi
G2
o
under fire.
Noobs que derrubou.
Yeah, Falcons doing a really good job of winning out the south side. They've pushed everybody else into the water.
Falcons tá em primeiro com 130 pontos, tá?
Around out there trying to figure out where are we going to go from here.
130 pontos, mais 20 pontos, a Falcon entra em match point, hein?
And they're going to cycle up to the north. They want to fight the Falcons. Here's the problem. Twisted Minds are
Twisted Minds aqui, 30 pontos. Victor Pro tá vivo.
You have nowhere to run, so the Ravens try to run straight through the middle. And on the opposite side of the zone, holding the coast is T1. They win Train Station and welcome back. A return to form. T1, we've been waiting for you. You win your original POI and spams on 11.
Yeah, this seems to be the T1 that we have seen.
O time dos franceses tá vivo também. Nossa senhora, um tiro.
Good to see them putting some numbers up. I believe they're on about 19
todo
kills.
do
19 gosh. That is insane, right? Because I'm looking at 9th place overall as we run. That's 1.2x multiplier. So we want to make the most of this. Getting into top 5 is the absolute mission. And honestly, a win is what they need.
By the way, Vitality is full wiped, and I do believe they might have
tá pegando direito ali, fazendo a rotação pra baixo
they had a
ali.
ton of kills, because reminder, they lost T1 on train. They
Ele
were just shoved
acabou
out
de
into the
matar o
water.
Caricou.
They've been trying to make the best out of a bad situation.
O Victor
We
Pro
do see
tá
a
vivo
mirror
ainda
in the
também.
water, full team in the water, finding a couple kills. This is wild war zone.
Mas eu acho que o time dos caras Guarrilhos vão morrer aqui, hein? Mas estão numa posição muito complicada o time dos Guarrilhos aqui, hein? Só que o time da Twitch mais tá chegando no time dos franceses ali. Nossa senhora, caiu 2 aqui, caiu 2. Vai ser wipeado ali o time da Twitch mais, hein? Twitch mais vai ser wipeado ali do Shift. Nossa senhora, meu Deus do céu. Oh my god! Foi wipeado ali o time da Twitch mais. Nossa senhora, velho. O time dos franceses está morto já. Não era o time dos franceses, não. Nossa, tá numa posição muito ruim ali o time do... O time da Niasse ali tá muito bem na partida. Só que estão só em 2. O time da Falcons só tá em 1. O time da Falcons ali só tem 1. Acabou de wipear ali, o time da G2 foi wipeado. Foi de arrasa pra cima. O time da Virtus Pro, se for ver, é o melhor time que tá posicionado, mas eles estão sem loadout. Falcons, tá todo mundo vivo, cara. Tá todo mundo vivo. Ih, o Hisoka acabou de pegar uma killzinha ali. Dog também. Dog fez uma kill.
Likely need to win the map to do that. They take down dragons and they make it to top 5. Great multiplier, but the 1.6 could push them across the finish line here to get to 150.
4 times vivem.
This is going to be so
time da Virtus Pro tá vivo. Tá vivo ainda o time da Virtus Pro. Deus é muito top, o time dos maninhos tá dentro d'água ainda, cara. Puta. O time dos mexicanos. Cara, tem um aí na frente.
Virtus Pro is still alive. Again, Virtus Pro won against Gentlemates.
Tá no spawn aqui, tá indo por cima aqui, hein? Tá numa posição boa, hein? Só que caiu ali. Caiu e a Falcons tá vindo pra cima deles, hein? A Falcons tá vindo pra cima deles, vai ser... Esse é o iPad ali. As costas, tá nas costas. Foi os dois. Tá em cima ali.
We do have a most
Dog aqui, 2 kills.
still, I think, for T1, so that
Virtus
actually
Pro
might
ali.
pop and get spammed back in. No, unfortunately, they kill him before it pops. Echo is down. They desperately needed the win, but still a great game from T1. Could have a
O time
chance.
dos mexicanos tá indo por trás, tá indo por trás, vai ser.
The Falcons are frying. They wipe all of T1, and now they've got Virtus Pro in their sights.
Caiu lá
down
o
below,
Amir,
you got Los
Deus Amir.
Carrillos, and Hisoka's finding them as well.
Virtus Pro
We're down to the final 3 teams. The final
versus
6
Falcons
players,
e
and
o
3
time
of
dos
them
Deus Amir e o
are
time dos
the
mexicanos.
Falcons, looking to net themselves another win. This is their game to lose.
Isso,
Basically
o
just
time da
hunting.
Falcons
However,
tá numa ótima posição, mas derrubou lá o... Só que ele cai quase aí. Caiu o Adrian.
Perfect cross hold from the Falcons at
Great, mate.
perfect time.
Great, mate.
VP
O time
Fall
Falcons.
News, the hero of the Falcons, but the Falcons soar high as they win the
Falcons leva mais hein? E o cara provavelmente vai entrar em match points, hein? Pode ser a nossa última partida, rapaziada. Pode ser a nossa última partida. Os caras não sabem brincar, pô. Os caras não sabem brincar. O time da... O Hisoka tem os defeitos dele, mas ele... O cara é muito regular, pô. Esse time aqui é regular demais. O Hisoka mantém sempre. Dong mantém as 7, 8 kills dele. Nilbs também. Cara, os caras são muito... Como que eu vou dizer? Regular, mano. Regular. Toda partida os caras... Nilbs está sendo... Nilbs é o suporte, né? Nilbs está sendo o MVP do time deles, tá? Eu acho que a Falcons entrou em match point.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Let's take a look back on this final moment. Again, this is where T1 had a power position mid-map, right? And we had Los Carrillos, to their credit, by the way, they get to top 5. They basically played in the water since there were like 12 teams.
Posição aqui deles aqui era tempo. Pra mais pegar posição mesmo, né? Mas era...
Los Carrillos is crushing it right now to be able to survive. Unfortunately, this is just too difficult of a position for them, and so the Falcons are the team to watch. Push over to T1.
Será que eu não puxo aqui, ó? Esse aqui, ó. Ele tava ali atrás. O time do Dong foi muito foda, mano. Porque o Dong veio, ele ia rissar, né? Aí ele abriu para... Aqui, ó. Vou mostrar. Ó. Aqui também foi a caída do... Essa aqui foi mais... Ó. Olha o shift. Olha o shift. Olha isso. Quase, cara. Quase. Se ele tá solo ali, um solo versus duas ali, ele tinha levado. Né? Aqui, ó. Ó. Essa hora aqui, ó. Ó, tá vendo? Esse spawn ali, ele caiu. O spawn não, ali, ó. Ele caiu ali, ó. Só que o spawn foi aí e mudou de ideia. Aí o Dong veio. E só que pulou lá já derrubou ele. Aí ficou só o outro. Ah. E aí aqui, olha lá, puxou os dois lá no... Ó o Nubes, 10 kills, cara. Tá sendo um MVP até agora, tá? Nubes 10 kills, já, o Nubes, ó, e foi o Nubes que derrubou ele lá, ó, deu o Desalmiral. Nubes derrubou o Desalmiral, 11 kills. Ou, na verdade foi o Hisoka derrubou. Ó o Dong. 2 kills, Dong. E aqui, ó. Vê os dois lá, o Adria e o Grammy. Só que o Nubes derrubou. E só com 8 kills, 10, 20 kills. Entraram em match point, tá? Falcos. Falcos tá em match point. Certeza. Eles fizeram 22 kills ali, pelo que eu contei. 22 kills em primeira coisa. Eles estavam com 130 pontos. Eles precisavam de 20 pontos. Ó, 130. 104. Mais 22 vezes 1.6. 35 mais 130. 165 Falcons. Match point. Pode ser a nossa última partida, hein? Vou no banheiro, vou no banheiro.
I can't see it taking more than 2 to 3 games until they get another win. And with that in mind, if that's the case, I don't think that's enough runway for Team 1 to catch back up and then get to 100 points and then get a win after that before the Falcons get there first. That is a long way to go. So my eyes go to the rest of the leaderboard at the top. I'm looking at the Twisted Minds. I'm looking at Vitality, who may be bumped out if they're not careful with how that one went down. But folks, we're going to head back to the desk. Taylor, Reflections, Noble, Dandro, Enigma, talk to me about that map. Our first far western zone, and things certainly changed.
Yeah, they change in some ways, remain the same in others. It's Falcons taking the win and potentially reaching the 150-point threshold, setting themselves up for winning one more game, which means they would be the winners of our Birmingham Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Grand Finals. Big moves from them. T1 waking up, yes, but I gotta agree with Ghosh. I think it's a little bit too late, but we don't know how this is going to end up playing out. Dandro, Falcons get the job done. This time around, I don't believe they were challenged by Vitality, which frees them up to have a better end game.
Yeah, I mean, when you kind of look at where that zone is going to pull and you look like the teams that are between Falcons and where that end game is going to happen, really not too many squads you have to worry about, right? Like Los Crios is a big one, and obviously Ravens is another. But I think they just do such a great job of realizing they can pull up and be able to get there. For so many other teams, though, kind of harkening back to the beginning of that map, it's just such weird changes in drop spots. And I'm going to be honest with you, I love this. This is the exact type of thing, the exact type of small changes that you need to make as a team, where there's so many of these rosters who are saying, hey, if someone pulls to the opposite side of our POI, we're not going to force it. We're going to go somebody else and try and play out of there. And you can even see for rosters like VP, that worked very well in that last game. They land Pond House, they take down Gentlemates, and then they're able to survive until the very end.
Any other teams other than Falcons, Enigma, that you look at and you said, okay, this was a good performance. Naturally, you got several up there. I feel like our cams were just kind of nonstop on either Los Crios or Falcons.
I think we got an individual one that showed why this Ravens esports team are doing very well. There's a moment where Nielsen, who's usually the fragger for the team, is by himself in Main Street. He's got to tuck himself in. He's being hunted. I forget by which team, but it was a big roster. And he's kind of trapped there towards Arcade. And he's like looking to tuck himself in.
Do lado do outro, cara.
He does that. But then, as his boys are flying in towards Bank, he actually steps out and drops one of the G2 players they came up against. And it's one of those moments where it's like, that turns the entire tide of that fight. You stay in longer, you get a couple extra points, and it's just raising your floor. This could have been a map where you guys bow out early. Suddenly there's pressure from teams running up behind you. It's just going to keep you in a nice little flow that even when you don't have those big bang out maps, you're putting yourself in the best spots to get through to Esports World Cup. Nielsen having
breakout tournament indeed. Noobs, Doggy, Hisoka from the Falcons drop 7 winners and now potentially at
não entra em match point não.
Literally half a point away. That's
Bom, eu acho que entraram, velho.
I do think it's gonna be like that though. Yo, Snez, thank you man for the 55 baby. Thank you, my boy.
Falcos match point.
Come on, bro. I mean, listen,
Falcos em match point provavelmente pode ser a última partida, hein? Pode acabar nessa partida, hein?
Nobody's been able to close this. It's been very, very rare for teams to close. Oh, look, they have this.
Mano, match point agora não é jogar pra fazer kill, cara. É jogar pra ganhar a partida. Se bem que agora os caras vai tudo cair neles, né? Agora os caras vai tudo pra eles, vai tudo ganhar tudo neles.
Remember, top 4 today qualify for land. If Twisted Minds it stays in the top 4, it'll go to the next team, so top 5. Okay? Come on, baby.
Surely a team at the bottom lands and cons them, because they've got nothing to lose anymore.
Yeah. I mean, wait, catch out of the way. What happened?
Different story, right? It's a brand new team.
Wait, say it again, sorry.
Well, if one of the bottom teams land on them, that makes sense, because they've got
Abre a
nothing to
Battle.net.
lose, but also they've got
Aí você vai no teu
everything to
perfil,
gain.
resgatar o código, bota o código
I know, but they should.
They never do it.
Because there's no
Aí
money
você
here either. Just
resgata os
land
código
them.
points dentro do código.
Chat, we see this every single year. They never do it. We never do it, bro. I don't know.
Ah, melhores?
No, we'll see.
What do you think about this
Oh,
event?
look at eBay.
Jogadores?
He's got a smile on his face.
No, it's chat.
O cara mais
It's
velho.
like
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Here,
let's
let's
go.
go.
A maioria é muito novo. A EWC dia 29
Chat, can we get a fuck eBates in the chat?
e 1 de agosto.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The fuck eBates.
They're
Run
like,
it.
gladly.
Oh yeah, thank God.
Guys, can we get an eBates W in the chat?
I don't see any W.
Come on! eBates W!
I don't think,
Oh,
and again,
they
I'll
said-
hand it to you in a second. I do not think Doggy has looked away from his monitor. Probably
Ainda
that was
Falcos,
the
hein?
first time I saw
Match
just a
point,
second
hein?
ago. That dude is locked.
Olha.
This guy is a phenomenal talent, of course, and what Dan's saying there is, we talk about him as one of his greatest shooters, and trust me, if you've never seen his POV, go and check it out. He's one of those as well. He's able to talk, think about the game, very intelligent player. But the person that I want to bring up is Noobs. Not just because he's having himself an incredible tournament on the slaying side of things.
Rapaziada, pode acabar agora, hein? Falcos em match point. Os caras são foda, né? Começaram o campeonato mal mesmo. Às vezes teve partida que jogou só em 2. E a partir da quarta partida os caras começaram a melhorar muito. Ganharam a terceira, ganharam a quarta. Não, a quarta ficaram em segundo. E estamos indo para a oitava partida e os caras estão em match point. Provavelmente pode acabar agora esse campeonato aí. E os caras podem levar. Noobs, MVP com 44 kills. E é isso. Vamos pra cima, rapaziada. Vamos pra cima. O negócio tá pegando fogo, hein?
He's been in his bag. Love it. Look, he's a veteran, all right? He was at one point on one of the most historic rosters, TBE, and now looking to obviously be on another historic roster, which is Falcons, and kind of make this roster his. I believe in him fully. He's been flying and frying all day today. This is a huge addition, I think, to Hisoka's repertoire. Of course, alongside that of Doggy, they have been absolutely on fire. I can't wait to see how this next game is going to end up going. I've got some narratives to push for this roster, especially if they are officially on match point, which I do believe I'm 99% certain they are. We'll have the scoreboard in just a second, but you know, this is a roster that when they do get to match points, of course, a little bit different. They typically close it out. Let's go back, though, to when they were on the struggle bus. Map number 3, they just come off the back of map 1 and map 2. Things were not looking good for them. A player wasn't loading in. You think they're put in the blender. There's a lot of doubts now from chat. They were like, oh, is this the Falcons roster that we expect to see from them? Then, so they go into map 3, and they turn that narrative on its head instantly by getting a tremendous win.
I mean, yeah, that is exactly
Partidinha da jogada partida.
Falcons, you know, obviously fan is that, you know, obviously we know that this is a team that, you know, will walk into any tournament. They're confident. These 3 players legitimately think nobody on the map can gun them, and they're kind of.
Cara, eu acho que agora a Twitch mais também agora acho que não vai entrar em match point na partida passada, né? Acho que agora ela pode entrar em match point agora. Olha lá, o drop 3 foi o
currently our number 1 game of the day when in terms of kills, dropping 24 and the win in that game. And it's for the reason you're seeing right here. They clear out boat, they get a lot of kills main street, and it's just this wrap on over into lumber to clear out so many of these teams and just kind of just drop.
Teve uma partida com o Shift, que é um dos melhores jogadores que tem no Warzone. Ele que é ele, foi wipeado sem nenhuma kill. Aí você acha que você aí não vai ser wipeado com nenhuma kill? Talvez é uma coisa a se pensar, né? É de se pensar. O melhor jogador do mundo aí, um dos melhores, né, que é o Shift. O Dong fez 2 kills na partida passada. Aí você aí, né? Aqui, ó. Aqui começou a Falcons, ó. Na partida 3. Consistência, cara. Os caras foi frio. Ou não. Os caras muito frio, muito frio.
Well, why would you? Like, it's kind of dumb to really go out of your way and try and chow them, right? I think if anything, if you are one of these other rosters, you just have to realize that maybe they're playing a little bit passive, right? Because they're playing for the win right now. So we saw in that one game where a team.
Eu acho que o Restock ele troca mais ideia bem mesmo assim, é mais com o Nils. Mais da resenha, os dois. O Dong é mais na dele, mais tranquilão, entendeu? Ah, tem cara que não é de falar, mano. Tem cara que é... Olha lá. 22 kills na partida passada. Los Corilhos, 13 kills. Virtus Pros, 10 kills, 14 pontos. Virtus Pro ali tá numa situação bem... Para entrar em match point, ela deveria ter que ganhar pelo menos umas 3 partidas aí. Seguida. O time do Sage vinha muito bem, né? Mas nessa partida não veio bem, fez 12 pontos. G2 Sport aqui é o site, Bigman e Aziet, 6 pontos. E os caras... Heaven Spartinense aqui, ó, 11 pontos. Time do FIFA aqui embaixo, 11 pontos. E aqui, o primeiro time a ser wipeado é o time dos franceses, né? Nessa partida que passou. Nenhuma kill, nenhum ponto, 0. Esse campeonato acho que não foi dos franceses, viu? O time do Vitality aqui tá muito bem. O Twitch mais também tá muito bem. Acho que o time do FIFA Kill aqui tá pedalando, mas tá chegando. Virtus Pro tá pedalando, mas tá chegando. Olha lá. Falcons 152, match point. Eu acho que agora aqui a Twitch mais vai cair em cima da Falcons, viu? Eu tenho certeza disso. Pra tentar wipear a Falcons. Porque se eles conseguem derrubar aqui a Falcons, eu acho que o começo da partida deles é muito ruim, cara. Muito ruim. E o do Almond, do Smith e Shift é melhor o começo da partida deles. Não pode deixar a Falcons aqui no segundo tempo. Na segunda parte. Se deixar... Aqui, ó, o Vitality, cara, os caras voando. Ganharam 3 partidas e os caras fez 100 pontos, mano. Os caras ganharam 3 partidas hoje, o time da Vitality.
You go back to EWC last year, we had what, 6 teams on match point. We could still get to that very moment, but only time will tell. Falcons are on fire. Twisted Minds, the closest ones potentially hit it, Dan.
Yeah, and I think that's really the key thing to think here, that if Falcons don't ace this, very real possibility that with them playing maybe a little bit more passive, not having to go out and find as many kills there, that could open up the map for a team like Twisted Minds who, you know, they only need 26 points if they want to be able to cross that threshold and to be able to get on in there. And that's where conversations get very, very interesting. And if we keep going, man, don't count T1 out yet. They were 16th going into that last game. After that, they're now currently sitting in 8th. We could see some streaks happen. I don't know. I've seen miracles. They've been great. All I know is that we are going to have some great Warzone coming on up.
It's not over till it's over. Anything is possible. 7 games done. 8 game about to come your way. Falcons on match point. Will they close it out or will we get more? Let's find out. Spider Tiff Coach, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble, and our amazing desk. Tiff, is this gonna be the final game? Holy cow. Also, great point from Enigma. The fact that we're kind of playing for top 5 with Twisted Minds up there because of that spot that's already assured, it's actually a huge value add. It actually makes T1's chances still possible. I don't want to keep harping on them, but they were our top seed or one of our top 2 seeds going into this one.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and agree with some of the things the desk were saying, Goj. If it doesn't end here, we are in for a crazy journey. And I can't imagine the caliber of a lobby that we have here today on LAN for DreamHack Birmingham, that they're going to allow this to happen. I don't think that they're going to go out of their way to necessarily land on the Falcons, but I think they're going to be really cognizant that that team does usually take up a lot of space at boat at the start of each and every map. And the way they just kind of filter out, determining on where that circle goes and pulls, as you can see, fans are like just surrounding the area. This is the beginning of the end.
Beginning of the end. We're in the end game. The question is, how long will the end game last? Folks, we see you in the venue. We wish you were there with you, but it has been a blast to commentate and analyze this amazing event. Job's not finished though. The Falcons are thinking the same. They say, well, we did the first part, now it's time for the second part. And will they ace? Like Danjo said, it is a technical ace. They get to match point and then immediately win the next game that follows it. A tall order, but they do have some room for error. They do have some margin as they are the only team that have breached the threshold. They're not going to change their game plan, Tim. The big question is, will anybody else change theirs?
You're going to have to, right? We know that there's multiple teams that have already proven they can win. I'm looking at Twisted Minds. I'm looking at Los Carrillos. I'm looking at Vitality, a team that I thought had the potential to nab some wins. Honestly, VP, T1, Gentlemates. Look, I'm going to even throw AG Global in there. It's been an interesting run for them here today, but they're doing everything that they can to kind of carve back from those initial... Honestly, I don't even know why I'm excluding Ravens Esports from that conversation. They have an average placement of 6. The best performance they've had all day was 3rd. They're still in triple digits. Could they hit match point this game? Probably not. Within the next 2 they could, and I think that's why it's so important for the Falcons to ace. Virtus Pro right there on the left-hand side of your screen, currently situated in 6th. Their average placement just inside the top 10 goes. Not where you want to be. We know they have the fragging potential. We saw their best performance in the most recent game with that 3rd place. So let's get crazy. Let's get into it. Oh my god.
Listen, I know our casters and analysts hyped up Noobs already. I will bring up the fact that I'm looking at individual kill tallies, okay? We showed them not too long ago. Noobs is at the top of that list. He is our top fragger on the day with 47 kills through 7 games. Shifty in 2nd at 45, and Niasen is at 43. Okay, those are your top 3 fraggers on the day. And so a big shout out to the desk talking about and hyping up Niasen. He is having a breakout tournament. We've known this player is really strong, had a crazy end to yesterday's open, and today is putting on a show for us as well. So you were right in calling out Ravens Esports. They still have a great chance here.
They truly do. You got the Gentlemates on the screen now. Not going to be too happy with their performance, right? A ton of big tournaments. They've been in 2nd place now.
É isso, rapaziada. Não vamos deixar cair. Estamos aqui esperando a próxima partida. Falcons está no match point. Os caras começou o campeonato mal. As 2 primeiras partidas, os caras nem pontuaram. Fizeram 10 pontos em 2 partidas. Enquanto os caras estavam com 40 já. A Falcons estava com 10 pontos. E aí a Falcons começou a se ligar. E o cara tá sendo isso aí, ó. Noobs. MVP com 48 kills. O Hisoka ali na cal, né? Como sempre, o cara é especialista. Não tem outro. Tem outro, né? Eu gosto muito do Almond. É, gosto muito do Almond também. São vários IGL muito bons, mas igual o Hisoka, foda.
That's definitely feasible for them. Ravens Esports holding down our 4th place position at 110. They need a 40-point game, of which nobody's been able to breach, but still technically possible. Everybody else is close. Our 5th currently is Vitality, and they have almost a 30-point margin over Virtus Pro, who's in 6th, by the way. So this is, here's a look at it in the top right.
Twitching Smites aí, 124 pontos. Locorilha, os times mexicanos, 118. Ravens Sports, 110. Vitality, 106. Rapaziada, aqui mostra que match point não é sobre ganhar a partida, tá? Mas sim jogar com estratégia. Esses dois times aqui, ó. Vitality ganhou 3 partidas, ou 2, se não me engano. E o Ravens Sport ganhou. Aqui você tem que fazer muita kill, cara. Muita kill mesmo. Virtus Pro ali. Destrói. Ontem foi muito boa a ação dele com Putz, muito boa mesmo. Muito legal, muito top.
With 36.4 points. You're going
Dong é um cara que não fala muito, né?
To breach that, right?
Yeah.
And if you want your qual now and you
Dong
don't
é muito
want
nerd.
in Atlanta, you gotta do something about it.
Well, look, and as much as we're kind of hypothetical Harrys yet again, it is worth mentioning the 6th through 10th spot have a spread of 5.2 points. 6th is 77.8. 10th is 72.6. That's how close.
Spectre.
That's how close. Yeah, that's Spectre and 10th. Jiddlemates are in there. T1's in there. Lotus 8's in there. Virtus Pro. That's how tense and tight the mid pack is. Which means if the Falcons don't close out soon and we keep going for a little while, all of those teams will absolutely have a chance to still make EWC off of this, event alone. So, yeah, a lot of what ifs, a lot of question marks. But the main one that we continue to have to bring ourselves back to is will the Falcons ace? And so I am excited to see what happens for a team like Virtus Pro, who's got great energy, but unfortunately couldn't get things going today. And again, the other big what if that I brought up is where do people land now? Now that the Falcons are on match point, does that change anything for anybody? If you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, maybe it does. Maybe you want to keep this thing going. AG Global, they kind of went for broke last game, Tiff, and they got 9 kills, I think it was, in like 3 minutes, but then they got broke. They got full wiped early, so I don't know.
Okay, so here's the deal. You want to know that if like the bottom teams on the leaderboard are going to maybe do something crazy. As we look here at VP, real quick, they're locked in. Gentlemates, you know what? They're in that kind of cluster you were talking about. But for For Fun in 12th place, AG Global, G2, Clown, FLS's team. These are the teams that are south of 70 points on the leaderboard. They have nothing to lose and everything to gain. None of them have gotten a win yet in our series. The capabilities are definitely there. Hell, you've got AG Global, FIFA Kill. He's won LAN before. That team is stellar, just hasn't found their footing just yet. Bubble, Flanked, and Juju coming in from For Fun. They won through the open and they're in 12th. They've just struggled to get a hold on that mid-map scenario. But if you change things up here and you decide, mind you, For Fun Esports was talking about potentially challenging the Falcons on boat. You have nothing to lose, guys.
Yeah,
you
true.
literally could go boat.
That's true. You can see For Fun return to form there and go boat. And, to be fair, talking about For Fun is about as expected for them, in my opinion. They win the open land because nobody else is at boat, and they're a really strong team. But they haven't really had a home this competition, or in the finals rather, and because of that, they've been struggling a bit. Could go back to boat, go chalk for chalk and see what happens. Fun conversations, and we need to continue them because, of course, we want to make sure this potentially final lobby is as sound as possible. So let's bring back in Taylor. Let's bring back in our analysts and continue the yapathon. Gentlemen, fun conversation starter. Falcons have won 2. Vitality's won 2. Los Carrillos has run 1-2. And we have one more team, Twisted Minds, that have won our 7th map. Other than that, we have no other winners. Do you really see anybody else winning maps today?
It's a good question. It's a good question. For me, I would say no. Personally, I'm saying no. I'm saying no. I think that's it. I really do. Does Falcons win this next one? Honestly, I don't know. But I would say, I think Twisted Minds most likely is going to be the closest. Los Carrillos has kind of taken my heart. My favorite personally, out of all the teams that have competed today, they've been on fire. I don't know. Nigma, you got a different opinion?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I would love my gentlemates to get one, but I think the team I'm going to lean towards is going to be T1. They realistically should have had one in that last map. I think that you get caught a little bit between trying to pick 3 or 4 fights. You're a little bit too aggressive there through the end. I think if you don't get that, and if Spam isn't a little over egregious with the chow there, to be fair, he was on 13 kills, fully earned that right, but it's one of those where I think you actually get the zone pull straight after, and you're just very unfortunate. All the timing works like that, and then Echo's got a most wanted in his back pocket, tells everyone where he is. If that doesn't happen, you probably close that map out. You just hold the wall. So yeah, I mean, they're getting better through this afternoon. Too little too late to win it, too little too late to get to top 4. That's how I'm feeling right now. If you get a big map win here, you never know, you can make it happen. So I'd love to see that be the case.
I mean, I think it would feel good, right, for T1 to get a win, at least on LAN, given that they do have a younger member on their team. First LAN event. This would be a big moment for them to finally feel like what it is to win on LAN, and then they can carry that over into Atlanta if they don't make it into top 4 today. But as far as kill leaders go, we've had a lot of shining stars throughout the entirety of today's competition.
47 kills. Shift 45.
Yeah, I mean, he's just absolutely shooting. Shifty isn't too far behind, though, and neither is Nice, and then we kind of have that.
Aqui, na verdade, mostra, né? Que a Falcons não erra nas suas contratações, né? Shift, mesmo assim, claro, um dos melhores jogadores, mas aqui o Nilbs mostrando que ele não veio pra... Então que mostra que os caras não erram, né?
Okay, so when Noobs is finding those openings, he's starting those shots going on out, he's going to get a kill. It's going to be crazy, and that's realistically why he's able to be up here towards the top 447. Compare that to Shifty, on the other hand, who's right behind him. I mean, you're just basically looking at Shifty's putting out an insane amount of damage, but he's not able to convert them into kills as much. So it just kind of shows you both sides of the coin there, where Shifty, he's shooting at anything it moves. Noobs, he's a little bit more calculated when he's trying to be able to get those kills, and that's why we see these two players at the top. Really interesting stuff to be able to see that. But when we look at this overall kill leaderboard, it's no surprising to see that obviously a lot of the players that are on our top overall kill leaderboard are on a lot of our top
Yeah, I mean, what, C-Dark and Criminal God, by the way, shout out to them, 7th and 6th place.
Restream, 1 live stream, 30 plus destinations. If you want to multi-stream,
come by, because remember, I believe
where's he at? He's not on
Can
this
we get
list,
more
actually,
players this year?
surprisingly. So clearly, look,
I think
again,
so.
he knows how to put
I think we actually might get more players this year. I don't know. I got to read the rulebook. But I think the way it's going to work, it's like NA and EU get a certain amount of spots.
Yeah.
And then, but
on top of whatever quals.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
6
Ô,
NA,
amor,
6
te amo, minha
EU,
vidinha.
4 from here, 5 Atlanta, 6 NA, 6 EU.
So there's going to be way more NA teams qualing then.
Depends.
Você tá me ouvindo aí, amor? Amor, você tá me ouvindo?
Incredible roster, clearly club. Top 4 we talked about a spot at EWC, but we got 1.2
Próximo é Atalanta.
guaranteed for this Warzone Resurgence Series, including $100,000 up for grabs in this
E a EWC final de R$1 milhão.
for first place, a ton of money. Naturally, Falcons a front runner to get that. However, Twisted Minds, Los Carrillos, Ravens knocking on the door to potentially take the first place themselves. Either way, they'll be walking away with some money, some cash for their good efforts, and I do mean good effort. They have been playing stellar all day today. Overall, good stuff, chat.
Cara, aqui é em dólar. Você tá falando, não sei o que é de primeiro lugar. Vamos fazer uma soma aqui. Vamos. 3 jogadores. O cara vai ter o custo para mandar 3 jogadores. 5 pessoas. Hoje o dólar tá quanto? Quanto tá o dólar hoje? A cotação aqui. R$5,26. Ó. Por exemplo, o cara vai lá, fica em... Cara, o cara fica em... Sei lá. Oitavo. É 4.750 dólares. Vezes 5,26. São 24 conto. Ó, passagem tá 2.700. 2.700 vezes 5. Vai dar 13 conto. Aí bota mais uns 7.000 aí de...
What are we thinking? Falcons get the win. Lumber, we'll see what happens.
Começou. Começou, olha lá. Olha lá. E os caras já caiu em cima lá. Ó.
Noobs. Now Dongy just had the 2 knocks, right? He didn't actually get the fulls, they self-res. And this is where things get a little messy, right?
Tá todo mundo de olho nos caras agora, pô. Olha lá.
The Falcons play and they're
vai cair handling.
The Falcons are in a blender and they're trying to regain. See Donkey go down. And here comes Noobs trying to figure out where do we go from here. We'll continue to check in with the Falcons as we need. Before Fun have one out on boat technically as of right now. Which means the Falcons in a blender is good news for everybody else.
Da Falcons, Virtus Pro. Nem te ama, mano.
They did this in the qualifiers, they did this yesterday, and they're back here again. He's gonna line them all out, but he can't knock them all down because unfortunately there's 3 of them, and that's just too many bullets spread across too many people. FIFA kill goes down, and AG Global, as per the usual, in a bit of trouble. Of course, we love these gentlemen. We want to see them succeed, but today is not their day. Gotta take a look at some of the other fights happening on the map. Twisted Minds, by the way, completely free and clear in Mansion. There's nobody within a country mile.
You know why? That's because Ravens went south. Ravens went to third party that contest.
I mean, that's the way to do it, especially with Forfun out of the picture around mid-map. The Ravens pretty much have the entire south side of the map as well to play around with, aside from Boat. So what do? They move up from the barn area, they move through mid-map, they move through Chapel, and they move down to Main Street. AG Global's not there. Forfun's not there. They have a huge area of the map to deal with. The only other team that maybe has more real estate right now than the 2 teams we mentioned is Vitality. There is nobody on the western side of the map.
Tem que fugir de trocação.
Vitality is chilling, looting up.
Todo mundo vive ainda, todos os times.
Take a look at a mirror on the outside of Lumber.
Yeah, so I also thought they had a good spacing over here at Lumber. Sure, Gentlemates are going to be on that west side of Lumber, but you do have G2 to contend with. But these are some nice moments where you're going to see Los Curios pick up the needed kills that they're going to have to get to be able to breach 150. And if there are other teams that are going to be holding the Falcons at bay,
agora, né? O time do Skullface ali, do Sage, fazendo o loadout.
The chance to do so. Now here's going to be the biggest issue, right? You said Vitality on the west side alone.
Os caras estavam muito bem.
We're still not in the next circle. We're really close. Ravens Esports with their switch up on the drop are likely going to be the gatekeepers.
That's exactly right. By the way, just to keep you all assuaded, Falcons are alive and they have regained on the south side of Main Street. So we'll check in with them if they're in trouble. But for now, we'll take a look at some of the action. Dragons, who's been top fragger for this team, really the only fragger for this team. Not necessarily a flame, it is Resurgence after all. You need your entry fragger. Unfortunately, they can't get much going aside from that. constant action, and back to Main Street we go. Vitality is aggressively rotated over here. The Ravens
caiu ali.
out here, Tiff. And again, the Falcons are just on the south side of that. You do see them, red 1. That's your Falcons on the outside of this fight.
Yeah, but they don't have to get involved, mind you. They just have to win the map and blast. Okay, you mind flanked. You get a little bit of vengeance for the boys that fell earlier, but now you have to set your sights towards the Ravens, who are getting their third player back on the map. So in final form, I think it's smart. Hey, maybe we're running into some issues here. This is our best fight. We're gonna back on up. But look who's right there. Falcons get loadout. They're comfortable weapons. You know that was Noobs holding the angle right there on the roof, right?
Yeah, this is a big regain from them. Be able to play outside of Main Street now, having loadout. They can actually play the game, which is nice.
Os caras estão marcando eles.
What was a nice zone for them before fun has spoiled, and so now they have to rotate in late. They could come in late enough to actually catch Vitality unaware. Blast knows that they're over here somewhere. He doesn't know exactly where they are. And Noobs maybe shot a hair too early. But actually throwing some shots is fine because Vitality's going to be checking their back, and the Falcons are going to rotate further south.
Mas estão passando ali. Eu acho que ali é o time do time, hein? Do shift do time 11, hein? Mais segundo é ele mesmo. Eles caíram lá no time, no drop do Hisoka lá. Da Falcons.
But think of the south side, right? For fun, they're on the boat again. And the Falcons love to rotate through the south side. And Dongy is going to have to go on the hunt.
Yeah, they had to come back this way. And oh my gosh, this is for free?
Não, o time do...
in the world, just complete miscue of information. Dongy's gonna line them all up and knock them all down with the help of his teammates. Good grief.
Tirinho. Boa, já foi o time do... Vai para o time do Fum ali, hein? Cara, pegaram o safe. Os caras tão bem, hein? Os caras tão bem, velho. Tão bem, estão de loadout. Provavelmente tá de vante.
The closest team to you on that lumber mill side of things is
going
to be
vante.
Gentlemates. They have control of the main building. Up
Não
north
tem ninguém perto.
You can see in the distance, you're going to have Ravens, you're going to have Vitality, and one member of G2. And the likelihood of them kind of swinging around, probably going to happen.
Polaco, que isso, hein? Que kill foi essa, hein? Essa sniper tá muito forte, pô.
See if you can get a couple more from the sky, why not?
Tá muito forte.
Spectre, VP, still going at it up there in the north. The brawl of Research Center is going to go on for some time. It's going to evict a lot of teams down towards that coal depot where you do have some heavy hitting squads going at it. I'm looking at AG Global and T1. Some of the teams that have the capabilities to net themselves a map win are in a good
time do
position,
shift
but
ali
you're
em
putting them
cima.
head to head for a power POI.
Se a Falcons ganhar esse campeonato aqui, mostra pra galera. Olha lá. Mostra pra galera.
You see, they're going to rotate through. Behind them, the Ravens have played spoiler to Vitality, completely putting Vitality in the Resurgence blender as well. They're having to fly back in, and it looks like Vitality may
Eles já passaram, pegaram o safe ali.
watch out for that. If they don't,
estão ali no pé da carvoaria ali.
The anchor of the Falcons tip is still at boat, and now maybe
Hisoka tá os três lá no Hisoka. O time do Sage tá lá no Hisoka. Mataram o Hisoka. Noobs também caiu.
And that's so important because if you are
Caiu.
going to start having some players
Boa,
fall,
Dong.
you got to get your players back. Z-Dark there had that
Time
most wanted on his
do...
back.
Cara, pegaram aqui, os caras já estão aqui, cara.
And he's looking to get the pings, looking to evict them out. You had criminal
Já era, hein? Já era. Olha onde os caras já tá, velho. Pegaram o safe, mano, e vai fechar aqui pra baixo. Olha lá.
But what I'm saying is, they have the south side. They have the south compound of Lumber Mill. What is going to happen?
Virtus Pro aqui tá na luta com o time do...
They're not going to immediately land back on
Vou até aqui, destrói, sai com 2 kills. Adrian com 1 kill, 3 kills, quer dizer.
VP, they still have a huge rotation through Twisted Minds at Cole. This is not going to be easy for anyone except potentially Gentlemates or the Falcons to close.
Cara, se os caras não for pra cima da Falcons, os caras vai. Eu não tô vendo o time dos franceses, hein? Ah, estão lá, ó. Estão trocando com a Falcons lá, o time dos franceses. Olha essa save, cara. Olha essa save. Ó, derrubaram um da Falcons ali. Tá indo pro rush. 2 contra 1 ali, tá indo pro rush, correram. Voltou. Tá, foi na loja. Dong tá morto. Uma posição complicada, hein? Caiu. Finalizou. Nas costas. Vai, para. Ah, vai, para os caras. Vai, para os caras.
A crazy map, but the Falcons do not do it, which means we have at least one more, and this is a great map for Twisted Minds to catch back up and breach this threshold potentially. Here comes VP though, on a tear, out for some blood because they desperately need it outside of contention for EWC, and they're trying to assure their spot there by winning this fight. Unfortunately, you've got Shifty running out of bullets, having to swap to the sidearm and not getting it. VP winning a big fight right now. 2 more players still alive, and Allman gonna have to do it by himself for now. Z-Smith trying to catch back up and get back onto the map. Flying in, trying to help out his teammate.
Zé Smith cai aqui. Já era. Não tem mais um. Já era. Não é pato pela Virtus Pro. Remake. One member of T1 has already just flown back in from zone. They're committing to going back to their team, but VP is looking strong. Grimy on 9, looking for double digits. We were asking for a comeback. Destroy 4 kills.
Yeah, Virtus Pro desperately needed these points. Again, they were like 30 points outside of contention for a top 5 position. Here's Spam just picking up a few more kills. Again, T1 having another banger, so they're going to be in contention as well. Now, Ravens holding this cross and this rotation in potentially between these 2 teams and zone. Already in
2v3 ali.
They've won out in lumber. They took
Caiu do.
and now they have zone position. They're in a fantastic
iPad
to win this map as everybody else chalks each other. Virtus Pro again on a heater, almost 20 kills between the 3 of them. In a crazy encounter, Destroy is now alone with 2 members of Ravens trying to rotate in late. They didn't account for Destroy out here by himself, but he can't take them both at the same time. Ravens still alive, but barely breathing. Heeds last up, the other down, and waiting for a res, which he actually may be able to stick because of the zone pull. The Ravens could win this map. Gentlemate's in trouble off screen, fighting out. Vitality's long gone now, and G2 are down to a solo, Gentlemate's down to a solo, and a team of 2 Ravens with the zone pull. The Ravens esports have a chance and a likelihood to win this map.
And Hollow immediately takes that G2 player in their sights through the angles, but the utility comes through. Scythe eliminates him, and now a 2v1. The Ravens are looking to end this one out.
A clutch win against Destroy on a 2v1 has set them up for success, and picking up the res. No thirst from Destroy means the Ravens will win this, no problem. G2 returning to form a bit, making it to the top 5, but it's just not enough to take down Ravens esports. From getting 6 in the qualifiers, missing out on a direct spot.
Esse time não ganhou nenhuma partida, foi ganhar agora.
To going nuclear in the final map. In the open land finals to get to this stage, I'm telling you.
So many equal.
I'm telling you also, Cole versus Atlanta for the open qual. So there's gonna be less teams than any
on the left. Adrian and
guys, I think we're gonna have Falcons on the other team on match point right now. Yo, Adrian was fucking wrong, bro. Oh my god. Come on, baby.
Yeah, going to be nice. Now, here's the deal though. We got a new winner. We got another game. And for Ravens Esports, kind of wild.
That's exactly right. Ravens Esports, they've actually had a great day today. They haven't gotten a win, like you said. But again, they just crazy moments to get to this stage, and they are in final form. This team is so strong. And to get a win with a sizable amount of kills, we'll take a look back on how they did it. But they desperately needed this to maintain their spot and, frankly, nearly secure their spot, pending how long it takes us to kind of finish out this tournament on match point. Be very curious to see where our leaderboard's at. But shout out to T1 as well. Spam on double digits again as a solo means T1 had another good map, which will put them into contention. And if we got down to it, we were looking for top 5, right? That's the multiplier that matters. Gentlemates did all the work on the south side of the map at Lumber, Tev. And when they won out in Lumber, I thought they were going to win this map. But look who it is. Vitality skating around on the outside in the zone. Vitality end up chalking Gentlemates.
They do, but they had to enter at some point. And do you choose Cole, which has already got VP up there?
Look at
He's looking dangerous. Ravens is there, and I love where they even positioned one of the Gentlemates, right? He's there on the silo on the outskirts of Lumber. Someone does fly back in a Vitality through the window, and that kind of triggers that last member of Gentlemates to roll up in there. Just wasn't quick enough. His team had already been eviscerated by that. He does kind of take the win there on Vitality, but it leaves them with minimal numbers and no real way to get the team back, so you have to go on as a solo.
Yeah, Vitality did a really good job there. They got the top 5 and they pick up 2 more kills. Put Gentlemates in a terrible position now as a solo. Of course, Scythe, well placed for fantastic job there. Scythe picks up second place position. But then it's a 1v2. They set up the perfect trap. Ravens Esports not going to scam this one. They've got zone pull. They've got high ground. They got player advantage. You've got everything you need to win this one, and they're able to do just that. So Ravens Esports, they get the win finally. They desperately needed it in order to secure their spot to EWC. It's not fully secured, but it is much more assured at this point, Tiff, based on a scoreline like that.
I said it was the beginning of the end, Ghosh, and you thought it was the end. And I'm so happy to say that we are literally going again. We get one more game, and I know Dan and Enigma are going to be so amped to be able to commentate. Now, do I think it ends in the next 2 matches? Yes. Do I want it to end? No.
I don't know where this leaderboard's at, though. Did anybody else actually breach match point? I don't know. But, folks, we're going to head to a very short break. When we come back, we got at least one more game. You're not going to want to miss it.
Lock in, load up, and let's make history. Doggy from above, the shots are firing. Fights coming thick and fast and furious. Today is about legacy. Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twist and might! They do it to the very end. It was patience all the way through.
Dois minutinhos para a próxima partida. O que os caras estão falando aqui?
If a team knows that it's Falcons, they're just gonna fight. Like, that's why sometimes being the first team to hit match point isn't always the best.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
O que o Repulso tá falando é que nem sempre seu primeiro time a pegar match point é bom, porque como só tem eles, quando algum deles morre e o outro time vê que eles, os caras vão pra cima que nem maluco, tá ligado? De fato, porque eles têm que wipear, sacou? Quando tem vários times em match point, às vezes os caras não fazem isso, porque não, eles podem acabar atrapalhando a partida deles e ainda ter outro time que tem match point e ganha o campeonato, entendeu? Sacaram?
I don't know. I'll let you guys know. I'm looking at it on my chat. We're not leaderboard.
Pô, bota fé, Nel. Mano, pra mim, eu achei bem melhor do que a gente tem, né, nos últimos anos. O Black Ops Royale eu achei absurdo de bom, velho.
I'm not even stepping on it, so I don't know.
Meu Jota aqui.
Da onde?
Ué, tem selfie não?
Não, ele usou. Deixa que eu... Vamos ver. Boa! Calma, papito, calma.
É o que? O Pedro, Zé?
Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series is coming to the 2026
Como é que joga essa
Tá na hora de comprar o cabo. Eu acho.
$1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this
Você vai ver a diferença de gameplay.
Vamos ver aqui nosso amigo Jota aqui jogando, ver o que dá.
Tô indo. Ai, não. Não, achei que tinha comprado outra coisa, tá ligado? Salve, DutyReed! Como é que você tá, irmão? Valeu por estar colando aí na live. Achei dinheiro aqui agora, né? Tem um cara aqui sozinho, mano.
Story. However, it started here, and Tip called it out perfectly. She said, for fun, go return to home. This is what you did in the opens. Go to boat and chow the Falcons. They do just that. Somehow the Falcons restabilize. They fight for their life through Main Street. They rotate all the way over to Lumber, and they actually win out on the southeastern side of Lumber until finally the Gentlemen knock them down. And this is the moment where they're fighting the
Tá comigo.
where they finally lose. And I was like, golly, how many more times can they skate out on 1 HP?
Não, eu nem tô aí, pô.
Cadê o cara? Olha esse cara, velho. Correu pra caralho. Tá aí contigo, né? Nossa, esse cara correu muito, mano. Tô mostrando. Vou na live. Quê? Você na live aqui. Pô, tamo junto, irmão. Vamos estar no intervalo. Valeu aí, mano. Valeu pela moral, ô Duty. Obrigadão, irmão. Aí, ó, comprei, velho. Deu uma moralzona pra mim, irmão. Agora eu vou colar lá também. Tá fazendo onde? Que teco? No YouTube. Aqui em cima tem um cara sozinho também de novo. Tá comigo vocês ou não? Matei um. Beleza. Tem mais aqui comigo. Aqui não, tá aqui. Jogou ataque em mim, filha da mãe.
which was much needed. They were about 30 points behind that, breaking in the top 4. Now they edge closer and closer. Still a little bit to go, but
Olha vocês.
continue on. Even if we get 2 more games, which we're thinking about to be the case, Tiff, I mean, we don't know.
Tô contigo, Limax. Quase derrubei ele, Limax. O aí de cima agora, Limax. Tomei costa. Que é isso? YouTube, tamo junto, irmão.
Um tiro aqui embaixo, velho.
Porra, era um time mesmo. Um tiro, cara. Mas é porque eu tava tomando do Costa, o Limex. Lá do outro lado. Por isso que eu não desci, era pra não ter descido contigo.
Menorzinho tá jogando solo, velho.
Motor nem tá, viado. Eu tava no bagulho ali, eu tava vendo vocês.
Eu tava longe pra porra.
É, pô, é porque tem um cara me segurando lá. Aí quando eu fui pra vocês...
É onde?
Tá aí, ó.
Tem um cara na água ali, velho.
Vê o loadout pra mim.
O cara aqui atrás, viado.
Porra, que
Também.
foi essa aí, velho? Mano, eu tomei um fumo, que porra.
Já era. Meu Deus. Tomou Costa, mano. Os caras chegou voadão. Ó, ainda de brilho ainda.
Yeah, it feels like we've got about 3 different wars going on right now on all sort of fronts. Taylor's replies continue to become more unhinged.
Nossa. Tava prevendo isso também.
Because like we said, it moves to 5th now essentially. With Twisted Minds basically guaranteed through in those top 4. Vitality 119, VP 105.
Dá pra cair caixa?
101 just had a 28-point banger. T1 92.8. They have risen like a
Nossa, já tô sendo quebrado, mano.
So it's now looking at all of those teams and be like, okay, well, which one
Jogou ataque, jogou ataque. Mira, mira.
So many different squads because again,
Tem cara aqui do outro lado, tá ligado, né?
Falcons win this next game, they go top, they take $30,000, they march onto EWC short. The rest of the leaderboard.
Ele puxou contigo? Eu tô aqui contigo? Não sei.
If you're Twisted Minds, Ravens, Lost Koreas, you're just looking to have a solid game.
Olha a coroa atrás, viado.
You need a banger here. You need a heater to put you potentially inside that top 5. The Falcons win this next map, you can still get yourself to Saudi Arabia. You've just got to go massive.
Ah, mano.
Bora lá pra próxima partida!
Some of that composure is exactly what you are looking for from these rosters. Gentlemate starting to heat up, Virtus Pro starting to heat up, Vitality still finding success in here as well. Our gap is closing on in for some of our teams here as we look to maybe end our tournament here in map number 9. Enigma, I think the other big storyline that we got to talk about is obviously the Falcons in that last game. They get a little bit shaky, maybe put themselves in a position they don't
Nona partida, hein?
So my question is, do they right the course? Do they correct their wrongs here?
Nona partida, vamos lá, vamos começar.
Very western zone pull, and look already, we got some fights brewing across the map. That contested train station still happening, and well, a new contest that's been brewing. It's the Gentlemans versus Virtus Pro, and it looks like VP yet again winning out that fight.
Couple of interesting changes in the landings there. You talk about that VP one, but also a T1 giving up call and heading them back on over. I've got to ask the questions about that later on, but we'll move on forward for now. So much to talk about, and of course, a lot of blood early, but all 16 teams will remain in this lobby. No insta wipes coming through. Ravens going to set themselves up in main street as they so like, laying damage into 4Fun. Really glad to see them send it towards Falcons last time around, but yeah, went horribly south for them. And Main Street's going to continue to be hot property, hot commodity, and Ravens, they're mopping up.
I think this is a great call from the Ravens. I think they realized that 4Fun probably landed on top of Falcons in that last game. Says, hey, we can flex down a little bit here at Main Street and just kind of shoot up over the top, over to Boat, and that's exactly what happens, right? 4Fun, they get put into the blender. Half of them are fighting the Falcons, half of them are fighting Ravens Esports, and just no opportunity to kind of get their feet underneath them. You can see them flying in from the sky on the minimap there of the Falcons players, and it's just, they have to just go basically into Narnia and try and regain it. It's just going to be so tough in order to make it happen. For, of course, Spectre, though, it's been a little bit of a hot start already here at Research. You might win out the POI, but you got to get moving here quick, and well, I don't know if taking this fight against
Posição ruim, morreu, esse tá morto. Posição ruim.
Sariel's going to try and provide the trade, cracks in.
Esse também tá na posição ruim, vai pegar tu pelas costas.
And you're going to have to find a different position here. As a player from squad 13, that is Lotus 8, sits over the top. Sariel is just about going to get out, but needs to buy time to get Swizzen back into the mix. She will at least be in research, able to get lost pretty well. And Swizzen will spawn back in. Let's give you an update on where a couple of bubble teams are right now. Gentlemates trying to regain in Main Street. VP control of Pond House. Whereas for T1, they're also in a bit of a regain blender, but did just square up with VP. Only one player alive for that team right now. They're in a difficult position. All their hot momentum cut early in this one.
Yeah, he made a great call out. They did such a great job contesting at Cole. They win, of course, one of those fights early on here at Train Station against Vitality, maybe feeling themselves a little bit. They come right back at Train, and unfortunately for them, I think it's just too many people on this side of the map. It's a little bit of a, you know, they lose that initial fight against Vitality. They're trying to regain, not expecting Virtus Pro maybe to also try and make their presence known coming on in from that Pond side. Look at this, Vitality starting to circle around. You got two members of Virtus Pro trying to take these shots on the players in the water if possible. I don't mind this Destroy looking out up over the top, trying to maybe cut those players down. You had one last member of Vitality. I'll be giving those live pings up into the air, giving the comms, let them know exactly where these members of Virtus Pro are sitting. But you don't got to do anything crazy right now. Go ahead, back on up. You are Virtus Pro, realizing, hey, we are in a strong spot. If we continue to fry out, we have a great map. We can put ourselves up on that leaderboard.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Existem mais 10 niches.
Obviously slowed down by the fact that,
Vamos,
well, the Falcons, they aren't going to get aggressive here. They don't need to. They'll start to punch a path at some point, but for now can just back off. Essentially playing two anchors on the boat after recent contests from the likes of For Fun.
Hoje é 2 Big Man ali, já vai pôr um time ali.
G2
Não,
tries
tá
to
todo
get
mundo ali, vai ver só o empate, nossa senhora.
Knocks Mills here. There will be another player from Lotus 8 in, and two potentially flying through the sky. Big Man's done well. Get the rest of that G2 roster in. It's Clown actually that may try and hold him as he looks to escape here. Crossing to Mill is where you want to get to next. You do have the PA. That's going to cut off opposing players that are maybe trying to be a bit of a pain in the ass. And your boys will land. Honestly, I'd go for Mill here. You've got...
Essa sniper é muito forte, pô.
Try and put it to use this buy station.
See the PA come out, try and hopefully buy you some space to make some moves, but Big Man doesn't even need to try and move just fine. I don't mind this. Can you catch one? Trying to push on over. You're gonna get some good damage, but meanwhile at Barn, T1 looks like a regain, and we've seen them chow this team at Cole. Looks like it's going to be a play at Barn now. Disrupt's able to find Melvin, but the trades are there. Echo gets dropped, and I think that might be a T1 wipe, my friend. No, actually it's not. I see one player floating in the sky. It looks close, but it wasn't there. But either way, T1 is still in a blender. Yeah, it's Spam, still alive. Just hanging out in this cubby hole. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, to update you guys, Falcons in a great spot. Twisted Minds are currently doing their thing now, trying to play back out, imagine. Ravens, they're still doing their thing in Main Street, holding down the bank. Los Curios trying to regain in the water. All the teams after that, the best one right now, Vitality, putting themselves in a good spot. 7 kills and complete control of Train Station. That's your biggest threat, but reminder, it does drop to 5 teams. If we are going to see Twisted Minds inside the top, so that opens it up for the likes of VP, Gentlemates. But none of those teams particularly progressing right now, and neither are G2. It's been a weird afternoon for them. Solid start, faded off. Big Man's got to do his worst, and well, he gets cleaned up just in the nick of time. Anxiety will spawn back in.
Deixe mais falando agora qual foi o assistindo.
He's already in tagged up too, coming on in. Maybe can make something happen towards that boat side. I don't think he even has cash to go for one of those buybacks. It's a tough situation. As we kind of look towards the southern side of the map, Ravens are starting to flex up towards that church area, and the Falcons are still alive, but they're sort of flirting with danger though, because Los Curios, they've taken managed to control of the bridge, and well, if you try and make this cross and you're not aware of their positioning, you could very easily get cut down. But for the Falcons, they realize we don't have to do anything just yet. They can basically ride this edge of zone if they need to. You're playing for info. You're trying to throw some shoulders where you can. Donkey has an idea that there's maybe somebody over here on this bridge in the hut, and is gonna maybe try and hold it on out. Nice little look at the map view though, as we start to see where this pulls, and we're going back towards the north. This could bode very well for Virtus Pro.
Everything I just said that was good for Vitality, by the way. You've been rocked up on and potentially wiped off the map by VP. Looks like they are gone out of here. They were sat on 119 points coming into this. You're going to see them in the top 5 overall with 128. VP will come into about 15 points back. So if VP do have that big map and then Falcons win, that could be the difference maker. That could be the moment that gets them to EWC.
That's a huge win there. Dak down on Main Street though. Ravens currently sitting in second. This is a huge fight. King Shot goes wide. Scythe there for the cut down though, but it's a
Full onto
anxiety. He's last one alive. He has to fly back towards this buy station. Can he hit it? Get the buyback on in? Looks like he will be able to. King Chuck, welcome back to the lobby, my friend. We're missing 6 teams here. You've made it into the top 10. 1.2 multiplier activated for all squads in this roster. But to be honest with you, the multiplier might not matter because you can see the Falcons are still alive and they're making their way towards church. Ravens need one more kill to cross threshold and put themselves on match point. For Twisted, it's at least 4, so Multiplier will do a lot of the work for you. Falcons, of course, looking to close. Noob's going to be on your front here. He's been the Star Slayer for them this afternoon. And they will find Enkyo in the initial engagement. Gentleman's going to be in 2v3 here. Initial trade, though, on Dongi. 2v2 sets up. Noob's high. Huge shoots there coming on out. Noobs does a great job. You catch a player up towards the top, but down below, look who's now coming to get on in the mix. Grimey's managed to find Soka. Falcons, I don't think they're going to be able to stay alive. We'll get full confirmation that the Falcons are out. But if so, we might be going one more game, ladies and gentlemen. As the zone starts to constrict everybody. Start breaking out. King Chalk still alive, coming back on in from the buyback. Finds 2 members of For Fun Esports, only 1 remaining.
Esse jogo aqui, mentalmente, você tem que estar muito forte, mano. Entendeu?
Falcons dead. We'll see one more game. Ravens crush threshold. Gentlemates out. A lot of movement going on right now. Vitality are done, of course. Los Carrillos are out as well. So all those teams will freeze for the moment. Twisted Minds will have bodies alive on the northern side of the map, although it's in a little bit of a regain blender situation for them. So it all comes down then. Ravens Esports, what do you want to do with the rest of this? Got a bit of a rotation on. Squad 10 is going to be Team GUI. They've had a torrid afternoon. They're starting to rotate in, but under pressure immediately from G2.
Eles precisam, pelo menos...
Much. So VP then, the movement over from Train, if they get center zone, if they get over towards Church here, they're looking very pretty. And this could be a huge game for VP. This battle between GUI and G2 continuing to roll on out. FLS has made his way on into Grandma's, trying to be able to get to this buy station. 27k in hand, double buyback. You're gonna be feeling okay with it. No shots coming on in. You can even get a loadout if you wanted to. Nope, it looks like it's going to be a UAV probably. Not too worried, and just like that, blink of an eye, Enigma. As we get to the top 5, Twisted Minds still in it. This is going to be enough for them to cross the threshold. So not only do we have Ravens Esports joining the Falcons, it's also the Twisted Minds. For Los Carrillos, they were taken out too early in this map. They're going to be on the outside looking in. This could be a huge map for all of these teams remaining. He's last one alive from Ravens lurking on the outside. We got 3 members of G2 looking down at you. Do you get found out? You do, but you're going to take Scythe with you onto the exit. A huge kill. It's not going to be able to get any more. Ravens will get taken on.
O G2 ali foi...
Certainly have 3 teams will be on threshold for that next map. Closing out here, 4 teams. Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro starting to engage on the north side. Virtus Pro win this. Virtus Pro go big. They could put themselves within that top 5. However, Twisted Minds, they want to win this whole thing as well. They want to do it with as many points as possible. So expect it to be a very difficult foe to face, and the zone's going to go straight to Twisted, who've wrapped wide in order to control this entire north side. VP will have to head towards them, but there's very little cover. You sparse safety between what you currently sit and where you need to get to. I don't even know if VP had this realization that Twisted Minds is right at their back. You're going to hear this LDBR going off. You're going to hear these shots go on through as it's a huge regain for Team GUI. Melvin, FLS, as they've now started to make their way over to Church. Feels like they've probably only fought G2 in this entire map. Couple of shots go on out. You'll maybe back on up. You don't want to try and take this, but look who's come on over to join the fight. It is none other than Twisted Minds. Z Smith's going to be able to catch anxiety. Cuts them on down, but all 3 members of GUI, FLS, Melvin, they start to make their way on in. Shifty shooting. He's going to be able to find Melvin. Z Smith's there for the trade. Shifty will get full, but Z Smith goes huge, and he's actually able to get the 3rd. Scythe is still alive. Cleans them on up. A few of our teams fall just like that. It is all 3 members of Virtus Pro alive and just 2 solos. You have 15 kills already. You want the 2 remainders. There's the first.
Virtus Pro vai levar, hein? Boa. Tá merecendo, pô. Boa. Boa.
In the most recent drop, Dongi being put to the sword will fall early. Destroy though on his feet, letting everybody know what an incredible performance out of them. You can hear him, you can see him going out
absolutely nuts in the arena. Incredible stuff from them. Again,
Boa, pai. Boa, obrigação. Você merece, pai. Você, o Adrian, gente boa.
Coming into this event, are you overcharging? Are you doing too much? You're setting your teammates up for failure. He's going to put himself on double digits at the map when Virtus Pro needed him most.
Listen, this is the type of game that you love to see if you are a fan of any of these three members. Not only are they able to fry out, they put themselves in the best position possible. They take over train, right? They're getting some of these shots onto Vitality. They win that huge first contest against the Gentlemates in order to secure that. This is a team that's been known for running research. So the fact that they have sort of a backup plan B of being able to land at this pond house, win that initial contest, and dovetail that into a map win is huge for their confidence. Now, here's the real question though, Enigma. Did they do enough to enter that top 5? How close are they to our 150 point match point threshold? All I know is that you are breathing a sigh of relief if you are Twisted Minds or Ravens Esports right now, because you've done enough to cross the threshold to join the Falcons at the top. Well, let's do a little bit of a breakdown of that game, all centered around Church, and was really predicated off of basically both these two teams fighting, and Twisted Minds coming in trying to third party unsuccessfully.
Yeah, Twisted Minds will probably want that one back. They're not necessarily sure if they're looking for maybe too many kills there, where they just wanted to slow it down or lacked information on how they wanted to play it out. But you had VP off towards that train station side. When that zone drags north, they're probably thinking, okay, we kind of want to back off to our anchor here. They just don't get it for free because Sipes kind of lingering around. He trades it all on out. If you know that that zone's going to pull in that direction, I think they slow it up and play on the wall and just hold VP instead. They're maybe thinking, okay, well, what we could do is push up towards that chapel. Zone drags there, no one's going to be able to get in. Overthink it a little bit, but either way, they will be cross thresholds, so they won't mind too much. But Virtus Pro, what a game out of them. I'm trying to do the math. There's a lot of work to do, and of course, we'll leave the admin crew to figure it all out, but you can see why the boys are standing up and getting loud. That, again, could have put them top 5 after what has been an up and down afternoon and could mean Saudi Arabia this summer.
D getting so excited, almost knocks over the chair in his excitement there. I love it. Listen, if there's anything you know from that man, he bleeds nothing but pure passion. And I think that's a good sort of dichotomy between him and his teammates, because Adrian and Grimy, they're pretty low-key. They don't really get too excited about anything. Hey, Destroy, he'll bring all of the energy for that squad, and representing Virtus Pro well in that game. Really insane stuff to see from just so many squads in that game, right? Just watching everybody trying to take those fights, being able to try and get into that power position that they need, land in a completely different spot that we really haven't seen them do yet. All kinds of fun stuff, of course, to break down. Let's get the desk back on in here. Let's see what they have to say about that game and us going one more game.
Thank you, Dandro and Enigma. One more game. How many times can we say that? Well, for now, we've got 3 teams on match point. Before, it was Falcons who dominated it. They were the only team. However, now 2 more have joined into the mix. Twisted Minds and Ravens, who have been stellar all day long today. A shout out to the Ravens, man, for performing and really showcasing what they're all about. Again, carrying that momentum from yesterday and now looking even stronger today. Goj, talk to me about this game. Falcons had yet another chance, but unfortunately they fall short.
Yeah, they fall short, and frankly, it is pretty difficult to win when you're the only team on match point, because everybody has to target you if they see you. So it was difficult. They did a good job of rotating Chapel, just couldn't quite close things out. But this map was one that was really fun to watch because of what Twisted Minds was able to do, what Ravens Esports was able to do, and what Virtus Pro was able to do. Those 3 teams fragged out this lobby, won the map, and I've got to tip it to Ravens Esports, man. We've been hyping them up all day for good reason. They're one of the 3 teams now on match point, like you said, and they are so dang adaptable. They're landing in different spots. They're playing out of Main Street now, which frankly is just difficult to do in general, and they're doing it near flawlessly. They're able to win one, sure, but they're also just able to stay alive, which is the name of the game in Resurgence. So very well done from Ravens Esports. You see them pick up for fun here into the final 8 to get to the top 5, to get their multiplier, and to breach that threshold. They are just playing so confidently, probably off the confidence that they were afforded in the last map of Open Land Finals to get to this stage yesterday. Nielsen drops a 19 kill banger rather to get their spot here. So now they got nothing to lose. They're playing with ego, and it's working out for them. But of course, Virtus Pro get the win they desperately needed. This should put them into the top 5 and potentially kick Vitality out of the top 5, Taylor.
Definitely the case, and the question is, can they go even further? Breaking the top 4, Los Carrillos is just above them, right? But it is VP who's been on the come up, and I tell you what, they are blessed to have multiple games before them, because if they didn't, if it was closed out earlier, no shot they make it in the top 5. They're going to be cooked. They're in trouble. Now, they have a very real chance. Virtus.pro with Destroy, would love to see them in Saudi Arabia once again, because we know the caliber of player Destroy is, what he brings to the table as a player, as a competitor, and just as a human being as a whole, man. He's got the hype. Ravens, though, again, great. Twisted Minds. Again, the consistency, Tiff, it's there. They've been so great all day today, and finally, they surpassed the match threshold. They also have a chance to win. The returning champions might be a champion in Birmingham.
I mean, they very well could be, right? Twisted Minds have already won a map prior. Ravens have proved they can win out in this lobby. So now when you meet Falcons on that coveted Call of Duty Warzone match point, this is a chance to prove that you are better than them. Raven Esports coming in from the open as second seed, right? This would be a dream come true. Enigma said it earlier, right? He's used to compete under that Gentlemates banner. And honestly, Raven Esports is doing better than the Gentlemates right now. You've got King Chalk and you have Neason, who's performing so crazy good that it's just so cool to see. Like, I'm really enjoying it, and they deserve so much love, so much respect. And if they close it out here, we're in for a treat, baby, because it's Birmingham. Your French are gonna go crazy.
They definitely are. It's been an incredible day for multiple regions, right? Not only for North America, for EU, but Latin America as well, being represented. Los Carrillos, they've been on fire. So both Ravens and Los Carrillos have been my 2 favorite rosters in terms of surprises for today. For Falcons, Twisted Minds, I expected them to be where they currently are, and they are performing so well. Now the question is, Coach, now 3 teams are on that match point. I think it ends here. I really do, because you begged the question earlier when we were in the $5. You know, do we see any other teams potentially win today outside of those who have already won? Well, Twisted Minds, Falcons, Ravens, they all know how to win, and now they're all in a position to take this tournament.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, VP just got the first win, which was a huge one for them. So technically, it's still possible. I mean, the big question I think Enigma had brought up was, hey, does T1 start grabbing some wins? That's possible as well. It may not be over here. Now, I've said it was over the last 2 maps, and I was wrong. So it could be over now that there's 3 teams on match point, okay? So let's take a look, though, at the drop 9 results in general, because that 27.2 points that we thought it was does hold true for Virtus.pro. They desperately need these points, and they get them. G2 Taylor finally have a good map, 19.6. They've been mediocre at best today, just frankly because they're taking so many fights early game that they're not fully winning. They're constantly in a stabilization blender. But then Twisted Minds pick up 18.2 points to drop over that threshold as well.
That's it. Big game for Virtus.pro. Man, for fun, though. They were an interesting roster a couple of games ago. This time around, they do get 13, still not in the biggest conversation. So, obviously, all attention has to be on Twisted Minds and Co-Vitality. Also, falling down 9 points, not going to be a lot given where they were at in top 5. It's a little bit scary for them now. Skullface, Sage, Blasity started off so strong, Tiff. They've got to finish strong, and it could be the final map. So for them, they need to make it worth it. They need to make it count. And we look at it, here it is. Los Carrillos just 10 points behind, but Falcons, Ravens, Twisted Minds, all on match point. Tiff, the race for top 5, though, is incredibly close. Vitality drops below Virtus.pro, but they still have a chance.
They do. It's that close, right? 5 points separating 5th and 6th. That's a big storyline. And then as you scroll down, sure, even AG Global, you've got Oki, FIFA Kill, and Scummin. We haven't really seen too much of them on the main broadcast. They've even caught up at that research center mess, chaos, all of it, right? And they've still got 85 points. We're still on the up and up. Now, you do want to make the most money here on land, right? So every point, every kill, every performance is going to matter, especially with 3 top tier teams that have the chance to halt this out. We've played 2 games with the Falcons on match point. They haven't closed it out. T1 has started to warm up, but now when you've got Twisted Minds across from them that are also on match point, look, Shifties, Shifty's looking to take it from the Falcons. He really is. I'm not going to say it's getting personal, but it's getting a little personal.
Tiff, I will say, I'm going to echo a great question you had earlier, but what if one of these three teams don't close it out? Los Carrillos, they're at 140 points. They need 10 points total. Virtus Pro only need 17 points. And then you got Vitality that only need 22. Folks, if it is not closed out right here, we are about to be... I'll use the term again. We're about to be in a blender, okay?
We're in for a treat. We're in for a treat.
It is spinning everybody around, and who knows where it may land. Taylor, take it away, because this is going to be nuts if one of these three teams don't win.
Let's find out. Hey, it's a big one, Chat Arena. Let's get loud. It's game number 10. Dantro Enigma, take it away.
Baby, if you had asked me, we have been at 10 games here today, Enigma, I would have said there's a possibility, but I think we probably get done a little bit earlier. But looking at the state of our scoreboard heading into game number 10, my friend, do you think it ends here?
I'm fucking ready, bro. Do any of these bottom teams chalk any of these guys? I personally don't think so.
At this point, I don't think so. Like they didn't. Most of them didn't land on Falcons. I don't think they're gonna try for any of them. They would have done it already.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for fun is not going to chuck Falcons
Eles têm uns termos diferentes, moleque, pra xingar os outros.
Ravens, I don't think they land Mansion. Ravens will go probably somewhere in Street and just have their way with the lobby. Twisted Mind, same thing. I don't think anybody's going to call them, and they'll be fine. That's the way I see it happening. I think this is going to be, all the match point teams are going to stay up, and it's going to be a battle in the end.
I think this is just genuinely going to depend
Sério
where the
mesmo,
zone
acho
is.
muito
Oh,
engraçado.
shit. Oh, we're starting? We're starting here. Top fraggers, chat. Top fraggers,
We got
real
Grimmy
quick.
for sure.
Jade, you got us. You got us.
Yep.
We got King Chalk on 46, Grammy on 47, Nielsen on 49, Noobs on 49, and then Shifty.
Shifty back.
Subs up at 56.
We got like 10 kills.
He's
Pra mim, a
back
última
to top
partida tem
fragging.
chance, rapaziada.
Guys,
Tem
before we
chance.
start, I do want to show one thing really quick because it's going to tell us
56, Noobs
who has
com
the higher
49,
possibility
Niazi
of
com
winning this
40.
game. Doggy Falcons with a 6.3. Twisted Minds 5.9, but Raven Esports with a 5.3. If things play out on paper, chat, Raven Esports should win this game. If things play out on paper, but keep in mind this also matters too. Which teams won? Ravens Esports have won only one game. Falcons have won 2 games. Twisted Minds have won only 1 game.
Vitality 2.
Hey, anything can fucking happen here, chat. Are we ready? Are we ready? Match point is activated, chat. They're loading into the lobby. Oh my god. Here we go, fella.
3 times match point, hein? Time do Nier 100, Falcons e... É agora. Twist mais, time do Shift. É agora. Nossa, é muita gente.
Do we end the Birmingham LAN finals or do we go one more game?
Generation G2 will continue their contest. We return to that over Lumbermill. T1 and Vitality will square up here at train station. Disrupt gets one knocked off the stage, traded instantly. Echo will find Blast, however. Spam, no, he's going to be knocked instead. And you've lost 2 players. Echo just trying to stay alive right now. Opens a box, brings that timer down. Disrupt will get back in. Echo.
O time dos manitos, pô, foda-se, time dos mexicanos.
That would be crazy. Sage getting knocked as well. So Vitality, they're going to lose a lot of this early engagement.
Estão ali, ó.
See, Scummin is actually being a thorn in the side to both of these teams. He's the only member from AG Global over here. He's actually the one to gotta get involved in that fight, right? So while this 3v3 is happening, you have to be very careful that Scummin is not going to be able to find just some type of angle. All of a sudden, throw your fight into a little bit of a tizzy. Regain though from Vitality as they look to hold on this outside. Some good early shots. You find Echo. That's there. Skull is going to go for that finish.
Cleans it through. That's going to put T1 into a situation where they got to back off because you lose one over at main as well. So one member of that squad is in the fight. Dragon's actually going to knock Blastides from bowling. Looking at the other squads. The typical from Falcons, from Ravens, from Twisted Minds, who have pushed away.
Precisa de sorte também, né, rapaziada?
Interesting, very fun.
Isso aqui não é só jogar bem, como eu falei, não é só jogar bem.
They're comfy. T1 are coming back for this, and actually the player that was still in the fight has just been knocked and disrupted. So one body's had to hit the water and one's floating in the sky. T1 continuing to be in a blender early in this drop 10. For the Ravens, you're missing Nielsen for a moment. But there's plenty of spaces to get lost in when it comes to Main Street. It's why they're doing such a good job of staying alive when they need to. For now, get through through this early resurgence timer. Set yourselves up for what could be a historic moment for this French roster.
It's a very mixy area. This is kind of the problem of being here, right? You play out of this main street side. It's what gives you the secret to success, to being one of these teams at the top of the leaderboard. But then you say, wait, we have to try and win a game playing out of Main Street? You've only been able to do it once so far, and it was in that game number 8. Going back to back would certainly be an absolute treat. But look at this, you got an idea that there is someone near you. It's going to be Dongi taking on down. This is going to force a couple of that other squad to start to move on over. That is, of course, going to be Los Carrillos, who are looking to get active in here, but Criminal God taken down by Niacin yet again. Thankfully, Z-Dark is there for a trade. So don't want you to get fully aggressive, but he's going to just stabilize for the time being. Top right of your corner there.
Esse time aí tá no match point.
You see what teams have crossed our match point threshold.
Heavens Sports tá no match point.
I believe that's not updated, that most recent knock from Dark. So Los Carrillos need 8 more to get themselves over the line. 6 and some multi, probably do it for you. More than capable of that. Get a big wide shot of this ongoing fight as Ravens bring Brody back into it. You're engaging low here. Los Carrillos putting this Ravens team to the sword. Dark will find Heeds, and Dark will then shout the second. Backstage down with the crack. King Jogs elsewhere. Beautiful work from Dark and Criminal God. Been so damn good today. If they get across this match point threshold, they put themselves within a position of a first huge match point tournament for a LATAM roster. It's them two working pure magic.
Hey, you know what though? For King Chalk, it doesn't matter how many kills you have, as long as you can stay alive, get the teammates back on in. It's just about a win for that team at this point. For another team that's also just looking for a win, it's Twisted Minds. And guess what? They're feeling A-OK over here at Mansion. They've been uncontested most of the day. They've actually had to spend most of the day playing out of Mansion and full running at teams. They don't got to do that anymore. It's a full POI that they're going to be able to hold on to. So while maybe it's a little bit quieter towards that northern side of the map, Los Carrillos, they are looking to continue to fight towards Ravens Esports. You find one, you're on the hunt for another. They are just farming right now, but they would love to be able to get a full squad wipe here.
Namir's gonna find one, cracks him, backs him down into his teammate, and there you go. Again, you will get that ping. It's early enough that you still get it, but the Falcons are starting to push over, hearing a lot of noise. The gas is also starting to move. You gotta be careful if you're Los Carrillos. You're very close to threshold. Might need to back off here and reassess the situation. But Heeds will be full stun, so they're gonna push this. Actually, in the whole fight of that, one of the Falcons members gets taken on out. Heeds will get found on out. Niacin has been brought back on in, but he's getting pinged out of the sky.
Foi hypado, hein? Que isso? Já foi, hein? Foi de ralo, foi de ralo. Um time foi de ralo.
They will be out. They are full done, so it is on Twisted or Falcons to close it here. Go to Light Unlimited. Kiraku gonna back one down on the rooftop. Remember of AG Global. Both of these teams really in the conversation.
Heavens Sports.
Big prize money for EWC. Let's take a look at one that most certainly is. Falcons gonna knock Echo here. T1 in a bit of bother. The rest of those players are going to be in bank, but they were likely on the hunt while Echo was trying to anchor. So that's going to destabilize their whole setup. They'll need to slow it down.
Mudar a estratégia.
Carrillos members here as well as noobs, and my god, this boy's been frying today.
He's been absolutely shooting. What has me worried here, Enigma, you might be able to get some of these shots on out, but you called it. Los Carrillos, they could decide to spring on forward and get involved in this fight. Noobs on the stairs. Disrupt doing a great job of getting that knock. Thankfully, no full coming on in. Dongi there for a trade, but he's actually gonna get knocked as well. Because of Criminal God coming on in, it's just Soka. He's the only one left alive. He does have enough for a buyback if he can get to one of the buy stations. Resurgence is still here as well. Just kind of a little bit of an insurance statement if you need. But I'm seeing some of these members of Los Carrillos, they have an idea that there is movement, that Soka might be the only last player alive. I saw Criminal God get a kill in the kill feed there. Dude, this is getting mixy for so many of our match point teams, except Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, they were one of 3 coming on in, and they're just chilling. We're getting a zone pull up towards Mansion. They're just frying from the rooftops. They're having a great game.
Yeah, it's a confirmation, by the way, that Soka did die, but within that heartbeat, he gets his boys back in, but they're under pressure elsewhere. However, as Los Carrillos continue to form here and have put themselves across that threshold, you will get more bodies. 4 Falcons spawn in at Mansion, but Doggy's under pressure. Twisted Minds, what they would do to signal an end to their threat. Z-Smith will bury Dongi. Soka looking for a safe spot, desperately needs it, hanging on by a thread. The Falcons match point challenge, and they're gonna head to bowling, and you're gonna hope and pray and get yourself as much away from the action as you can be. Falcons, indeed blender of all blenders. And you've got a long rotation to even get yourself close to circle at this point.
The blender of all blenders is a beautiful way to put it, my friend. And it's just been them getting taken out. And I'm looking at that kill feed. Twisted Minds getting another squad out of this lobby. Team Clown eliminated, taken on out. And still, Twisted just continuing to hold down Mansion. Nobody needs to be here. Disrupt looks like he's maybe a lone soldier over here on the side. Almond spending all that cash down below. And they're looking to pop an advanced UAV. See if anybody else is in this POI with them. And I think they're going to get that read.
Take a quick wide look here. So much going on for Twisted Minds, lots to juggle in the kill feed. Amir's gonna knock Ahsoka, by the way. And Noobs is just trying to look for cover. He's trying to get the hell out of here. Will find FIFA kill. That's gonna drag timers down for the rest of his boys. Dongi's recovering elsewhere, but it's a one man on a mission, and Dongi trying to find a safe passage into this later portion. 10 teams still in this. Only 2 can close it here. Ravens dealt with early. Los Carrillos have crossed. We'll definitely have 4. But Vitality, they've hit 144 points. They're rotating in. Should they get a couple more and we see one more game, ladies and gentlemen, could be 5 squads looking to close it out.
Well, you gotta take down Twisted Minds and Falcons if we want to get there. And they do a great job. You find Skinner on your low ground. And look at that. Almond just has so many UAVs on that buy station. So they're going to be set on an advance. Still over here towards that bridge side, though. Falcons just trying to stay alive. You got teams at your front. You got teams at your back. It's just going to be Noobs. He's gone huge so many times for his roster here today. You got to do it one more time, Eddie. Player from G2 at your front. Smoke comes on. Try and use it as a bait, but the double swing is there. And just like that, Falcons have been eliminated. 7 squads left in this lobby. It's all down to Twisted Minds. But Los Carrillos are continuing to fry. They are continuing to push the needle forward. As with that, they have crossed match point threshold. They are looking good. They are reaping everywhere that is in Mansion, and they are leaving it up to Twisted Minds to try and survive from this POI.
Confirmation, by the way, before Falcons drop there, so do VP. So it's likely that Vitality hold that all-important 5th spot. Should Twisted Minds do it, they will nudge the qualification down to them. Help them on through to Saudi Arabia. Shifty gonna hold the top of Mansion. Anyone trying to control the courtyard here, you're gonna be picked up, and there's the first, and the shots are glorious, but just not enough to get the knock. PA's designed to play cutoffs. Do you read that there's a player down to your right? No, that player escapes on off to your left. A frustrating one for Shifty. Team 8 gonna be tucked in beneath. That's Light Unlimited. Team 10 also nearby. That's FLS & Co. There's one member of Los Carrillos just hanging around. They've reached match point. They've done their job. It's just now about making sure Twisted don't close out.
I think this is a great job. Twisted Minds, just hold this rooftop. They're doing such a good job of just kind of floating from one side to the other. Do not let anybody get up into these areas where they can just sneak up on you on this roof. Protect the zip line. Protect some of these stairs. Zone is going to pull out into that courtyard of Mansion. You're going to have a little bit of this rooftop left on in its zone, but the question now becomes, Enigma, do you try and play from this rooftop, or do you swing on out and try to go down the stairs and play from a low ground?
Well, that's a very tough question to answer. There's a reason I'm sat this side of the desk. I actually really like what G2 have done here. They knew they couldn't cross the courtyard, so they decided to play very wide on the south side. But as I'm saying that, Twisted Minds, who saw them make that play, decided, we like your idea, and we're going to take it for our own. Down goes Scythe and Big Man. Anxiety will live to see another day. But Twisted Minds, who could close here, only face the threat of one other full 3 team. And that is going to be FLS & Co. It's not been their afternoon thus far. You'd be a brave man to bet on them taking down Twisted looking like this. Incredible read to shut down this entire south side of the circle and claim it for their own, with one man on the roof of Mansion as well. They're in a glorious spot to close it all out here.
This feels like it comes down to, can Gooey, FLS, and Melvin put us one more game? Almond, he's still on the roof. He's still holding this area, making sure nobody can look down above them.
a veteran play coming on out from your EWC champion. Look at Smith playing on that side of the zone. It pulls on over. Almond will get found on out, but they have the cash down below if they want to try and hang on to it. They're going to be able. The buyback on Almond comes on in. That's going to give them some info as he flies on through. Can he manage to stay alive? Shifty claims FLS with a PA as well. Twisted Minds, they're still here. They're still fighting.
Smith's gonna drop though. Anxiety being a thorn from the outside wall. You didn't manage to mop him up in that earlier fight, and how he's come back to fight you for it. He'll get knocked as well. Put down. Almond's in the gas. He does have a stim to his name, but Anxiety wants to clean this up. Finds Shifty. Pushes in, but the two players are going to engage. You can just leave him to it if you're Almond. He does. He lets the two cross. Finds the knock in the second as well. Into a 1v2. It's lost Curios to stop.
Deixa mais, hein? Almond, hein? 2 contra 1, hein? 2v1, hein? 3v1. Já era. Maior.
They know exactly where Almond is sitting. Amir, he's got the roof on lock. I've seen a lot of crazy 1v3s, my friend, in my Warzone time, and well, I don't know if we're gonna get one here from Ben already. He's trying to do his best. He's slipping, he's sliding around here, but the zone has continued to pull them away.
Olha essa mira aí, cara.
Some great shots, getting the armor crack that's there. They're lurking forward. Wait, he gets one. Almost snaps for the second, but you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? Thanks to the hands of the Latam Demons, Los Carrillos push us.
Caralho, cara. Vamos de quase leva ali, mano. Vamos de quase leva ali, hein? Caramba, velho.
Anyone else feel like they need to catch a breather? Maybe sit down, feel a little lightheaded. Incredible stuff there towards the end. Felt like Shifty had made a play from the very top draw. Needs to buy his boy back in after FLS has wiped him. Drops a PA on top of that as well. That re-clears that mansion roof. Knocks the only other full 3 team. Puts them in a great spot. But it's just going back to that fight earlier on. You play that south wall very well. You find Big Man. You find Scythe, who lives Anxiety, and he wraps back through that south side, plays that wall, gets the knock onto Shifty, and completely changes that fight, completely resets it. Glorious work from him, and then obviously lost Curios to come in and just hold the line, stay very composed, and make sure that we see yet another drop today.
I mean, this looked like it was Twisted Minds games to lose. I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought they had done it, but it's right here where Almond is this sole player up on the roof, and great play from Melvin and Gooey, right? You gotta respect it. They double hit the zip to chow it. They get that kill, and it's immediately pushed down onto the stairs. And while that's happening, that's gonna force the rest
of the Shift errou ali. Ele tinha que ter segurado, né?
And then it's basically Anxiety also here playing spoiler, finding the kill onto Smith. It's just too many angles that you're trying to watch, that you're trying to keep in your head. You're worried about the people pushing from behind you. You're worried about getting gate kept from the front, and that's just exactly what happens. And while all that's going on, what is the one member of Los Carrillos doing? Oh, hitting this one buy station that's still in zone. Gets the teammates back on in. Let's hold out the rest of these teams. You hear the shots. You know exactly where they are. You set up on top of that rooftop, and you just play the waiting game.
Certainly do, and I like that as well. You know what you control in the moment. You know that you basically, this could be you ending the tournament here, and yes, you probably qualify for EWC, that's wonderful. But this is Deus Amir, this is Dark, this is Criminal God. They want to come out and win this, make a statement not just for themselves, but for LATAM, for those who want to play in through the opens and show that they have what it takes. They're certainly doing an incredible job thus far. My God, 11 drops on the day. Some of us said it might be 7, it might be 8. With how good Falcons had looked at points, it could be done before we were even having to make halftime breaks. But, well, we will see 11. Los Carrillos now a cross match point. I think we've now got 5 teams, definitely 4, but potentially 5 over the line. And my God, what that sets us up for in this next one.
I think you said it best, my friend. I think we all need to take a little bit of a breather. You need to kind of let your body relax after that one, man, because I was nail biting all the way to the very end for us to go one more game, but with this many point, I don't know if we go past this next one. And if we do, man, it's just the games are going to get even crazier. Let's get the desk back on in there. Let them tee us up this last game, break down who made it all the way over, because it's crazy.
Match point.
Crazy indeed. Look again, more
Tá insano. O máximo que eu vi foi 7. Foi o máximo que eu já vi na Resurgência. Em Verdade que eu vi 9. Eu já vi muita zica na vida, mas que nem a tua não existe. Cara, moleque, eu tô com isso.
Yeah, like statistically, technically, they've won the most maps, and therefore they have the highest % chance of winning. That's
God,
really
Chad,
awesome.
this is fucking
about that.
Again, I'm going to continue to say this. Guys, if we can please get LATAM North included in North America clause, I think they deserve it, Chad. They got some real fucking good talent out there. LATAM North deserves to be able to not have to pay their way to land. They should be qualified.
They pay a lot as well.
They pay like fucking $8,000, $7,000 to get here. Chat, LATAM North should be able to play with North America. They get 35 ping. That's nothing. That's nothing. They should be able to play with North America and get a spot in there, man. I think, chat, I don't know. That's my opinion, bro. All right, come on, man.
God.
Come on, baby.
One more game, come on.
Oh, my God.
You think we're going to get it or not?
One more game?
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you guys think?
I'd be surprised if we went one more after this. There's so many teams on match.
There's a lot of teams here on match point. There's fucking bull.
That squad gets a major win. They deserve it. LATAM deserves it, but you're going to have to get through some crazy teams to get there. You're talking Twisted Minds, who were so close to being able to make that happen. But think of two of the end games we've witnessed, and it was Los Criollos that was able to prevent the Falcons from taking a map win. It was Amir at the end, right? Amir the anchor in a crazy 1v1 against Soka early on. And now they do it again here in map number, what was that, 10? We're in double digits against Twisted Minds. They are putting down the top tier teams, which makes them a top tier team that they've always been.
That's right. Well said, Tiff. And look, it was a good effort from not only Hisoka trying to stay alive as long as he did, Alman, I mean, almost performing miracles, Goj. At a certain point, this man looked like Superman. If he doesn't get caught up, of course, in this building with really nowhere to go. I mean, even this play, I was like, yo, losing my mind. He hits those shots on the heady on Amir. He clutches that up. It would have been cinema. He doesn't get it, but what an effort.
It was a great effort. There was a third, by the way. This team did pick up their third off of the side, so I don't think he could have 1v3.
Do you think fucking insane? This shit's super entertaining to watch. Match point, I fucking love it. Anything can happen here, chat. I'm super excited for Atlanta, EWC. Hopefully, World Series of Warzone this year, chat. I don't know, man. I'm gonna chat. I don't know about you guys. I'm having a good time. Have you guys been enjoying it? Have you guys been enjoying it? Come on, baby. Come on. Peachy. Oh my God. Almond. That was fucking insane. That was so close. That was so fucking close. Yo, Supersonic, thank you for the 19 months, man. Thank you, baby. Thank you, Sonic Simple. Thank you, Herbert, for the tier 1. Thank you, baby. Jiraiya with the 100 biddies. Bass with the 100 biddies. Thank you, baby. Thank you, my boy.
I feel like, I don't know why, but I think we're not going to get another game.
You think it ends here?
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are really fucking good squads. Like, look, I'm about to show right now the teams that have won, and I'm pretty sure it's all the 4 teams on match point, except for like 1. After this.
I think it might just be... Wait, who else would have?
Oh, my boy Art. Art, thank you for the 20 gifted. I love you, baby.
W.
Art, chat, this man always here helping us out. Make sure audio's running smooth, chat. Art, I love you, man. I appreciate that shit. Thank you for the big fucking 20, man. Thank you, mama. Come on, baby. Art, the motherfucking GOAT. The motherfucking GOAT, bro. Say that Falcons will win. No, because if I say Falcons will win, y'all are going to call me either a dick rider and say that I love Dongi, Soka, and Noobs, or y'all going to say that I'm, for some reason, I don't know how y'all think about this, but y'all say that I'm trying to curse them on purpose, which means that I'm a shifty dick rider. If I say that
Just don't say anything.
I'm just going to keep my mouth shut, chat. You know what I'm going to say? Chat, I hope this goes one more game, and I told you, I don't give a fuck. Hashtag bias. Chat, Virtus Pro, that's my team. Chat, that's Adrian, that's my boy right there, chat. Virtus Pro, that's who I want to win. Hashtag bias, hashtag glaze, hashtag whatever the fuck. So, but do I think it goes to the game? I don't know. I don't fucking know. We gonna find out. We gonna find out, bro.
I feel like, you know what's gonna win?
What's up?
Los Corillos. I think they can close it as well.
Los Corillos.
Well, you think they close?
Yeah. Maybe if somebody closes, I think Corillos are gonna win.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Going back to back is very hard.
Oh yeah, that's true as well.
Going back to back is very fucking hard.
They've been playing really good. I'm gonna say that.
Do they ace right here?
I mean,
they ace.
They play really good with like 3 teams on like their POI as well.
Yeah. But where are they landing now? Did they land Chad at Lumber last game?
Depends
no,
like where they pull.
Were they not Main Street?
Nate Dogg corner.
Yeah.
I think they landed like Nate Dogg, chat. Woo! Come on, man. Give me these scores. Yo, Snogsy, thank you for the one gifted. I appreciate that, Snogsy.
Sabe Fanta, o refrigerante de laranja, delicioso e irresistível? Então, tá agora na sua forma ainda mais saborosa, maximizada na gostosura, com aquele gás e borbulhantemente refrescante. Deu água na boca? Hora de provar! A Fanta agora tá um surto, ainda mais saborosa que nunca. Clique no banner e saiba mais.
Gabe, don't say that, Gabe. Trust me.
It's on land is what matters. On land to me is what matters, chat. Criminal God, I think is winning the race.
Scores incoming. Be ready. Oh gosh.
Shit. Chat, main broadcast has just that game, which we already know that. Chat, we're about to get scores.
G2 got 35 points, by the way.
G2?
Yeah.
Oh my God, they're gonna jump. Wait,
G2 got 32.
wait.
Yeah, you can see over there. You can go like main
Wait,
broadcast.
does that put them top 5?
Yeah, 35 points.
Wait, our score
oh my
literally
God,
just
I saw it,
submitted.
I saw it,
Our score literally just submitted.
Oh my God, they're 7th.
G2's at 7th?
What? Oh my God.
What the fuck is
I
this
don't even-
leaderboard?
Where did they get all those kills from?
Almost everybody's on 100 points, by the way. Almost everybody.
Oh my God.
Ah.
Wait.
Oh.
Wait, what the fuck is going on?
I don't know. By the way, Vitality only 4 points away, and V2's probably 10.
Oh my God.
There's actually wait. Did we not say 5 on match point? It's only 4.
No, 4.
4. Yeah.
Oh, Vitality. Yeah.
Vitality was super
They were
close, and Virtus Pro was close.
Yeah,
Chat.
yeah.
All right, so now we have our 4 teams on match point. Raven Esports, Falcons, Los Corrios, chat with 175 points for them. And then Twisted Minds, first place right now, 193.4 points on match point. That was fucking insane. Amir, Criminal God, and Dark. Chat, I think these guys all but have solidified their spot at Esports World Cup. I think they have. Same, Twisted Minds already did.
Corrillos, yeah, I think so.
Now, in a weird, twisted world, can Falcons fall out? I don't think so.
I
don't think so.
no.
Watch out to Raven as well. Maybe
Ravens
it's actually
is
pretty
close
close.
to falling out too. It's so tough because they're not picking up kills because they're trying to win.
I think the top 4 is fine.
You
Top
think?
4, I think all of them have solidified their spot at Esports World Cup. It's going to be a battle between Virtus Pro and Vitality here. Obviously to hit match point, but then to get that 5th spot for Esports World Cup.
I mean, G2 just got like 35 points, so if they like have another game like this, they can hit match points as well.
You think G2 win this game to hit match
Oh
point?
my
and make
God.
it another one?
Oh, dude, chat.
And then T1 win the other one to get match points as well.
Oh, man. Yo, if G2 win this next game to hit match point, that'll mean 7 teams on match point. And then, bro, G2 starting off going fucking rogues. I mean, being down bad in the shitter to now doing this. Same thing for T1. They were in 16. Anything can happen, man. There's so many games. There's infinite possibilities here. It's the thing with Resurgence, and when it comes to match point, it's never fucking chalk. It's never fucking chalk.
What about
Harry said Spam and Criminal God are almost level on kills.
Wait, actually?
Yeah,
Wait, start the next game? Oh my God,
Oh,
Top frag. Hold on. Okay.
We got Criminal God.
You got it.
All right, we got, Noobs has fallen down.
Noobs dropped
He's
down.
on 50. With Criminal God also on 50. Grimy on 51. Nielsen on 52. And Shifty on 65.
Wow.
Shooting nukes.
Shifty is shooting nukes, boys. He's shooting nukes. Nielsen, chat, the only EU competitor up here. The only EU competitor here. Grimy, Mr. Jack Harlow with 51. He's fucking shooting right now. Criminal God with 50. Oh, bro. Wow. Spams at 44 kills.
Oh,
That's
they're
very
not
close.
that close. They're close.
6
kills. That's good.
Maybe
That's good
6. Maybe
now,
7.
Chat, I'm gonna do this real quick. Game winners real fast because we're about to start.
Oh my
Guys,
God. We filled it up.
Cordeos have won 2.
Mhm.
No, 3 games.
3.
They're the only team that's won 3 games so far. Falcons have won 2.
BP 1-1.
BP 1-1. Raven has won 1.
Falcons 2.
Falcons 2. Twisted Minds 1.
Yeah, Vitality 2 as well.
Uh-oh. Guys, this could be the game that Cordeos win. All right, chat. Are we ready? Here we fucking go. Sadly, chat, I do believe this is the end. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an amazing day. I love each and every one of y'all. Scrims on Saturday. Lock in. Oh, no, sorry. Scrims on Thursday. Lock it in, bro. It ain't over. It ain't. If y'all been enjoying this chat, if y'all been enjoying the comp scene, don't worry. We got Scrims starting already this Thursday because next week, not this Monday, next Monday, quads start again for Atlanta LAN. Insane. All right.
Are you watching first quals as well? Like the first day?
I'm going to figure it out because, we're starting. Chat, here we go. Match boy. Maybe. Yeah. Because the first quals are kind of boring. It's like, it's just kill racing. Chat.
Right, where we landing?
All right.
So we got...
Uncontested.
Oh my god, Corrillos said fuck it. We're landing at, oh my god. Gentlemates, G2, and Corrillos all landing at Lumber.
Wait.
Look at this. Look at this.
Okay. They're gonna take party, by the way.
And actually, G2 just decided to go and fight Gentlemates. They don't want any of the LATAM squad, and I don't blame anyone for not wanting to run at them. It's so damn good today.
They're gonna take party.
Twisted Minds uncontested, and same thing for chat for Falcons uncontested as well.
You can just slow it down, but they won't. Hellish contest over to Lumbermill. Gentlemates G2 lost Corrillos are back for action. Criminal Guards gonna squeeze forward here, and actually G2 have just decided to go and fight Gentlemates. They don't want any of the LATAM squad, and I don't blame anyone for not wanting to run at them. It's so damn good today, and Crimmy's actually gonna spot one. Just gonna slow it down for a half second as clusters rain in from the skies. Remember, you don't need kills at this point. You can just slow it down, but they want control of Lumbermill so they can slowly work forward from there.
Yeah, I think if Los Corrillos, if they can manage to really just wipe out Lumbermill, manage to hold it, they don't have to worry as much about Falcons maybe sliding on over from boat to cause this chaos, right? They can hold the line, watch that zip, make sure that no movement comes on through. But Criminal God playing patiently. Some great shots will get dropped, though. So unfortunately, the shots go a little bit wide. I thought you had a teammate there to swing out for the trade. It's just not possible. You can see Z-Dark kind of playing by himself forward. The Gentlemates, they've started a regain. They want to kind of enter back on in over here at Lumbermill. And I don't mind this from Los Corrillos of having one player just completely off into stacks here, just playing isolated by themselves on top of the rooftop. Maybe get some shots across, not too worried about that. But they'll be able to hang on for the time being, and Lumbermill will continue to stay a hotbed of activity.
Yeah, it should stay plenty safe for now. The only problem is your anchor is relatively static, so that's a lack of contracts, that's a lack of looting, that could affect your economy for later on. So you do want to get control of this Lumbermill sooner rather than later. What you're hoping for is Gentlemates and G2 to fight each other, quite frankly. Let's take a look over at Mansion. Twisted Minds, they have loadout, and they have control of Mansion. A lot of space to play in, pretty much the entirety of the northwestern quadrant here. Nearest team's going to be Barn, and over towards the train cars. Let's look back in it. The LATAM team. NKL finds Criminal God, and Dog's gonna do the right thing. Back off, let them two squabble, sit nice and pretty.
Yeah, this is kind of one of our only few match point teams that is actually kind of seemingly in the mix, it feels like, right? Twisted Minds, they have Mansion all to themselves. Falcons, they got boat, doesn't really matter. Ravens, they kind of are chilling in that Main Street area. They're getting a couple of squabbles, but nothing really too crazy. It's just Los Corrillos here early on, which doesn't necessarily bode well, but if they can come out on top here, this would be huge. Z-Dark LMG in hand. He's gonna be able to find one right in the hand, tries to slide on through, find another. Unfortunately, Enkyo just has the right position. Criminal God has to back on up towards Amir, but kind of getting hunted right now. Goes very low and will get dropped. So just like that, it's Amir, the only one alive, but Resurgence timer is still ticking. You got Z-Dark back on in.
Yeah, Amir with the veteran play. No rush of blood there. Keeps it calm. Slows things down. Let's do Z-Dark back in. Criminal God will surely join them soon. A lack of loot available to this team, though. Amir's going to have 8 plates. Crimmy's only got 2 in his vest. So you're looking to just kind of free him up for a moment. Can we get to your loot? Can we get to your guns? Can we get you some plates, some money, some landmass? All that is going on over there. VP, who sit on the cusp, on the bubble. Currently 6 points away from qualifying to the Esports World Cup in the summer. They're finding a lot of kills here at Research. They're going to get control of a lot of it, and that's not an easy thing to do. 3 teams trying to contest this. It's very difficult to wipe teams, but you're putting yourself in the best spot.
Oh, and I like this. Destroy. He's going to get some reads. You got a player knocked below you. Wasn't by anybody on your team, so you know there's at least one more squad nearby.
No worries there, but look at where the zone is starting to pull. It's pulling these players out of Lumber Mill. You gotta go more north towards Research Center. That's gonna be Los Carrillos. They have to start moving, but they're gonna get found out by G2. And yet again, blink and you'll miss it. It's Amir, still alive. Zdark is here as well, but he's gotta just be floating in the sky, figuring out where to go. And it will get found on out. He's gonna land electrical, but look at this G2. They might get the sense that that's where this player's moving on in, and they could just start flying for this and maybe get out one of our match point teams early.
Confirm the spawns will come back in for one of those boys, likely Crimmy. It's a tough place to be, and well, Vitality in a considerably worse place. Your anchor is going to be sat up for long enough that you get back in, but well, as bodies are flying back in for that Vitality roster, by the way, one's just been plucked out of the sky. They may be wiped here. No, thankfully they managed to get themselves back to their feet for a moment. Twisted again, just with so much control, going to complete a recon. That's going to tell them where the end zone is going to be, or at least a deep circle, and allow them to play for positioning ahead of everybody else. Again, another veteran play out of Amir. It is not pretty Warzone, but it is effective Warzone. Zdark is brought back in.
I mean, it just my worry here though is that they're not really like creating space on the map for themselves. Compare that to Twisted Minds, who just they kind of flex on out. They get a couple of those kills on Vitality, push them more south. That means they don't have to worry about somebody make this late rotation through Mansion on them, right? They're going to be a-okay just to kind of hold the line because they're still in zone, right? They still have the entirety of Mansion to themselves, and it's in zone, and they don't have to really work. I'm looking at that kill feed though. I'm seeing Heeds being able to take down Scummin, so Ravens Esports still in this, still taking teams off the board, and it looks like they're actually going to make their way up towards those northern train cars just above Research, and I don't mind that at all. Hold that line, just kind of poke some fun down at Research, what's going on there. But for the Falcons, they've managed to rotate up through Cole. They take down G2. They gain control of this POI.
I watched pretty much all of that on the map view, and they just decided to hit the go button, play straight out of Main Street, cross the river, and bury G2 into a drop 12 if there is going to be one. Colty will belong to them. One of our match point teams, of course. Los Carrillos, they're still trying to figure out that regain situation. One body alive off towards Research. Twisted Minds, all the control we spoke about earlier. For Ravens, they hold that north side. That's where our match point team sit. Los Carrillos are somehow still going.
Yeah.
I've just watched the one remaining player die, but two bodies back in the sky and continuing to look for a place. And look, in Resurgence, it's never chalked.
It is never chalked, as a once famous Major Maniac said. That's definitely a word of advice for some of these teams here. Los Carrillos, I'm seeing one player alive. Over at Research, you have two different teams near you. You got T1, you got Team Clown near you. You just have to stay alive long enough. So you're doing a great job of staying alive, Enigma. What happens when the Resurgence timer stops?
The
fact that Amir's managed to get himself back in is impressive, and you're right about the Resurgence timer situation. Can't afford to throw many lives away now. These boys need to find a quick little pick, scoop loot from the bodies, and build themselves into a late game strategy. Research Center is not the place to be trying to do that. It is also not going to be a place to safely put your anchor. But for now, it will be home. As you hear players zip around them, you got T1 just above you for company as well.
A lot of action happening here at the Research Center. Twisted Minds still up there towards Mansion, kind of flirting with for fun below them if they can. Some great shots here from Zdark will help you obviously get this team down. Big. A little bit of shaky there is, whoa, look at that. Amir gets dropped and Destroy's actually going to be the one. Swings on forward. He's going to get the cleanup onto Swizzin and the full onto Amir. What should have been a very simple 2v1 right there from Los Carrillos. You'll lose Amir in the process. A little bit shaky, a little bit sloppy from that squad, Enigma. Touch up on the fights there.
Ravens, by the way, set themselves up to pin Twisted Minds in. They sat up on that bridge for a very long time, awaiting the challenge. Twisted Minds shall certainly provide. Shifty's going to light it up with a PA, force a player to back off at least. That's going to split the Ravens roster a little bit. Shimmy that line around. Hopefully unsettle them enough to give you a route through. North side push coming in from Almond, though. He's decided to wide wrap this, but he has been spotted. Needs the rest of his boys to activate, or is he sitting duck?
Looking down at the bridge, Almond, if he can pull their attention, you might let Shifty get into a possible scenario where he can sort of pinch from the other side. He's getting tagged on up. Cluster coming in from the top. He has to be very careful here. Swings wide, finds one, finds two. Twisted Minds are going to turn the tides on Ravens Esports. Only one player left alive, but you lose Z-Smith. You lose Shifty. Almond, he's still here, and it's T1 from the roof of Research who causes spoiler. But in the middle of all of that, Ravens Esports, one of our match point teams, has been eliminated.
Vai pai do time do...
So we're down to 3. Los Carrillos, what is left of Twisted Minds, and the Falcons. Falcons will hold a lot of space at Cold Depot. They basically have the south side of the map to themselves. Los Carrillos still figuring out Research Center there amongst the madness. Twisted Minds, well, you can see in not even bits and pieces. Almond will try and hold the line and pray to the gods. The fact that Los Carrillos is still alive is incredible. They win this from there.
Oh my god, good shots on to Vitality, continuing to back them on down. This is what now that they've sort of regained it, this is what I like to see, right? They don't have to full fly at that, they don't have to go get the knock, but just being able to get those shots out is enough to make Vitality second think about, okay, can we really push on through here? Because you've backed them on down. That's going to allow you to turn your sights over to Virtus Pro, who's now trying to look down this hallway and hold it on in. And you have to be extra careful too, because look who's right above you. It's T1. If you let this fight get a little bit too mixy, T1, they can slide on down here and they can start to get engaged in this battle. So go ahead, send out the shots, back down some of these other teams, but the zone is pulling you away. You're gonna have to move from Research at one point or another.
Confirmation that Virtus Pro and Vitality have both made match points. Should we go another game, we will see 6 teams square off to take it all home. Los Carrillos want to end it right here. Los Carrillos have dug themselves from the depths of hell to somehow be in the top 8 teams of this lobby. Circle 5, gotta rotate. Almond desperately trying to smoke his way to the buy station. It's Falcons players in front of him. He's going for the suit. He won't get there. Soulkill will bury him. Twisted Minds won't make it. Down to just 2 match point teams. Falcons already controlled the south side of the map. Rotated hard west to control pretty much the entire rotation over cold wind condition. Everyone's got to figure out the research situation, get themselves across, and shut down the birds. Otherwise, they claim it all here, and we'll take first place and head to EWC as champions.
Soka's gonna have a lot to say about that one. Ben caught with his knife out. That is not what you want to have happen when you're trying to go for that double buyback. Vitality, it's just Blast trying to stay alive. Los Carrillos will be able to cut them on down. Vitality eliminated, still hanging on by a thread, and that is until T1.
É agora, pai. Os caras estão esperando. Os caras estão esperando, pai. Os caras estão esperando só. Aí. Olha lá. E lá vai. E lá vai. É o último. Quem quer? Acabou, pai. Acabou. Os caras são foda. São foda. Já era. Já era, pai. Já era. Acabou. Os caras são foda, porra. Longuinho, longuinho. Olha lá, olha lá. Cadê, cadê? Oh my god. Boa, Donguinho! Boa, porra! Ai, ai.
They rotate hard to the west. Lock it down until not even bits and pieces.
3v1.
Vamos ver lá, rapaziada, olha lá. Olha isso aí. Os caras são foda, pai. Olha lá. Pega. Quem que ganhou? Olha o homem, olha o homem. Olha lá, olha lá. Ai, os caras leram demais, velho. Ai, ai.
The man right there, the closer making the
ai, ai, muito bom, muito bom.
Back from all the trouble. Took control of Cold Depot, let everybody else squabble over research. We'll gamble on the zone pool, gentlemen. It's worked for us in the past. When it comes in, they rotate hard to the west. Lock it down until everyone out of research run at us. We dare you. Beautiful stuff from these 3, of course, for Soka. This is walked path. He knows victory. Dongi and Noobs. This is a statement moment on LAN and guarantees them that trip to Saudi Arabia.
Muito bom.
I know that was an electric game for you and I to watch from start to finish, but I know that the desk also wants to be able to help break that one on down. And you can see how much it means on Soka's face there. Let's get the desk back on in here to help talk about that, because man, what a way to finish our finals.
Os caras estavam
What a way
criticando ele lá. Ele bravo.
Fought fly high. They fought so hard for this moment, not only in the qualifiers dominating their region, but coming to the stage, the first team to reach match point, the first team eligible to close out Birmingham. But it would take 3-4 more games later before they finally get the job done. But the important thing is they got the job done. This new roster, Noobs, Doggy, and Hisoka holding it down. The IGL, the closer for a reason. He finally gets the job done, and you know this means the world to Noobs. This means the world to Dongi to now have a chance to play at EWC under the Falcons banner in front of the home crowd, screaming their names, wanting them to win the championship, Goj.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that's got to feel fantastic. Was there really ever a question that they were going to qualify for EWC? Probably not, but still feels very good to secure that ticket 100%. And to win it all is even better. This is a continuation, like you said, of their dominance in NA finals, and they're able to win it here. Again, it's kind of the classic age-old mantra. You can't give the Falcons 3 chances to win a map. It's just too many. They finally get it. It does take 3. Everybody else was close. And if we went one more, we had 6 teams, I believe, that would have been on match point and a couple that were close. So yeah, we were running out of room for the Falcons to get a free win. But frankly, Tiff, the thing that was really impressive about this map was Deus and Mir. This team was so resilient. They kept regaining over and over and over again to find their way all the way to top 5, and then to the final 3 fight was nuts.
To do whatever it took is exactly what Los Carrillos were doing, right? And it was tough. This fight through Research Center, we always talk about this area in particular being just such a nuisance to get through. And if you've got, you know, we're 11 games deep and we go pull out of Research Center, you did the best you could. You've got T1 in there. You've got Spectre. You've got a ton of teams. And the Falcons do it right by rotating outside and going through the south to try and evict everyone out. You see For Fun Esports, they hold a lot of space here. They take them out. You have Twisted Minds, Almond looking for a regain, has 16k cash and looking for the double buy. If Almond clutches that out, dude, it could have been a different story. It could have been really gnarly.
Can I say one thing, by the way? Unfortunately for Twisted Minds, I don't know if it's a scam. Shifty picks up a 2-piece in a brilliant way and frankly a very tough rotation. The one thing they didn't have was info. They didn't know where T1 was, and T1 plays spoiler to Twisted Minds. True. If Twisted Minds are able to stay alive there, skate through, stay up, play the backside of that bridge, there's a chance Twisted Minds could win that map. T1 over from the top ropes, shot under the bridge from like 200 meters away, and basically ruined Twisted Minds' chances. So it was a crazy way for T1 to kind of make their mark on this tournament when they're not actually doing as well as we thought they would.
Yeah, an exciting tournament as a whole. I mean, going 11 games, honestly, I didn't account for that. I really didn't. I thought it would end maybe 8 to 10 games, 11, pretty spectacular. And you're right, Goj, if we would have gone one more map, there would have been 6 total teams on match points, which would have matched the energy of EWC last year, which makes me even more excited to get to Saudi Arabia. Let's go to the stage and watch the Falcons get their medals that they so earned and they so deserved. And again, such a performance. Noobs, Doggy, Hisoka take the stage. Doggy's been fighting tooth and nail to get to this point, to be up there, right, to be a champion. And he is now officially that. Of course, the job's not done. EWC is on his mind, but for now, they can rest easy, knowing that they hoist the trophy, knowing that they earned the medals to $30,000. Such a tremendous occasion. Adam also on the stage, leading the charge behind the scenes, putting in the work. Such an incredible guy. We love Adam. Adam also just truly dedicated to the program, making things best as they possibly can be. The GOAT. But such a good job, man. I mean, the Falcons, you know, this roster, since they entered into esports, and more specifically here it goes, entering into Warzone, fighting the medal, giving the peace sign, flying high, baby. You know, they believed in Hisoka, they picked him up, and naturally he stays the course, he stays with this roster, he stays with this org. And you know, for him, like, it's got to be such a good feeling, right, to now get another title for the Falcons.
Oh yeah, 100%. This is an
Dongin,
ego boost that frankly they didn't need, but it's still well earned. Right? This is a really strong roster, and I gotta continue to tip my hat to Eddie, man. Noobs is a difference maker for already a star-studded roster. Having the Falcons with Dongin and Ahsoka, and now Noobs really creates a full picture for what this team's able to do. They're celebrating because yes, it is well earned, and they crushed the competition, but it was a very good event, and again, it was quite tight. This was not the runaway performance that we saw in our regional finals. When it got to land,
meu trabalho é fácil porque eu uso o clique A. É assim que eu acompanho todas as minhas tarefas. Eu começo despejando.
O Dong, Hisoka e o Nubes ganham $10 mil cada um.
Actually fast as fuck. Come on, man. Come on.
A premiação dessa presencial é menor porque ela é atrelada ao DreamHack lá, né? É junto com a CDL. Aí, ele tá falando que vai pegar... Aí, chegou! Chegou!
Ela.
Vamos ver o que o Hisoka vai falar, velho.
Can we squeeze him in here somehow? Do we just like, you want me to be like this? Here.
O Dong, moleque, pro malvado.
Soka, you... I can go in the back, you guys in the front.
Mano, meu Deus, velho. Isso aqui ficou muito lá ele. Ficou muito lá ele isso aqui, velho. Vocês podem ir na frente que eu fico atrás de vocês, ele falou.
And that's fucking right.
Hey, can I cuss on here?
Ele perguntou se pode xingar, Mano, não.
Boys!
Então como eles estão se sentindo.
Quero ver.
I feel good.
Bro, it's an unreal feeling.
Wait, hey, get the mic closer.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Alright, is that better?
Eddie. Sorry.
All right, boys, bro, what the fuck? That was absolutely fucking insane. First thoughts, how we feeling right now? Talk to me.
Dongi, it's all you, bro. Dongi, it is you two right now. Go.
Falou pro Dong falar.
Second, third, a rough World Series.
Perguntou como eles estão se sentindo.
I've been getting a lot of shit from a lot of people for a while. I've had a lot on
Ele
my
falou que
chest,
pegou
I've had a chip on my fucking shoulder.
segundo lugar algumas vezes, que tinha muita pressão em cima dele, que o pessoal falava muita merda pra ele. E que a sensação é muito boa de ter tirado essa pressão do ombro dele, né?
I fucking appreciate it. I love you all.
Falou que ama todo mundo.
All my loved ones, everybody that supports me, my family.
Todas as pessoas que ele ama, família, todo mundo.
I really tried my fucking best for this for the past
Tá
couple
chorando
years.
já. E ele tá falando que ele se esforçou muito nos últimos anos e finalmente ele ganhou o que ele queria, que era um presencial.
It's been rough. I've tried my fucking hardest for
Ele falou que foi muito difícil pra chegar até aí e tal, realmente a trajetória dele é meio pesada mesmo. Que ele passou pela época que os caras falavam que ele era hack, né? Que nem o Shift. E aí o Repulso tá falando que ele merece, porque ele passou por essa etapa toda do pessoal dando hate nele, blá blá blá. O pessoal falando merda pra ele, e aí ele chegou nisso aí.
I don't know what's on these thumbs, dog. I'm taking some for the road, bro. But talk to me, man. How you feeling, bro?
Tá perguntando pro Nubes como ele se sente agora.
Especially after what third at EWC and then having like what 20th at World Series.
Falou com uma sensação surreal, porque ele foi muito mal no WCW ano passado, ficou em 20º. Vai chorar também.
Sorry.
Tá chorando também.
Fuck, I can't get it.
Come on.
You're good, bro.
Come on, man.
You got it, bro. You got
Os
it.
dois chorando engraçado, mano.
I can't.
Falou que não consegue falar, velho.
That's passion right there, man. That's fucking passion.
Da hora,
bro.
mano.
Soka, if you don't cry, you're a piece of shit, all right? Go ahead, bro. Talk to me.
O Hisoka agora que é o perigo.
No. All right, first and foremost, man. Thank God.
Primeiro de tudo, obrigado Deus.
We had fucking 2 games where we're crashing and there's only our PCs.
Tiveram 2 partidas que o PC tava crashando. Acharam um caminho pra perseverar. Falou que tinha muita gente que falava que eles eram pipoqueiro em LAN, o Dong e o Nubes, os teammates dele, e cadê eles agora? Falando do Shift agora.
Newsflash, chat. Smith dropped. And the only way he could try to beat us is if he picks up his daddy Biffle. So Shifty, go ahead and do it.
Mano,
Go ahead, chat.
o que ele tá falando é o seguinte: o único jeito de vocês ganharem é dropar o Z-Smith Chamar o Biffle pra jogar no lugar dele. Caralho, ele meteu essa, mano. O Shift falou. Ele tá falando que o Shift não consegue ganhar presencial sem o pai dele, que é o Biffle. Qual é, cara? Sobrou até pro Biffle, mano. Obrigado por todo mundo que me dá suporte, família, amigos, mãe, pai.
Top! Acho que o Shift mesmo falou muito.
Ele falou que eles vão vir forte pro Atlanta no mês que vem. EWC, World Series, se tiver, né? E que ele não terminou. Tipo, job's not finished. Caralho, moleque, o Hisoka meteu louco, mano.
É isso, pô. Dependeu do time dele, caralho. Oxi, o cara dependeu do time
moleque,
dele.
Ele metendo que o Shift só ganha presencial com o pai dele, o Bill. Eu tava esperando que ele ia falar outra coisa, não isso, velho. Me pegou de surpresa, mano. Caraca,
pô,
o Hisoka, ele é chato nisso. Ele faz isso pra meio que rachar o elenco dos caras, tá ligado? Falar que tem que dropar os Smith, porque os Smith é ruim. Ele sempre faz isso. O Shift já tá acostumado, né? Os dois faziam isso juntos.
Cara, o Shift ontem falou que o time do Dong e o Noob são
Não, mas mano, tá
pipoqueiro,
certo, velho. Tem que fazer isso mesmo. E outra coisa, ainda falo mais, tá? É capaz do Hisoka e do Shift saberem exatamente o que os dois estão fazendo, mano. Tá ligado? Mas tem que ter. Faz parte da parada, tá ligado? Ele não meteu louco em ninguém. Ele, assim, não perdeu a linha, não foi babaca, tá ligado? Tá dentro do trash talk ali esportivo, pô. Cara, meu irmão, não imaginei que ele ia meter essa, cara. Do nada. Do nada.
Ele foi foda.
Shift, você não consegue ganhar presencial sem o seu papai. Caralho, meu irmão. Que loucura. Moleque, 7 horas de live já, rapaziada. Que doideira, mano. E são 3 da tarde. Loucura. Ô, deixa eu ver uma parada com o Nano, velho. Deixa eu mandar mensagem pra ele. Pra ver se a gente joga o campeonato das 7.
I think he was, again, just a...
WC? Yo, it's looking like that.
Se o Nano quiser jogar o campeonato das 19, eu fecho a live agora, como um negocinho aqui, dou uma descansada e apareço às 7 horas de novo. Deixa eu ver se ele pega.
Literally 7.8 points above Vitality, who grinded through the open. Came in just barely, right? Skullface Sage and Blast,
vai falar muita merda. Mano, então, ele tava tremendo já.
Tava... You could say that about absolutely everyone. You heard it in the Falcons interview. It was tough. Twisted Minds, dude.
Okay.
Almond was almost the best player in competitive Warzone for that play inside of Mansion. If he picks up that 1v2 against Los Curios, man.
Rapaziada, então é isso. Quem compareceu na live, muito obrigado. Deixou o like aí, muito obrigado mesmo. E vamos pra cima, rapaziada. É só o começo. Deus abençoe a todos aí. Vamos ver se mais tarde eu colo um pouco aí pra jogar. Mas agora eu vou dar uma atenção a mais aqui em casa. E é isso. Brigadão. Tamo junto. Falcos campeão. Hisoka não falou nada mais além do que a verdade. Ele defendeu a equipe dele, né? Ele como um líder. Ontem o cara falou que da mesma forma que o Nubes e o Dong era pipoqueiro, né? Então, assim, falou muito ontem. E hoje os caras mostrou por que veio, né? Por que os caras foi escolhido. Então, assim, acho que primeiro de tudo a gente tem que respeitar todo mundo. E o segundo é porque quando ganha assim é mais gostoso ainda. Aquela pessoa que fala pra caramba. E sempre vai ter. Tá? Então, assim, o cara nada mais além que defender o time dele. Então, não é puxando o saco. Se fosse o meu time também, eu falaria a mesma coisa. Então, acho que é isso. Fechou? Tamo junto. Boa tarde pra nós. Bom domingo. E